Chapter 748. The waves slapped against the side of the ship, and the clouds in the day moved with the wind. Under the setting sun, the willows were dyed red. On this evening, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's fleet finally entered the canal. Based on their current speed, they would reach the capital in another 2 days. The splint on Xiao Bei's arm had been removed the day before yesterday. Xiao Bei, who had not washed his arm for a month, would soak it in water when he was free. It was only today that he realized something was wrong. Most of his body was darker than his arm, and his arm was too white. It looked awkward, no matter how one looked at it. After asking around, his brother and sister ran to the ship in front to make arrangements. Xiao Bei could only use a thin shirt to cover his arm and ask others for help. Xiao Yuan was showing off his cleverness to others, reciting, "Separate from the turbid, separate from the turbid." Xiao Bei came looking for him. "Brother Xiao Yuan, I have something to ask you." Xiao Bei usually called him Xiao Yuan, but today he added the word brother. Xiao Yuan was shocked and looked at Xiao Bei warily. He then looked around. Luckily, there were people around. He asked, "What's the matter?" "I won't use the tripwire anymore." "Look at how scared you are," Xiao Bei said when he saw Xiao Yuan's timid look. "Of course not. We're on water. I'm afraid you'll set fire to it." Xiao Yuan did not relax. "Let me test you. Do you know why people can become darker?" Xiao Bei's eyes turned, and he put his hands behind his back, looking knowledgeable. Xiao Yuan nodded and said, "I know. Places where the sun doesn't reach are white. Look, people who often stay indoors are usually white. People who work outside are usually black. Let me give you a pair of binoculars. Look, the person on the boat behind is still sitting in the shade and writing while the sun is setting. He is white. Look again, that person who is struggling in the water is black. It's obvious that he fell into the water by accident. Look at his face, it's black, right? Look at the overturned boat beside him. I see it. Save him, quickly save him. Someone fell into the water. Team 0, where's Team 0? Go down." As Xiao Bei listened to Xiao Yuan, he used his binoculars to look back and forth. Suddenly, he realized that the person struggling in the water wasn't swimming. Instead, the boat had capsized. He scanned the surroundings and realized that there was a person dragging 2 people and swimming towards the shore. Xiao Bei was no longer in the mood to turn white or black. She shouted at the people around her. When she shouted, someone on the boat in front of her had already jumped into the water. As the waves churned, they quickly approached the person who had fallen into the water. Seeing that the strong number 0 seedling protection team had met someone, the nervous little ones heaved a sigh of relief and sat on the deck as if they had collapsed. "You scared me to death. Xiao Yuan, you just said that it's fine to just bask in the sun, right? If the white parts are tanned, wouldn't the black parts be even darker?" Seeing that it was really the members of Team 0, Xiao Bei was no longer worried. Thinking of his own matters, he asked Xiao Yuan, "Of course, the more you get under the sun, the darker you get. In the end, you'll be as black as coal. Why do you ask?" Xiao Yuan replied, "No, nothing. I'm just asking. My clothes aren't comfortable. I'll change." Xiao Bei left in a hurry after saying that. She entered the cabin and sat there thinking for a while. Then she opened the door and said to the guard outside, "Get someone to make me a set of clothes, the kind that doesn't have a sleeve on the right arm." The guard nodded and went to find someone to report. Xiao Bei and the others didn't have a lot of clothes. They grew quickly, so they usually had 3 sets of clothes made every season. As they grew, they would have them made at the same time. Unless the clothes were torn, they would make a set at the last minute to avoid wasting it. This set of clothes that Xiao Bei had suggested needed to be reported. In particular, Xiao Bei's request had to be made known to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. The news was quickly passed to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan through flag signals. The 2 of them were waiting for the people from the Miao protection team to rescue them. Fortunately, they had flipped over in the canal. If it had been in the middle of the Yellow River, where the current was the most rapid and there were whirlpools, it would have been difficult to rescue them. After receiving the news, Wang Wan couldn't understand why Xiao Bei wanted a set of clothes that didn't have a right sleeve. However, Zhang Xiaobao smiled and said to Wang Wan, Xiao Bei must have felt that the color of the right arm is different from other parts of the body. I had this thought before, but I didn't get someone to make clothes at that time. Instead, I rolled up my trouser leg. At that time, I thought it was very smart, but now I know it's very stupid. Wang Wan thought about it and felt that it was more or less the case. She smiled and said, Xiao Bei must be very anxious. Think of a way. Then we won't have to make clothes. Okay, after lunch tomorrow, get someone to get some mud and stick it on them. Let them bask in the sun for a day. The color will change to about the same. Zhang Xiaobao came up with an idea. Usually, Xiao Bei and the others would also bask in the sun. Compared to the children who often stayed indoors, they were slightly darker but healthier. In fact, the little guys had patches of black and white on their bodies. It was just that Xiao Bei's arms, which were originally black, were too white. At this time, the people who had fallen into the water had been brought back. They were a boatman and 3 passengers. They took advantage of the fact that the water transport wasn't too busy to ferry over. They didn't expect that when they were about to reach the shore, they would accidentally overturn. The boatmen could only barely save 2 people, and the remaining one almost died. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't go to meet the rescued people. The 2 of them looked at the water below and thought about something. After a while, Zhang Xiaobao said, If we provide the local people who ferry back and forth with a bigger boat, can we avoid the danger of the boat capsizing? They can't afford a big boat, even if they work for a lifetime. Wang Wan rejected Zhang Xiaobao's suggestion. Then why don't we lend it to them first and pay them back bit by bit? Zhang Xiaobao said again. Then we'll lose money. Until the big boat breaks down, we won't be able to earn back the capital. Wang Wan looked at Zhang Xiaobao in surprise. She meant to say, Why are you so stupid today? Zhang Xiaobao nodded. That's right. That's why we have to continue with the ferry. But we can't sit on the boat for nothing. It costs at least 1 copper coin per trip. If it costs 1 copper coin per trip, don't you think there will be more people willing to take this route? Then we can only maintain the same income if the number of passengers can double what it is today. What are you thinking of doing? I was just thinking if we should fork out some money to build a bridge here. We don't expect to make money, but we can leave a good reputation. Wang Wan was confused by Zhang Xiaobao's words. She felt that Zhang Xiaobao's thinking had suddenly become sluggish. Zhang Xiaobao continued, What I mean is that we can build the bridge, but we can't let people cross for free. If it's a single trip, we'll charge 1 copper coin per trip. If it's a frequent trip, we can apply for a monthly or annual pass. Not only can people cross, but goods can as well. But if the goods weigh more than 300 caddies, we'll have to pay 1 copper coin more. You want to charge a bridge protection fee? That's a challenge. Have you ever heard of anyone paying to cross the bridge? Wang Wan reminded. Don't use our name. Just find someone. The bridge is easy to build. There's no need to use piers. Just connect the 2 sides. Use iron chains and board. Both sides don't have to be iron oxen or copper oxen. Pour some cement and put in some pebbles. It's heavy and sturdy. First, arrange a few people to guard both sides of the bridge. If there's a situation where people don't pay and run away, it's enough to guard one side. If there are children who need to run between the 2 sides to go to school in the future, this can be free, but the children can't carry too many things. This price is cheaper than the ferry, right? Moreover, it's safer. When the time comes, people can choose to walk or take the ferry. Little by little, the people will accept the fact that crossing the bridge costs money. When the time comes, the road will be the same. Actually, we can't make much money by building roads now. If we were to build roads in prosperous areas, we would be able to earn money by opening shops by the roadside. If there weren't many people, we would just be spending money. Once the commoners were used to spending money to cross the bridge, we would build more roads. We would build new roads beside the old roads. Every time we walked, we would have to spend money. Those who didn't want to spend money could walk on the old roads. Naturally, the speed would not be as fast as the new roads. Furthermore, those who walked on the new roads would be able to rest for free in the small houses built by the roadside. When the time comes, you'll have to make up for it. The most important thing in the service area is to provide hot water. As long as the people in the caravan come, they'll be provided with a pot of hot water. If they're pedestrians, they can't ask for money. Zhang Xiaobao explained his idea while Wang Wan listened at the side. When Zhang Xiaobao finished, Wang Wan asked, "What if someone crosses the old road to the new road and returns to the old road when they're almost there? What will you do?" "Let the people in the service area watch. Usually there will be a service area set up every half a day. The hot water and rest are free, but you must have a pass to come here. However, other things are not free, such as medicine, dry food, tools needed to repair vehicles, etc. are not free. Occasionally, we'll send people to patrol on horseback. If they catch them, they'll have to pay double the money. If they don't pay, we'll take away their goods and not give them money." Zhang Xiaobao felt that he had too much money in the future and couldn't spend it all at once. He planned to use it on road repair and collect tolls. It was likely that because there were few people coming and going, there wouldn't be much money left after deducting the maintenance fees. However, it was better than having no money at all. Otherwise, he would have to build more roads in the future. It would be better if he could get some money back. Wang Wan lowered her head and thought for a moment, then asked, "Do you think it'll work?" "How do I know? Let's try it first. If it doesn't work, we'll talk about it later. What if it works? Let's build the bridge first. We'll start with the bridge and arrange for people to do it immediately." Zhang Xiaobao made up his mind and asked his people to come in and arrange it. Wang Wan said, "Why don't you try the bridge on the Changjiang River first?" "That won't work. That's not our home. Besides, there are too many people coming and going there. What if someone is dissatisfied and makes trouble? It's a deep-rooted idea to not spend money on the bridge. Even businessmen think so. They don't care how much it costs to build bridges and roads. Let's start with a place with fewer people first." Chapter 749. Zhang Xiaobao really did arrange for people to do it. Building this kind of bridge was very fast. First, people would use boats to pull the hemp rope across. When the time came, both sides would be stretched and the hemp rope would be gradually thicker. When a certain thickness was reached, one end would be replaced with an iron chain. When the time came, both sides would be fixed and wooden planks would be laid. It would probably take less than half a month. As long as one was willing to spend money, there was no need to worry about not being able to make the iron chain. At that time, the price would be half of the ferry price. If the ferry lowered the price for transporting goods, the bridge would also lower the price. It was necessary to let the people know that it was safer, faster, and cheaper to cross the river than to cross the bridge. Of course, at this time, Zhang Xiaobao did not forget the impact of the bridge on the ferry industry. He was prepared to wait for the people to get used to the bridge before letting the ferrymen stop what they were doing and come over to help guard the bridge. Some people were willing to change careers to fishing. After arranging everything, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan returned to the boat behind Xiaobei, and the others were on. Previously, they had been discussing the details of the emperor's travel expenses with Old Man Pai and the others. As soon as they returned to the boat, Xiaobei came over angrily. "What's wrong, Xiaobei? Did someone bully our Xiaobei? Why are you unhappy?" Zhang Xiaobao crouched down and opened his arms. Xiaobei was still angry, but he did not refuse his brother's embrace. He leaned on his brother's arm and said, "It's you. I asked someone to make the clothes, but you didn't let me." "Really? There was such a thing?" Xiaobei, when you mentioned the clothes, I just remembered that my back is whiter than my front. What should I do? I was worried, but in the end your sister was the best. Guess what she thought of?" Zhang Xiaobao indeed did not agree. At this time he pretended not to know. He changed the topic and began to talk about his own matters. As expected, Xiaobei's goal was not the clothes. Hearing his brother's words, he blinked his big eyes and asked, "Really?" "Really. If you don't believe me, Xiaobei, look. Is my back whiter than my front?" As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he put the clothes in his pocket for Xiaobei to see. There were faint ink marks on his chest and dirt. Xiaobei looked around and nodded. "It's true. What idea did you come up with?" "I won't tell you for now. Let everyone guess. There will be a prize for guessing right. Go, get little Yuan and the rest here." Zhang Xiaobao said to Xiaobei. When Xiaobei happily ran over to call for help, Zhang Xiaobao slapped his body with all his might. The mud sticking to his body was too uncomfortable. Wang Wan finally couldn't help but laugh. She said to Zhang Xiaobao, "I really don't know what you're thinking. You could have just told Xiaobei what happened tomorrow. Why did you have to torment yourself like this? That won't do. To you and me, this is a small matter that can't be any smaller. But to children, this is a huge matter. Many children, when they grow up, their earliest memories stop at the age of 5 or 6. Do you know why? One reason is because there are problems with brain development when they are young. The other reason is that before the age of 5 or 6, they always live the same life. What they do every day doesn't change much. Adults who don't understand this logic want their children to be more stable and obedient in order to save trouble. Any obedient child is a good child. Many people think this way, but it's actually very selfish. Children are independent from the moment they appear in this world. They belong to themselves. Raising them isn't the same as restricting them. I can't control others, but I can control Xiaobei and the rest. I'll let them have a lively and colorful childhood. Children are the continuation of adults' hopes, but they are definitely not the inheritance of adults' personalities. Adults who want their children to realize their unrealized ideas are unqualified adults. Zhang Xiaobao said seriously to Wang Wan. This was what he thought, and it was exactly what he did. Wang Wan and Wei Wei smiled. Then let's hold a discussion for them. How can we make a white place turn black, or make a black place turn white? You're right. Children also have their own dreams. We just need to provide them with the environment to create their dreams as much as possible. They're not another Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. The innocent Xiaobei didn't know how much effort his brother and sister had put in for them. He was happy to find Xiao Yuan, Xiao Zhu, and Xiao Hai. He didn't forget to pull the Nan, Xiao Nan, and the other 3 people. The group of little guys ran over to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. The discussion of black becoming white and white becoming black began just like that. 2 days later, when the color of Xiaobei's right arm was about the same as the color of his left arm, the group finally entered the capital. Old Man Pai and the other 2 people went to the Joy House to rest, while Zhang Xiaobao led the group of little guys into the imperial palace. The guards sent them to the door and stopped. The group of little guys put on cute and beautiful clothes and followed closely behind Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. They walked all the way to Xingqing Palace, curiously. Li Longji, who had been waiting for a long time, asked people to prepare a lot of snacks and juice. He changed into casual clothes and glanced at the entrance of the palace from time to time. Xiaobei and the others. The boy wore a black tuxedo with a white flowery shirt and a bow tie. The girl wore a princess dress with a beautiful bow tie in front of her chest. There was no need for people to announce their arrival. They directly entered the palace. As soon as they saw each other, they began to greet according to the etiquette taught by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Naturally, there was no cupping of one's fist or kneeling. The boy put one hand on his chest and bowed. The girl just squatted and bowed. They said together, "We greet Imperial Uncle." Li Longji had never seen such a fun thing before. Looking at the serious looks on the faces of these little fellows, he couldn't hold it in any longer. He stood up and walked forward while saying, "Rise, rise. Come, let Uncle take a good look." Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wanhan bowed yet. When they saw Li Longji coming over, they treated it as if they had already bowed. Wang Wan stood beside her younger brother and sister to accompany them. Zhang Xiaobao ran to Gao Lisher's side and took out a bag of small abalones that he had made. He said, "Adoptive father, we came in a hurry and didn't prepare any other gifts. Eat some abalones." Gao Lisher didn't care about what Zhang Xiaobao wanted to give him. He didn't lack money. As long as he saw his adopted son, he would be happy. He took the small abalones and asked Zhang Xiaobao, "My son, Xiao Bei, and the others' clothes? I made them for fun. Don't they look good on you?" Zhang Xiaobao replied, "They look good, just like the dolls you sell." Exionaire and the others didn't come? Gao Lisher looked at Xiao Bei and the others and also liked them. Children were always so fun, especially children who pretended to be adults. It was even more interesting. Exionaire and the others originally followed the emperor to the capital, but they didn't want to enter the palace and went to work in their shop. They have a doll shop here. When the emperor goes to Jinyang, they will follow him. Zhang Xiaobao replied. At this time, Li Longji didn't care about Zhang Xiaobao and Gao Lisher. He hugged and kissed them one by one. He found that they were even more fun than his own children. When his children saw him, they were usually very scared. Some even felt that he was a stranger. This group of little guys was different. Each and every one of them was obedient and not afraid of strangers. They always had a smile on their faces. It was very pleasing to see. After kissing each of them once, Li Longji stood up and took Xiao Bei's hand. He asked, "Xiao Bei, I heard that you dared to wear official robes without my permission. Do you know your crime?" If Li Longji asked other children, they might not know what to say. However, he chose Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei was the most sociable. After hearing Li Longji's words, Xiao Bei wasn't afraid at all. Instead, he showed a nervous expression. He blinked his big eyes and said, "Can I only wear it with Uncle Emperor's permission?" "Of course," Li Longji replied with a straight face. Xiao Bei and Uncle Emperor should discuss it and allow Xiao Bei and the others to wear it. Xiao Bei was injured last month and it hurts a lot. "Uncle Emperor, what do you think?" As Xiao Bei spoke, he felt so wrong that he was about to cry. His eyes were red. Li Longji just wanted to joke. When he saw that Xiao Bei was about to cry, he immediately nodded and agreed. "Okay, Xiao Bei, if you want to wear it, then wear it. I have agreed. I will let you wear it. Thank you for your kindness, your majesty." This time, there was no need for anyone to tell them. The children, who always listened to stories from their older brothers and sisters, used the words that often appeared in other dynasties and bowed to Li Longji. Li Longji was stunned at first. After pondering for a while, he felt that these 4 words were quite good. They sounded very comfortable and should be thanking him for his kindness. He hurriedly said, "You may dispense with the formalities. Xiao Bei, tell Uncle Emperor, how did you get injured? Does it still hurt?" "It doesn't hurt anymore. It doesn't hurt anymore after Big Brother blows on it. It's more or less healed. It's just that I can't bruise it anymore and can't use too much force. I have to continue recuperating for another month. Uncle Emperor, are we still going to prepare the goldfish pouch and official robes ourselves?" Xiao Bei obediently shook his head and waved his arms to show that he was almost healed. He then asked one last question. Li Longji was stunned. "What goldfish pouch?" Becoming an official. Uncle Emperor personally agreed to confer us an official. We have already thanked you." Xiao Bei said with a look that said, "Are you going to go back on your word?" "Confer an official? Confer what official?" Li Longji was even more confused. Disbanded officials. Lower 3rd rank and 4th rank disbanded officials, just like Big Brother and Big Sister. Last time, Xiao Bei was wearing a 3rd rank official robe because Big Sister was wearing it. Big Brother was wearing a 4th rank official robe. So Big Brother Xiao Yuan and the others were also wearing 4th rank official robes. "Uncle Emperor, you just said that you will allow us to wear this robe, so naturally we have to have an official." "Uncle Emperor, you can rest assured. Xiao Bei doesn't care if you want an official robe and goldfish pouch. Xiao Bei can prepare them myself. Really, Big Brother Xiao Yuan and the others are the same. Isn't that right, Xiao Yuan? Xiao Bei tried his best to fight for his own benefits. He finally caught Li Longji saying the wrong thing. A monarch's words were not to be taken lightly. The opportunity was right in front of him. Xiao Yuan and the others weren't stupid, and immediately thanked him again. However, Li Longji was dumbfounded. He was just teasing his children. How could he give away a bunch of third-rank and fourth-rank officials? If he really gave them away, that would be terrible. Chapter 750. Just when Li Longji didn't know what to say, Xiao Bao said, "Xiao Bei, why are you so insensible? Uncle Emperor is just joking with you. You didn't do anything. If he really gave you a third or fourth rank official, how would the officials in the world be convinced? I'm not like a sixth or seventh rank official. It's fine no matter how many ranks you get. Is it so easy to get a third or fourth rank official? Your sister and I used our lives to get those positions. Why aren't you apologizing?" Xiao Bei looked at his brother in confusion. Suddenly, he saw his brother winking at him. He remembered what his brother said and immediately said, "Uncle Emperor, Xiao Bei didn't put his life on the line. I don't want a sixth or seventh rank official position. I'll ask for one after I try. From today onwards, I won't wear an official uniform anymore, even if it looks good." Li Longji really couldn't give Xiao Bei and the others such a high rank official. Just as he was thinking of a way to change the topic, Zhang Xiaobao's words settled the matter. It didn't seem to be a good idea whether he was given a rank or not. When he wanted to turn around and give Gao Lisher a look, Xiao Yuan in the crowd also cooperated and said to Gao Lisher, "Brother Xiaohai, actually I think it's okay to have a seventh rank official. At most, when no one is looking, you can still wear purple clothes. When you meet an official, you can change into a seventh rank uniform." When the little guys heard Xiao Yuan's words, they all looked at Li Longji with yearning. Xiao Bei also said, as if he was talking to himself, "Can a seventh rank official be given?" "Your Majesty, on the way here, I discussed with County Deputy Wang. We're going to use some money to build a few bridges between the Yellow River and the Tsaotsiu Canal. We hope Your Majesty will agree." At this time, Zhang Xiaobao spoke again. When Li Longji heard Zhang Xiaobao's words and looked at County Deputy Wang standing there with a smile, he finally knew what to do. "I didn't expect Minister Zhang to have such a plan. Okay, I agree. I hope Minister Zhang and Minister Wang can build the bridges firmly. Xiao Bei, if a third or fourth rank official is really not enough, I have a seventh rank official. How about I give you the title of Jigua Commandant? He is a seventh grade Wu Sen official." Li Longji originally didn't want to give Xiao Bei and the others any official positions, but when Zhang Xiaobao said that he wanted to build a few more bridges, it played a key role. After weighing the money needed to build the bridges and then considering the salary of a seventh rank official, he had no choice but to agree to it. "Thank you, Uncle Emperor. Xiao Bei knows that Uncle Emperor doesn't have much money. Xiao Bei doesn't care about what Uncle Emperor wants. I'll go back and do it myself. Uncle Emperor, we're both seventh ranked. How can Xiao Bei care about others?" This time, Xiao Bei didn't follow her brother's instructions. She said whatever came to her mind. Of course, not to mention a rank 7 official, even a rank 1 official, as long as he makes a mistake. "Xiao Bei, you just have to take care of him. Uncle will help you, so there's no need to be afraid." Li Longji said in his heart, "If you encounter an official who bullies you, you don't need to be an official. Your brother and sister will take care of them. Who dares to bully you? I almost lost a rank 3 or rank 4 official as soon as I met him." Xiao Bei nodded happily. Suddenly, she put on a straight face and said, "I impeached the county magistrate of Yongli County. I don't know what his name is, but he asked the refugees to come over and help with farming. He said that he would give the refugees farmland, but after the spring plowing he began to drive them away. When I passed by Yongli County on the boat, I gave some of the refugees food. I impeach him." When Xiao Bei said this, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were stunned. The two of them really didn't know about this matter. During those few days, the two of them had been discussing the details of the emperor's travels with Old Man Pai and the others. They only heard the servants report that Xiao Bei gave people food when they were resting at the docks. This was very normal. There were many poor people, and Xiao Bei liked to give people things. He didn't give a lot, but it was very useful. They didn't expect that when the boat stopped at Yongle County when they were about to enter the canal, there would be such a thing. If they had known about this situation, they would have dealt with it themselves. Xiao Hai and the others also nodded to prove it. Xiao Bei, "Oh, Lieutenant Jigua, is what you said true?" Li Longji asked Xiao Bei, but his eyes were looking at Wang Wan. Wang Wan quickly thought about it and felt that Xiao Bei and the others couldn't be lying, so she nodded and said, "I think it's about right. Send someone to check." Li Longji narrowed his eyes. If it was someone else impeaching, he could consider why the county magistrate did this and who was behind it. But today it was Xiao Bei, a 3-year-old child, who was impeaching. For a group of children to remember something so clearly, no matter if the county magistrate didn't do a good job or didn't hide it well, he couldn't be let off lightly. "Li Shi, who do you think should investigate this?" Li Longji wasn't going to let this county magistrate go. Yongle County was too close to the capital. Today, the cute little fellows had joined hands to impeach the county magistrate as soon as he became an official. How big of a matter was it to make these sensible and well-behaved little fellows hate it so much? Hearing this, Gao Lisher thought for a moment and replied, "I think it's better for the crown prince to personally handle this matter." With this, Li Longji understood which side the county magistrate of Yongle County stood on. He looked at Gao Lisher with praise and said, "Lisher, you go arrange this matter." "I understand," Gao Lisher replied. Zhang Xiaobao also felt sad for the county magistrate of Yongle County. The county magistrate of Yongle County probably didn't know what happened until he died, let alone that he fell at the hands of a group of 3-year-old children. Xiao Bei and the others were happy. Xiao Bei waved her little fist and said to Li Longji, "Uncle Emperor is really a good emperor. That county magistrate is really bad. Oh, when I gave the refugees food to eat, it was such a big steamed bun that one person could eat 3 of them. Uncle Emperor, how hungry do you think they are? Lisher, tell the crown prince to handle this matter strictly." Li Longji's face darkened. What kind of lie could a 3-year-old child say? Seeing Xiao Bei gesturing at the big steamed bun, he added another order to Gao Lisher. Gao Lisher nodded and immediately went to find the crown prince. He didn't forget to look at Xiao Bei and the other little fellows. He thought to himself that the people from the Zhang family and Wang family were all killers of officials. They already knew how to impeach at such a young age. If they grew up in a few years, they probably wouldn't have a good time with any corrupt officials they met. "Xiao Bei, you have contributed to the impeachment. What reward do you want?" Li Longji pulled Xiao Bei in front of him and kissed her. Xiao Bei blinked her eyes. For a moment, she didn't know what to say. She wanted more benefits, but she felt that it was impossible. When her brother came, he said that she couldn't casually ask for anything else. After thinking for a while, just as Li Longji was about to help her out, Xiao Bei finally spoke. "Xiao Bei doesn't want any reward. I just want Uncle Emperor to let the people of Great Tang live good lives." This was what Xiao Bei often said when she played with the children in the county. At this moment, she was using it. If it were an adult, Zhang Xiaobao or Wang Wan who said this, Li Longji would praise them and then say some official words. After all, it was too difficult to let the people of Great Tang live good lives. It involved more than just money. But when these words came out of Xiao Bei's mouth, Li Longji was moved. Children were always the most innocent. Whatever the adults said, the children would listen. For her to say such words meant that the adults in her family had taught her a lot. Hearing Xiao Bei's words and thinking about what the Zhang family and Wang family had done over the years, Li Longji sighed and said to Xiao Bei, "How about this? There are many things that we cannot see or hear. How about I appoint you as imperial governors? If you meet someone that both of you think can be impeached, you can impeach that person. There was no official position of imperial governor, but they could be imperial governors. This could be said to have a rank, but there were no normal ranks. This was because all imperial governors could be called governors, but they didn't have a rank. Starting from rank 3 to rank 9, all imperial governors could be called governors. What Li Longji meant was that he had given the Zhang family and Wang family the power to impeach others without a rank. When an imperial governor impeached someone, it didn't matter even if the impeachment was wrong. Other than sending people to investigate, the person who was impeached would have to provide evidence himself. If it was only an imperial governor, then the impeachment would be carried out in the imperial court. If it was a local imperial governor, then the impeachment would be carried out at different levels. Now that they had this imperial governor, then the Zhang family and Wang family could carry out the impeachment to the provincial government first. If the provincial government didn't do anything or didn't investigate, then they could immediately carry out a cross-level impeachment to the capital. They could also impeach the local imperial governor. If they used this well, they could directly find out the person behind the local imperial governor, and it would be a legitimate one. Xiao Bei didn't understand what this meant. He only knew that in the future, he could take care of things that he didn't like. If the other party's official position was high, then he could get Xiao Yuan and the others to work together. Even if it was the title of imperial governor, they could impeach the high-ranking official. Uncle Emperor, Xiao Bei will definitely take good care of others. As long as I see someone bullying the common people, I will deal with him. If he dares to fight back, I will let Big Brother and Big Sister beat him up. Xiao Bei took the initiative to kiss Li Longji, making a promise to Li Longji. That's right. If anyone dares to bully Xiao Bei, we will let Xiao Bei's big brother and big sister beat him up. Ha ha ha. Li Longji picked Xiao Bei up and spun him around, then laughed loudly and put him down. Li Longji was really too happy today. It wasn't because of the official, but because of Xiao Bei's words that would let the common people of Tang live a good life. Since the Zhang family and Wang family could teach Xiao Bei like this, it was reassuring. The most frightening thing was that the Zhang family and Wang family betrayed him. If other people betrayed him, he could send troops to suppress them, and there wouldn't be many losses. However, if the Zhang family and Wang family betrayed him, then the consequences would be unimaginable. The surrounding palace maids and eunuchs also heard this conversation. Some were impressed. Some felt that Xiao Bei and the others were cute, and some felt that Zhang family and Wang family were good. However, all of them had the same thought, and that was that in the future, unless the emperor personally gave the order, no one would dare to provoke the Zhang family and Wang family. Chapter 751. Li Longji happily ate a meal with Zhang Xiaobao and his younger siblings. The meal was not bad. The little ones were not like the others who were reserved and did not dare to eat. They ate enthusiastically, causing Li Longji to eat a lot as well. At night, Zhang Xiaobao and the others naturally had to go back. Xiao Bei and the others all received a set of 7th-ranked robes and an additional goldfish bag. This was given to them because Xiao Bei said that it looked good. Li Longji was finally generous for once. It was not easy. During the meal, Zhang Xiaobao kept talking about where to build the bridge. Compared to the price of the bridge, this temporary set of official robes was much cheaper. The guards guarding the door had not been changed yet. When they saw that the group of people who went in was a group of officials when they came back, they were all dumbfounded. The 7th-ranked official robes were worn by a group of children. If they were not in the palace, they would definitely think that someone was wearing them blindly. How many people might not be able to reach the 7th-ranked in their entire lives? There were many 8th-ranked and 9th-ranked officials. Some of them even passed the imperial examinations and were still 8th-ranked officials in their old age. Were the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family so powerful that they could become officials just by coming in and coming out? Of course, these guards did not know that as soon as Xiao Bei became an official, he had already impeached the Yongle County magistrate. He had already sent people over and was waiting for the county magistrate to provide evidence himself. This time, there was really an official, not the kind who wore clothes to pretend. Xiao Bei was so happy that he did not want to take the carriage and insisted on walking to the savant's restaurant. The official robes were really beautiful on him. Zhang Xiaobao thought about it and did not object. It was a good opportunity to let the people in the capital know how powerful the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family were. Now both families were officials, even Danan and the others. After walking for more than 2 hours, when they were about to reach the savant's restaurant, Xiao Bei and the others were still so excited that they did not feel tired at all. They ran up and down the street, causing the officials who occasionally passed by to give way. Even the 4th-ranked and 5th-ranked officials did not dare to compete with Xiao Bei and the others. That had nothing to do with the rank of the official. Even though Xiao Bei and the others were 7th-rank officials, their goldfish bags and age had already explained the problem. A 3-year-old 7th-rank official versus a 40-year-old 5th-rank official, who was more powerful. When they arrived at Savant's restaurant, Old Man Pai and the other two were stunned when they saw Xiao Bei's official robes. "Grandpa Bai, have you eaten?" "Today, Big Brother said that he was going to cook a table full of dishes for us," Xiao Bei said as he skipped in front of Old Man Pai and opened his arms to let him hug him. Old Man Pai picked Xiao Bei up and carefully looked at his clothes and goldfish bag. He asked, "Xiao Bei, when did you change your clothes?" "I changed them after I saw Uncle Emperor. I am now a 7th-rank official, the kind that is scattered. Together with them, we are the Imperial Censor Governor. When we came back, Big Brother said that we can impeach from the bottom up. If the people below us make a mistake, as long as the people above us don't immediately take care of it, we can impeach the people above us all the way to the capital. Isn't that awesome?" Xiao Huai hugged Old Man Pai's neck and said with a smile. Old Man Pai was stunned for a moment. He looked at the clothes of the other little guys and nodded numbly. "Awesome, really awesome. Did His Majesty give you all scattered officials? A 7th-rank official, and he gave you the title of Imperial Censor Governor?" "Yes, Uncle Emperor is awesome. I personally impeached the Yongle County Magistrate. I don't even know his surname yet, but Uncle Emperor asked Uncle Gao to find that Crown Prince to investigate. Humph. That day I gave out more than 1,000 steamed buns and many salted vegetables. That Yongle County Magistrate deserved to die." Xiao Bei nodded in response. He even said the question that Old Man Pai didn't ask. Hearing Xiao Bei's words, Old Man Pai sighed and began to mourn for the Yongle County Magistrate. He could have offended anyone, but why did he have to be targeted by the Zhang family and the Wang family? At this time, the waiter of Savant's restaurant also heard Xiao Bei's words and saw the official robes that Xiao Bei and the others were wearing. He changed his original calm and smiling appearance and shouted loudly, "Ah!" and ran into the restaurant. "Miss Xiao Bei and the others are officials now. Shopkeeper, Miss Xiao Bei and the others have come back from the palace wearing the 7th-rank official robes. Quickly get someone to prepare delicious food. Miss Xiao Bei likes to eat garlic and cucumbers." There were still many customers eating in the restaurant. When they heard the waiter shouting like this, they were first surprised because the waiter of Savant's restaurant had always been very steady. Then they were angry. Did a 7th-rank official have to be like this? In a place like the capital, was a 7th-rank official considered an official? However, when Xiao Bei and the others came in wearing official robes, the customers who were dissatisfied with the waiter who shouted and shouted just now all shut their mouths. The people eating could tell at a glance that they were 3 or 4 years old children. Then they thought about what the waiter said just now. They came from the palace. Motherfucker. A 3 or 4-year-old child is a 7th-rank official. Motherfucker, how can we live? Motherfucker, I'm not jealous, it's really motherfucker. Immediately, a person eating noodles on the first floor softly shouted. The other customers were also stunned. A 7th-rank official was not rare in the capital, but a 3- or 4-year-old child becoming a 7th-rank official was no longer a problem in the capital. They knew that there was a high-ranking official, but they couldn't immediately become one at such a young age. Even if they were high-ranking officials, they couldn't be high-ranking officials at the same time. How many high-ranking officials could be high-ranking officials? Moreover, there were also the goldfish bags that the children were playing with in their hands. Since they came from the palace, it naturally couldn't be fake. After receiving the news, the shopkeeper of Savant's restaurant also hurried over. When he saw the 7th-rank official robes and goldfish bags on Xiao Bei and the others, he suddenly cried. With a plop, he knelt in front of Xiao Bei and sobbed, "The heavens have eyes. My Zhang family and Wang family don't have to worry anymore. Xiao Bei, what do you want to eat?" "Uncle Zhang, don't be like this. Quickly get up. I'll eat whatever Uncle Zhang makes." The happy Xiao Bei was shocked. He stretched out his arm and tried to help the kneeling shopkeeper up. The shopkeeper, who didn't want to get up, suddenly remembered that Xiao Bei's arm had just been injured some time ago. He was afraid that it would be damaged again, so he immediately stood up and wiped his tears. He asked Xiao Bei, "Your official is?" The people around them who were eating also craned their necks to listen. "Uncle Emperor gave it to me. Originally, I wanted a 3rd-rank or 4th-rank official, but Big Brother said that the official position was too high. First, I asked for a lower rank, and now I have a 7th-rank official, a disbanded official who doesn't keep his word. If it was Big Brother and Big Sister who impeached him, there wouldn't even be a need to investigate." When Xiao Bei was supporting the shopkeeper, she was hugged by the shopkeeper who stood up. She pouted and explained to the shopkeeper regretfully. The shopkeeper used his other hand to pinch himself hard. After he woke up, he nodded and said to Xiao Bei, "That's right. Xiao Bei, you can't be arrogant. It's really unreasonable for someone to investigate a mere county magistrate. Who is going to investigate? Do we need Savant's restaurant to help us inform them?" The shopkeeper thought that the little young master and Xiao Bei were using Xiao Bei to impeach him. So when he asked Xiao Bei, he was asking Zhang Xiaobao if he should help. Savant's restaurant was not small now. When Zhang Xiaobao saw the shopkeeper looking over, he shook his head and said, "There's no need. Cuckoo, and I don't know about this matter. His Majesty has already asked the Crown Prince to investigate. Xiao Bei's dish will be braised beef marrow today. Go and arrange it." "Yes." The shopkeeper put Xiao Bei down and turned to greet them. However, there was a storm in his heart. From the little young master's words just now, he knew that Xiao Bei's impeachment had directly bypassed the little young master and Xiao Bei. In the end, the emperor was angry and asked the crown prince to control his own people. Not all the people eating there did not understand anything. Some people even recognized Zhang Xiaobao. When they saw him and heard what he said, they immediately understood what was going on. He had brought his younger siblings to the imperial palace, and when they came back, they were all officials. The people eating on the first floor finally learned something. It was the first time they had heard of a 3- to 4-year-old 7th-ranked official. Of course, they did not know that Xiao Bei was actually not 3 years old. It was just that he was usually trained well and had enough nutrition, so he was a little older. Xiao Bei happily smiled sweetly at the people eating around him and prepared to go upstairs. Savant's restaurant was originally 3 floors, but now it was 4. The space on the 4th floor was a little smaller, only half the size of the 3 floors below. After all, it had not been rebuilt yet. It was all wood, so the space on the 4th floor could not be too big. When Xiao Bei returned home, he wanted to go to the 4th floor to eat, but just as he reached the stairs, he was brushed by someone who ran down. Xiao Bei dodged quickly. The person who bumped into Xiao Bei seemed to have drunk a little too much and did not notice at all. Who asked Xiao Bei to be short? This person still wanted to walk outside, but just as he took a step, an arrow was nailed to his left and right legs. Then Xiao Yuan shouted, "Kill!" and a group of children rushed forward to kick and hit this person. Although Xiao Yuan and the others did not have much strength, the places they kicked were very particular. They kicked below the ribs, between the legs, above the ears and the temples. They had learned all this from their siblings. Fortunately, no one stabbed the back of the neck with that sharp object. That would be fatal. The person lying on the ground could not feel the kicks of others. He was lying on his stomach, and the arrow from earlier was still stuck in his leg. When he fell, a lot of it went in again. The back half of the arrow outside was broken, and the arrow shaft with a blood groove was constantly bleeding. Xiao Yuan, come back. Zhang Xiaobao stared at the person lying on the ground and shouted. Xiao Yuan waited for the person who wanted to avenge Xiao Bei to come back. Zhang Xiaobao reached out and took the pliers from Wang Wan. He flipped the person over and pinched the arrow out of his leg. He thought for a moment and said, "We were too anxious just now and injured you. We will immediately send you to get medical treatment. If you miss work, we will also compensate. You are all dead. Do you know who I am? Do you know who I am? You are all finished. It doesn't matter how much money you spend. First, it was a child who dared to block my way. Next, it was you who used force. You can just wait for death." The person lying there gritted his teeth and said. Zhang Xiaobao, who had just apologized and was preparing to compensate and take responsibility, was suddenly stunned when he heard this person's words. He asked, "So you said that you saw someone deliberately bump into you in front of you? May I ask who you are? Prince? Marquis?" "I did it on purpose. There is no need for a prince or marquis. I alone am enough to deal with you. I am Yuan Rong's advisor. Right now, the master is eating upstairs. You are all dead." The person lying on the ground continued to speak arrogantly. Zhang Xiaobao closed his eyes and said helplessly, "Why are there so many problems? Advisor, right? Yuan Rong. Isn't he busy settling the refugees? How could he let you come and cause trouble? Could it be that he doesn't care about what happened in Xan Kai County at all?" As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he pulled out the 2 arrow sleeves. Following the person's scream, he reached out and took the medicine from Wang Wan. He poured it on the person's wound and said, "This matter is not entirely my fault. You bumped into my little sister, so I acted. I was indeed a little anxious. However, you clearly saw someone bumping into you. How about we call it even? Are you dreaming? You hurt me, so I will let you know my power." The person lying on the ground endured the pain and continued to shout. "Then I can only offend one more person. Yuan Rong, right? Good. Men, invite him down. Also, this person tried to murder an official of the imperial court, but was accidentally seen through by the official. He wanted to frame Yuan Rong, drag him to the backyard, and interrogate him." Zhang Xiaobao didn't expect things to turn out like this. However, since he bumped into his little sister and still spoke like this, then he couldn't be blamed for being ruthless. While Zhang Xiaobao was making his decision, Huayuan County was very lively. Many chefs had gathered here, and all of them wanted to show off their skills. As long as they could gain a reputation, then their value would increase in the future. Of course, the restaurants that wanted to invite them to work would have to fork out more money. Although only the chefs from around Jiangyi province had come, there were still a lot of people. In order to let the chefs in their county win more glory, many counties insisted that several chefs be tied for first place in the regional competition. In this way, the first place could go, and there would be a lot of people in a short time. Empress Wang had been living more comfortably these days. The recuperation place on Yaowang Mountain was even better than the Four Seasons workshop below. Today was the day of the competition. In order to help the Zhang family and the Wang family, Empress Wang also came out to take a look. When the time came, she would deliberately find a chef from the Zhang family and the Wang family to say that the dishes were good. Wu Huifei, who was about to go back, also came out today. She wasn't thinking about how to help the Zhang family and the Wang family. Instead, she was thinking about how to find fault with the Zhang family and the Wang family. It might be difficult to find fault with the craftsmen, but it was easy to find fault with the chef's dishes. If you added just enough salt, I could say that it was bland or salty. If you added too much salt, I could say that it was bitter. If you added too little salt, I could say that it was bland and tasteless. For others, more salt would be refreshing, and less salt would be refreshing. Anyway, she could pick whatever she wanted. How could she, an imperial concubine, not be able to do this? It was nothing more than a competition with Empress Wang. Thinking of Empress Wang, Wu Huifei asked the person beside her, "Have you done what I asked you to do?" "In reply to your highness, it has been arranged. As long as Empress Wang says something, someone will naturally carry out our plan. Your highness, you can rest assured." Wu Huifei nodded with satisfaction. "That's good. Let's go over there and have a look." When Wu Huifei arrived at the competition venue, Empress Wang followed her. Similarly, Empress Wang was also guarding against Wu Huifei. She asked the person beside her, "Xiao Zhu, do you think we really don't need to arrange for others to help?" "Your Highness, I don't think so. Miss Wang has already sent someone to send us a letter. She asked us to just take a look. Of course, we shouldn't be biased towards the chefs of the Zhang family and the Wang family. We should also evaluate the truly good chefs. The Zhang family and the Wang family don't need this competition to make a name for themselves. What they value is talent," Xiao Zhu said to Xiao Zhu. In fact, she was also a little nervous. After all, what they were going to face today was different from before. When it came to food, no one could say that good was good. It was just that the taste was different. Empress Wang picked up the honey water beside her, took a small sip, and said, "If that's the case, then make the arrangements. Let our people help out when the time comes." While the two sides were competing, the commoners didn't know that the commoners who came all wanted to see how good the chefs were. Of course, it would be even better if they could have a taste. However, many of the commoners knew that it wasn't their turn to have a taste. Originally, there wouldn't be many chefs competing. This was because each county planned to win with fewer chefs. The number of chefs from the surrounding counties had actually reached 400. Some of them were indeed very capable, while some were slightly weaker. This was because during the selection by the county, they would compete on the front content, such as seafood, meat, vegetables, noodles, and so on. Each category required points. Therefore, when the chefs with specialties competed, even if their points were slightly lower, they would still be recognized by the county. Seeing that all the chefs were present, the person in charge of hosting held a loudspeaker made of iron sheets in his hand and shouted to the people around him, "Everyone, please be quiet. Don't make any more noise. Listen to me. Please be quiet." After shouting continuously, the commoners who were excitedly talking about what they wanted to say finally shut up. Even so, there were still people whispering to others. The host couldn't make everyone stop talking. Seeing that the voices were not as loud as before, he continued, "Everyone, today is the day of the chef's competition in Jiangxi province and the surrounding counties. We are lucky to have invited the current Tang Empire's Empress Wang and Wu Huifei. Now let's welcome them." If these words were said in a place where the Zhang family and the Wang family had not been, the commoners really didn't know how to express themselves. However, the commoners in Huayuan County understood. As soon as they heard the host's words, they immediately clapped hard and didn't stop for a long time. At this time, the host hesitated but still said boldly, "Let's invite Wu Huifei to say a few words." Wu Huifei was stunned at first. She didn't expect the host here to be so bold. After thinking about it, she stood up and took the loudspeaker from the host. She said to the people around her, "I'm here to take a look to see the good chef of Tang Dynasty. I'll try it when the time comes. Work hard." Wu Huifei, who really didn't know what to say at this time, said a few words casually at this time. In fact, she also knew that the others didn't care what she said, as long as she said something. Sure enough, after she said such useless words, there was a burst of applause. Perhaps even the people who clapped didn't know why they were clapping. After Wu Huifei finished speaking, the host wanted to immediately start the competition, but suddenly remembered that there was a more powerful person. If he directly announced the competition, It was estimated that his head would be moved in less than a quarter of an hour, so he said, Wu Huifei has just said a few words to us. Now, let's invite Empress Wang to say a few words. Empress Wang had been ready for a long time. She even had Wang Wan's speech in her hand. She had memorized it. She was afraid that she would forget the words in her hand, so she could read it when the time came. After standing up, she took the speaker and said to the surrounding people, First of all, I would like to congratulate the emergence of this chef's competition. You know, from the beginning of Tang Empire until now, there has been no special chef's competition. This is a pioneering thing in the chef's industry, a magnificent feat that can let the majority of people taste the essence of delicacies. At the same time, it was not easy for Empress Wang to memorize Wang Wan's speech of 15,000 words. Although it was just a chef's competition, it included politics, military affairs, literature, art, and national relations. The people who were watching the fun were dumbfounded. If it were people like Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, they would definitely fall asleep. But the people here had never heard so much nonsense. At this time, when they heard Empress Wang's comments on various aspects and the prospects of the chef's industry, they admired Empress Wang from the outside. They all felt that if Empress Wang didn't say it, they would definitely not know that cooking could be related to childbirth and could be used to defend against foreign enemies. The simple people listened patiently and even felt that it was better than a direct competition. Of course, they also secretly admired the Empress. She was indeed the Empress. She knew so many things, much better than Wu Huifei. Not only were the people stunned, but Wu Huifei was also the same. She had never thought that Empress Wang, who she had always thought was very bad, could say such a thing today. It sounded very reasonable, and it was so long. What was going on? A few days ago, she just found that Empress Wang was different from before. If it was possible to compete with Empress Wang and win at that time, it would not be easy for her to compete with Empress Wang today. Once the words of Empress Wang here spread to the capital and to the emperor's ears, it would not be easy to compete with her again. Thinking of this, Wu Huifei became anxious and winked at the people around her. The people around her immediately understood what she meant and hurriedly left to gather their people. While listening to Empress Wang, they suddenly shouted, "We just want to watch the competition. What's the use of talking so much? It's better to watch the competition right now." Empress Wang was stunned for a moment. Then she said with a smile, "Since there are people who don't want to listen, then I won't say any more. The people in this world are the most important. I announce that the competition officially begins." As soon as these words were said, there were cheers from below. The people didn't know much, but they knew who was good and who was bad. Look at Empress Wang. As long as someone below shouted, she would immediately stop talking. This was what an empress should be like. The host also began to talk about the rules of the competition. First, the venue would provide materials that were commonly seen, as well as firewood. Second, if anyone wanted to use their unique materials to make something, they had to tell everyone what it was first. Otherwise, they couldn't use it. In terms of whether it was poisonous or not, it was even stricter, so as to avoid poisoning people. For example, if someone wanted to make a puffer fish, this was absolutely not allowed. No matter how good one was at making a puffer fish, they were not allowed to use it in the competition. This was considered a self-selected dish, and there were also a few dishes that had to be prepared. This time, not only did the competition have to determine who had the most points and who was first, they also had to determine who was first in a certain aspect. Only then could they proceed to the next competition. In other words, it didn't matter if a chef lost in total points. As long as they won in a certain aspect, it was fine. At first, Empress Wang really didn't understand why such an arrangement was made. She asked Xiao Zhu, and Xiao Zhu went over to ask again. When Xiao Zhu returned, she said, "Empress, they said that if a person wants to be the overall champion, then in theory, as long as he is second in every competition, he has a great chance. However, in many competitions, he isn't first. So if a restaurant finds those who are first in various aspects, then naturally they will cook better things than the person who is first in total points." But who can afford to hire so many first places? Oh, I know. The Zhang family and the Wang family want to find a chef for themselves. Empress Wang understood now. Wu Huifei was also thinking about it. She was indeed smarter than Empress Wang. After hearing the rules of the competition, she immediately said to the people around her, "No matter what price we have to pay, we must invite the person who is first in all aspects. It will be better if we can invite the person who is first in total points as well." While the two sides were calculating, the competition officially began. The reason why the Tang Empire could hold a chef's competition was that the country's tax had increased, and the people's lives were gradually getting better. Even if there were still some people who were worse off than others, the overall situation was really good. However, in some places, not to mention a chef's competition, it was not easy to even have a full meal every day. Han Xuanfeng's body was completely recovered now. He didn't need to take any medicine anymore. It was unknown whether it was because his body's resistance had become stronger, or because he was supported by many good things. With his participation, the other people's work became easier. Jiu Meiling was still in charge of her lottery. Every time she won a lottery, she could earn between 1,600 and 2,300 strings of coins. Although it was less than the big deals of tens of thousands of strings of coins, the cycle of big deals was also longer. It wasn't something that could be done casually. The lottery was opened once every 3 days, and the winning rate was very high, reaching 60%. Once, Jiu Meiling only earned a little more than 100 strings of coins, and a lot of money was won by others. It was also because of that more and more people were willing to come and buy lottery tickets. The winners were happy, while the losers were naturally not convinced. Jiu Meiling didn't care about what others thought. Every 3 days, she would earn money from the Tubo royal family, nobles, and slave owners who had risked their lives to earn money. The Tubo people were originally quite wild. After encountering the lottery, they couldn't resist at all. Some people bought more in order to increase the winning rate. The rich people spent their own money directly, while the poor people had to think of other ways. Some people borrowed from others, some pawned things in pawn shops, and some went to gambling places to gamble. In the first half of a month, there was a person who only had 1 copper coin left. He went to the casino that Mi Fan was in charge of and earned 20 strings of coins. He bought a lottery ticket every 4 strings of coins. He bought 5 tickets in total, and all of them were from the same number. In the end, he really won and earned more than 3,000 strings of coins. If he used this money to live a normal life, he wouldn't have to worry about money for the rest of his life if he didn't go to a remote place. Unfortunately, after this person made money, he went to the casino. In the end, he was left with less than 100 strings of coins. This less than 100 strings of coins was used to buy a lottery ticket in one go. After winning a few times in a row, he was finally left with a little more than 10 strings of coins. It came and went quickly. However, many people didn't think this way. They only saw how others won the lottery and earned money from gambling, but they never thought or were unwilling to think about how much others lost. Some people even said that even though that person lost money in the end, he had played it once and enjoyed it once. It was better than someone who had never enjoyed it once. If he only cared about stability, he wouldn't have won money at the casino that time, and he wouldn't have had the courage to buy lottery tickets. When others heard this, they also thought about it. If they didn't try once, they would be poor. If they succeeded, they could enjoy it. If they lost, they would still be poor. It didn't matter. Many Tibetans had such thoughts, especially recently. Because 2 tribes had made a mistake, but were unwilling to admit it, before the autumn harvest, the great Tang had stopped the trade of grain and no longer sold grain to the Tibetans. Even if they used more livestock and local specialties to trade, it was still not enough. Fortunately, there were some wild vegetables at this time. They could dig them up to satisfy their hunger. Otherwise, many people would starve to death. When such a thing happened, the Tubo people didn't complain about Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Instead, they attacked the 2 tribes that offended Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Very soon, The two tribes that wanted to take advantage of Songzni were annihilated by other tribes. The people of the two tribes were also captured and sent to Pingzhou. However, Pingzhou didn't accept the two people. The reason was that the two people didn't have the guts to do such a thing. There must be someone else behind the scenes. They wanted the Tubo people to tell them who was behind it. In truth, no one had ordered them to do so, but the people of Pengzhou refused to believe it. They refused to trade for food, and they refused to trade for anything else. Even if the merchants of the Great Tang wanted to trade with them, they would be stopped, and their smuggling routes would also be blocked. Without food, people could suddenly eat wild vegetables and even tree barks. However, without salt, they were sad. The price of salt kept rising, and there was no sign of it going down. If people didn't eat salt, they naturally wouldn't have strength. Even if they were slave owners, they often had to get some salt for their slaves to eat. When they saw that their slaves didn't have any strength, in addition to using their whips, the slave owners hoped that they could get more salt. At this time, Han Xianfeng, who had recovered from his illness, appeared. He had salt. After selling all the poultry, he began to use salt to buy other things in Tubo. In fact, it wasn't a secret. This time, it was a normal purchase. He bought the saffron here, which was not called that here. There was a lot of this thing now. When the people of Tubo heard that they could use this thing to exchange for salt, they went to look for it. After they finished looking for it, they went to look for it further away. Because of the preciousness of salt, the price of saffron was very low. Even so, the commoners and slave masters were willing to search for it. As people wandered further and further, of course, it became more and more chaotic. Some people found it, some didn't, some picked a lot, and some only found a little. When this happened, it was inevitable that violence would occur. In order to obtain more resources, some people didn't even pick it themselves. Instead, they formed teams and robbed others. This kind of chaos could be tolerated in Tubo, but after summer, the number of locusts in Tubo gradually increased. Not everyone could be like Yao Chong, who really commanded the people to exterminate the locusts. Many times, the people of a certain area faced the same resistance as Yao Chong when he was the first to exterminate the locusts. Not only did the people not help, they even worshipped the locusts and organized others to exterminate them. Tubo encountered such a situation. Seeing more and more locusts, the people could only pray to their gods. No one went to deal with the locusts. Even the poultry had to stop them when they went to eat the locusts. Seeing that the locusts were increasing and the saffron was almost finished, Han Xianfeng called Jiu Meiling and Mi Fan together. He said to the two, "Should we go back? Once this place becomes chaotic, I think we will be affected too." Mi Fan thought for a moment and nodded in agreement. "Okay, I will sell the casino tomorrow and let someone else take over. Let's leave. My lottery ticket is still making money. I've made a lot of money. During this time, I've probably made 20% of Tubo's money. Can we wait a few more days?" Jiu Meiling was the one who made the most money. When he heard the two discussing leaving, he was a little reluctant. Han Xianfeng looked at Jiu Meiling helplessly. "You are no different from a gambler. If a gambler doesn't want to win more money after winning, how can they lose all their money? If you really want to stay here, then you can stay by yourself. We won't accompany you." Jiu Meiling knew that when they came here, Han Xianfeng was the leader and Mi Fan was in charge of checking the situation. Hearing Han Xianfeng say that, he unhappily said, let's go. I will sell this lottery ticket. When the time comes, we will take the money and leave together." Chapter 752. While Han Xianfeng and the other two were transporting the money back and preparing to leave, the plague of locusts in Tubo had already begun to take shape. Of course, Zhang Xiaobao had left something for Tubo to save their lives, which was the livestock. If they were commanded, well, they might be able to recover some losses. However, whether or not they would use them was not up to Zhang Xiaobao to decide. This was the end of Wang Chong's revenge. What was left was to take advantage of the fact that Tubo did not have enough food after the autumn harvest to trade with them. That was another matter. After all, This place should have belonged to Great Tang. Because of its geographical relationship with other countries, Zhang Xiaobao did not want to drag things out too much. Wang Wan had told him that Great Tang, or rather, Great Qin, had once fought with Arabia and lost miserably. Even though there were many reasons, a loss was a loss. Wang Wan was prepared to bring this war forward and personally lead the army there to see if Arabia could continue to win. Any small step on the battlefield was a large step in history. Thus, Zhang Xiaobao began to plan for Tubo, wanting to make this place belong to Great Tang as soon as possible. He did not intend to use local people to govern this place, as that would cause problems. The better method was to migrate, moving many people from Tubo to Great Tang. This was the first step, starting from agriculture. When the time came, he would use the second step, and the second step would be to slowly break down Tubo. Zhang Xiaobao also said that it was easy to bring people from Tubo to Great Tang, but the difficult part was the system. Even though Great Tang was working hard, it was still a feudal society. The people who were unwilling to change were not the slaves or the slave masters, but the nobles. This matter was more troublesome, and he would have to focus on this in the future. Han Xianfeng and the other two did not know about Zhang Xiaobao's plan. They left, bringing with them many slaves. Some were bought from nobles at large sums of money. Some were exchanged with lottery tickets, and some were won from gambling. In total, there were more than 7,000 slaves. The army marched toward the Great Tang. In order to prevent others from sending soldiers to attack them, Han Xianfeng raised the flag of the seedlings after 2 days of marching. Furthermore, he had already arranged for someone to report to the Great Tang so that they could send reinforcements. This move was indeed effective. Originally, there were 4 Tubo nobles who wanted to target this group. However, when they saw the flag, 3 of them immediately backed out. They were cowardly and didn't dare to touch Han Xuanfeng's troops. However, there was one noble who didn't believe that the flag was real. He thought that someone had made a fake flag to trick him. So, when he saw that the other 3 had left, he didn't withdraw his troops. Instead, he increased the number of troops. Now, there were 6 cavalrymen and 400 infantrymen. Han Xianfeng wasn't an ordinary person. He immediately knew that someone was plotting against him. It wasn't easy for 1,000 people to deal with 7,000 people. He understood that the other party knew that the slaves on his side had just been gathered and weren't very united yet. Therefore, when Mi Fan kept saying that she hadn't been feeling well recently, Han Xianfeng, who was the leader, showed his ability. His family was a family of officials. He knew very well how to win people's hearts. Otherwise, he wouldn't have been sent here. On this day, when Mi Fan found him and said that she was having trouble breathing, Han Xianfeng stopped the army. The 7,000 slaves formed a large circle. Han Xianfeng stood in the middle of the circle and shouted at the slaves, "Do you know who I am?" The slaves didn't know who Han Xianfeng was. After disguising himself and speaking fluent Tubo, Han Xianfeng was just another slave master from Tubo. The only difference was that this slave master was nicer to them. He was also very smart and knew how to make a fake flag of the logistics camp in Izhou to trick them. Perhaps he could guess what the slaves were thinking. Han Xianfeng continued to shout, "Do you think I'm from Tubo?" Some of the slaves nodded, some were confused, and some stared at Han Xianfeng, waiting for him to continue. "Wrong, I'm not from Tubo. Don't think that I can speak Tubo. Do you see that flag? That's the flag of the logistics camp in Izhou, but that flag isn't mine." Han Xianfeng continued to shout. The Tubo slaves looked like they knew it. Some even muttered softly. Most of them thought to themselves, "If I knew, you were just lying to others. Can you say it all at once? Look at the people around you. They're about to lose their confidence." Mi Fan covered her chest with her hand and said to Han Xianfeng unhappily, "I'll say it all now." Han Xianfeng observed Mi Fan's expression and knew that there was going to be big trouble. Mi Fan was like this. She was very sensitive to danger. According to the young master and young lady, it was her sixth sense. It was an existence that was beyond the five senses. It was very magical. Han Xianfeng nodded to Mi Fan and took out another flag. He opened it and said to the slaves, "This is my flag. Do you see Dao Miao wearing black clothes and a black hat? I am the person in charge of spying for the Zhang family and the Wang family in Sanshui County of Tang Dynasty. My code name is Dark Knight." The slaves' eyes suddenly widened. They thought that Han Xianfeng would say which noble he was. They didn't expect him to take out another flag and say that he was from the Zhang family and the Wang family in Sanshui County. Hearing that, they didn't think he was lying. But even if the slaves were willing to accept Han Xuanfeng's identity, they were still worried that he would lie. They looked at Mi Fan and Jiu Meiling. Jiu Meiling spoke first. "Don't look at me. I joined later. I'm not from the Zhang family and the Wang family. Look at him. Mi Fan is from Sanshui County's Zhang family and the Wang family in Sky Team. He's in charge of special situations." While Jiu Meiling was speaking, Mi Fan took out her own flag and put on her own unique symbol. She was the captain of Sky Team. She had people who raised eagles and dogs. "What are you doing here?" One of the bolder slaves asked the three of them, "Why are we here?" "Of course, we're here to take revenge on Zhang Xiaobao's order. Yu Tubo sent people to make trouble there. How can our young master let Tubo go just because they attacked him once? This time, we're here to take revenge. But our young master doesn't want to hurt too many Tubo people. That's why he wants us to buy as many slaves as possible. When you get to the Tang Empire, you won't be slaves anymore. You'll be farmers. Although farmers have to listen to their masters, there's a difference between farmers and slaves. As long as a farmer has enough money, he can leave the master's family. It's just that Zhang family and the Wang family don't want to leave even if they have more money. In the Tang Empire, your lives will be 100 times better than now. You won't have to worry about food or clothes. You won't have to rest for less than 6 hours a day. When you have your own children, you can even send them to school to study. Right now, the opportunity is right in front of you. Someone wants to keep us in Tubo. Are you prepared to fight for a better life in the Tang Empire or continue to suffer in Tubo? Make your choice." Han Xianfeng shouted at the slaves. At the same time, he stared at a few spots in the crowd. After he finished shouting, the slaves still didn't know how to choose. They didn't trust Han Xianfeng. If they chose to fight back, they might die. At this moment, someone in the crowd shouted, "Master, now that you mention it, I remember that I've heard your name before. You're really from the Zhang family and the Wang family of Sanshui County. You're Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. I don't know what kind of economic war Zhang Xiaobao won, but I remember Demon Fiend Cuckoo. I am willing to follow you back to the Tang Empire. I've heard that the people of the Tang Empire are living well, especially the Zhang family and the Wang family. I've decided that from now on, if anyone wants me to return to Tubo, I'll fight with my life on the line." As soon as this person finished shouting, another person started to shout. More and more people started to shout from the other side. The other slaves were also moved by the shouts. Each and every one of them felt that they had a goal in their hearts. Seeing this situation, Han Xianfeng and the others let out a sigh of relief. They had been the ones to call out the slaves, afraid that the slaves wouldn't cooperate. Seeing so many people follow suit, Han Xianfeng knew that even if the other side had 1,000 armed people, they wouldn't be able to beat 7,000 people. "You really know how to lie. Look at them. They think you're telling the truth," Jiu Meiling said to Han Xianfeng. Han Xianfeng paused, looked at Jiu Mei, and coldly replied, "I'm telling the truth. I'm not lying to anyone. The young master really wants to do this. He doesn't want everyone to be slaves. Slaves don't need to be paid, and they don't need to pay rent. However, slaves don't need to work as hard as farmers." "Really? He's that kind. Slaves, you just need to feed them." Jiu Meiling hadn't met Zhang Xiaobao before. Her impression of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family came from other sources. She was especially upset that she didn't get admitted to the hospital during the exam. Of course it's true. Why would I lie to you? Let's see if they can fight against the people chasing after us, Han Xianfeng said. He looked at the slaves and continued shouting. Don't worry. As long as you escape this time, you'll have a good life. Otherwise, you'll continue to be bullied. You won't be able to eat or dress well. Even if you find a good woman, those Tubo nobles will take her to their houses and enjoy her before you can take her. If you're a man, you should act like a man and protect your woman. You can't be bullied when you're about to be together. If you're a woman, you should think about whether you'll have a good life in the future. As long as you go to Tang, not only will you be able to eat and dress well, but you'll also have all kinds of cosmetics and mirrors. In order to make the slaves love each other, Han Xianfeng was willing to do anything. He even talked about cosmetics and used women to inspire men's courage. At this time, Mi Fan suddenly said to Han Xianfeng, "Let's go. I'm fine. I feel very comfortable now. I think there will be a change soon." "What change?" Jiu Meiling asked. "How would I know? Anyway, there will be a change." Mi Fan didn't say anything else after replying. He indeed didn't feel as uncomfortable as before. He even felt that his breathing was more comfortable than usual. Hearing Mi Fan's words, Han Xianfeng could only choose to believe him. He gave some orders and continued to lead the 7,000 slaves. There weren't many tents. Only the 3 of them had 2 tents. They didn't have much luggage either. When they left, they let the slaves carry the rations themselves. The slaves were used to sleeping and resting in the wild. They didn't care about tents at all. Therefore, the group moved faster. They were still 3 days away from Jinchuan, and the 1,000 people behind them also sped up. Before they could catch up, 100 cavalrymen appeared in front of Han Xianfeng and the others. There were also a few eagles flying in the sky. Although there weren't many of them, after seeing the riders, Han Xianfeng finally collapsed. He said to Jiu Meiling, "Help me up. I can't take it anymore. If you want to die, die far away. Don't die in front of me," Jiu Meiling said coldly, but she still helped Han Xianfeng up. The riders didn't stop. They rushed to the back of the slave group. Seeing the flags of the riders, the slaves believed Han Xianfeng's words. The flags belonged to the Chamber of Commerce. There were also seedlings on them. "Let's go. Let's go back." Han Xianfeng waved his hand and rode forward. The slaves, who were originally running out of strength, did not know where they found the strength to run again. Their faces were full of yearning for the future, and they ran quickly. After half an hour, the 100 cavalrymen also encountered the 1,000 people who were chasing after the group of slaves. The 100 cavalrymen stopped their horses and stayed where they were without saying a word, nor did they show their weapons. But even so, the people on the other side all stopped in their tracks. When the 1,000 people were in position, the captain of the 100 cavalrymen shouted to the other side, "The 7,000 slaves in front of us are the people that our young master and young lady want." After saying this, the 100 cavalrymen turned their horses around and chased after the group of slaves. The 1,000 people sent by the other nobles looked at each other. They didn't know what to do. They thought about the 2 tribes that had been destroyed by the other nobles. In the end, they didn't dare to chase. While Han Xianfeng met a benefactor and saved the group from danger, Hung Yiwei also met a benefactor in Baoxing County. At least, that was what he said. He was the county magistrate of Kai County, the one with the surname Yan. After he took over the position in the county, he read the proposal brought back by Li Linfu. He had originally decided to live a peaceful life, but in the end he couldn't control the thoughts in his heart. He took a leave of absence from the county and ran to Baoxing County. He Yiwei was currently in the yamen receiving County Magistrate Yan, who claimed to be a benefactor. He Yiwei didn't receive him in his study, nor the signing room. Instead, he received him in the room where he usually received commoners. Here, He could speak freely and wouldn't arouse suspicion. County Magistrate Yen, you came all the way from Xan Kai County. I'm very touched. Have you eaten lunch? Why don't we eat together? Hiwei didn't believe in benefactors. If there really was one, it definitely wasn't County Magistrate Yen. It was Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. He asked County Magistrate Yen if he had eaten on purpose. He came all the way here, and it wasn't even noon yet. How could he have eaten lunch? County Magistrate Yen also heard the sense of distance in Hiwei's words, but he didn't care. It wasn't like he hadn't encountered such a person before. In the end, he still dealt with him. Thus, he nodded and followed Hiwei's words. Then, I'll have to trouble you, County Magistrate He. I really haven't eaten. Good. Someone, bring up the food used to receive guests. It's the kind that is usually served to commoners. County Magistrate, he didn't lack a meal. Since the other party wanted to stay and eat, then let him eat. He ordered the people standing outside the door. The reason why he said the food was for commoners was because he was afraid that there weren't enough commoners today and they wouldn't be able to finish it. Whether it was throwing it away or letting others eat more, it wasn't worth it. County Magistrate Yen didn't know. When he heard Hiwei's words, he was puzzled. Why was there a provision for commoners to eat? Since when did the Yamen have such a rule? Then he understood. It must be because Hiwei didn't want to treat him well, so he gave such an order. Every county magistrate would always give a secret signal to his subordinates when he gave an order. It was estimated that this meal would not taste good. Thinking about this in his heart, County Magistrate Yen, who had been treated coldly before, didn't care. It was just a bad meal. As long as Hiwei could eat it, then he could eat it too. If it was divided into plates, then he could take what was on Hiwei's plate. What could Hiwei do? He changed the plate for Hiwei too. May I know why County Lieutenant Yen is here this time? Hiwei didn't ask about the important person. Instead, he asked about something else. County Magistrate Yen pretended to smile mysteriously and said to Hiwei, "Don't you know you're in big trouble?" What do you mean? Hiwei suddenly became nervous and asked, "Do you know what this place is?" County Magistrate Yen didn't answer, but asked another question. "Is the feng shui bad?" Hiwei said in that direction. County Magistrate Yen was still smiling. No, it has nothing to do with feng shui. It's a matter of money. Your Bushin County is not normal now. Think about it. How much money can you make now? How much was it before? You're the county magistrate of such a good place. Are the others convinced? You're not convinced. Hiwei asked. Of course I'm convinced. What am I? But if someone's ability is great, will they also be convinced? If it's just a little money, it's fine. The main thing is that many officials here are studying here. You're taking advantage of this. Do you think others won't make trouble for you? Plus, you told the people how much money the county has. If you do this, won't the other counties learn from you? If they learn, then they won't be able to keep their greedy share. If they don't learn, then what's the point of being an official? Do you understand? County Magistrate Yen analyzed to Hiwei like an expert. Hiwei's face finally changed and became very ugly. County Magistrate Yen thought his words had moved Hiwei. When he was about to continue, Hiwei waved his hand and said to County Magistrate Yen, "Thank you for your concern." County Magistrate Yen, "Like you said, I won't be here for long. I'll leave after the autumn harvest and let someone else take over. Do you know where I'm going?" "Where?" County Magistrate Yen asked, puzzled. "I don't know. Come, the food is here. Eat first." Hiwei originally wanted to tell County Lieutenant Yen not to think that his side was bad and that his future was smooth. But when he was about to say it, he hesitated. Coincidentally, the servants brought the food over and invited him to eat. County Magistrate Yen still wanted to ask more questions. But when he saw someone bring the food over, he had to shut his mouth and stared at the food. He wanted to see what Hiwei was going to use to trick him. But when he saw the food, County Magistrate Yen was stunned. There were 2 dishes and a soup. The dishes were scrambled eggs with chives and bean sprouts with meat. The soup was spinach soup with a layer of oil on top. There were also 2 pieces of fermented bean curd and 2 pieces of stinky tofu. There was also a plate of radish strips and pickles. The main dish was a cake made of rice flour and rice flour. Before County Magistrate Yen could ask, Yiwei said, "This place is used to entertain the people. Sometimes the people live far away and come here early in the morning. It's either noon or night. We can't let them starve, so we ask people to prepare some food in advance every day. It's a pity to leave it here. Why don't we eat it? We don't prepare much every day. If more people come, we will ask people to make more for them. This stinky tofu is the best. If you came yesterday, you could eat the salted stinky egg. I can eat 2 bowls of rice with half a salted egg. Try this dish." While speaking, Yiwei ate first. He used his chopsticks to pick up some stinky tofu and put it in his mouth. He took a bite of the cake and enjoyed it very much. County Magistrate Yen didn't know what to do. When Yiwei took a second bite, he used his chopsticks to pick up a piece of scrambled eggs with chives and put it in his mouth. The taste was very ordinary. It wasn't particularly delicious, but it wasn't bad either. County Magistrate Yen didn't understand why County Magistrate Yen would prepare food for the people. He felt that it was better to take care of his own business first. He drank 2 mouthfuls of the soup and said to Yiwei, "Do you want to not be envied by others and still be able to make money? You see, what you are doing is wrong. You are giving food to the people, but aren't you afraid that the people will come here every day to eat? What will the officials of the surrounding counties think if they know about this?" Yiwei didn't want to talk to County Magistrate Yen, but he saw that County Magistrate Yen was not going to give up. He put down his chopsticks and asked humbly, "What can County Magistrate Yen teach me?" "Sigh, that's the right thing to do. It's good that you know you're wrong. Come, I'll tell you a way so that you don't have to offend anyone and can earn money for yourself. These words have entered your ears from my mouth. If you tell anyone else, I won't admit it." County Magistrate Yen put on a look of educating others and whispered into Yiwei's ear. Chapter 754. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan dealt with Yuanrong's people. Yuanrong didn't show any hostility. Instead, he gave Xiaobei and the others a gift. He didn't apologize for offending Xiaobei, nor did he mention that his people were hurt by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. It was as if nothing had happened. In addition to making preparations for Li Longji's journey to Jinyang, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also had to set up a reception area in Jinyang. Usually, after the reception area was built, it would be put aside. Even if the emperor left, no one else could use it. Zhang Xiaobao also thought the same, so he needed to make arrangements there. This trip would cost about 200,000 to 300,000 string of coins. It wasn't a small amount. If they couldn't earn it back, they would lose money. We've already sent people out. We won't take the land route. There's a Fun River that connects to the capital, so we can save a lot of money on the road. However, we need to build temporary rest areas every once in a while. I'm going to build the rest areas in the big garden. In order to earn back the money he spent, Zhang Xiaobao drew a picture on a piece of paper. It was the garden he was talking about. Wang Wan came over to take a look. No matter how she looked at it, she couldn't tell that it was a garden. It looked more like a big market. She looked at Zhang Xiaobao in confusion. "How long do you think it will take to earn back the money you spent?" "Very soon. Look, when Li Longji comes, we'll plant more flowers. When he leaves, we'll remove the flowers and turn it into a market. In every place like this, we'll use iron chains to pull up a bridge. It's convenient for people on both sides to trade with each other. We'll collect a bridge fee. When others trade, we won't collect any fees. We won't even collect the market management fee. The price will be decided by the buyers and sellers. However, there's one thing. All the goods that come over must be seen by us before they're sold. We can buy them all directly." Zhang Xiaobao drew on the picture. He also drew a few flower pots and a hole in the ground. He meant to bury the pots and flowers in the ground. It would be convenient for them to go back and forth. Wang Wan thought for a moment and understood what Zhang Xiaobao meant. Although it was said that the market price would not be affected, once they had the right to buy first, as long as they controlled it a little, they could make the price of various items in the market fluctuate. They could control the quantity of goods and make a lot of money. She nodded and said, "This is feasible. What about the iron chain bridge? I estimate that 300,000 strings of coins won't be enough to repair the bridge fee. It's a long-term thing. It's better than nothing. At that time, there will be more merchants coming and going, and transportation will be convenient. At most, we can find someone to cooperate with. Our family can't take out too much money. When Li Longji goes to Jinyang for a tour, that's where the real money is. We'll protect the place where he stays, but in the name of letting him cultivate, we'll buy a larger area around it and build an artificial lake. We'll let people go there and see if there's a good place and lake there. We'll arrange the place where Li Longji stays. We won't let others stay in the courtyard where he stayed. No one will care about the other places. Even the emperor is willing to stay in a place where he stays. How many people will want to rest and play there? We'll build more inns and restaurants, and that place will gradually become prosperous. The main thing is that we can let people do business there with a little management fee. If they're willing to rent out the place, they can earn back the money they spent in less than 2 years. In the future, that place will become more and more profitable." Zhang Xiaobao told Wang Wan his idea and then said, "We still have to think of a way to let Li Longji write a title or something, such as the world's #1 lake." "Well, I don't think that's possible. That small lake can't be the world's #1. Let's not talk about this for now. We'll think about it when the time comes. You're using Li Longji's name to get benefits for yourself." Wang Wan admitted that this celebrity effect would be good. People nowadays like things like being attached to others. For example, if someone wrote a good poem in a certain place, as the poem spread, that place would become famous, and many people would come because of it. Not to mention this time, it was the same at other times. Lu Sun wrote Kong Yiji, and as a result, the Fennel Beans and Xianfeng Tavern became famous. Originally, it was something that could be eaten anywhere and didn't taste good, but it was sold at a high price. When the time came, Zhang Xiaobao would also specially cook a few side dishes in Jinyang, and then have someone make a story about it. After that, he would connect it with the emperor and spread it out. Then he would find someone to write a few prepared poems in advance. That would be amazing. He estimated that he would be able to earn back the money in 2 years. Jinyang was also a big place, and it was already prosperous enough. Who knew how much the land that was rented out would be sold? Thinking of this, Wang Wan reminded Zhang Xiaobao, "Don't forget about the ship. Li Longji's ship can't be closed off to others, right? At most, we'll leave his cabin open. The other places can still be used as a cruise ship. I think there will be a lot of people who are willing to go up and get some of the dragon's aura. I know. Make use of everything you can. Oh, and don't forget to send money and gifts to the people around Li Longji. Even if it's an errand eunuch or a guard, you have to take care of them. Who knows when you'll need them in the future." Zhang Xiaobao also had such plans. If the imperial court spent money directly, the money spent would become a one-time expense. Although this money would eventually fall into the hands of the people and officials, it wouldn't play a big role in the development of the local economy. If it were up to him to operate, not only would he be able to make money, but he would also provide a place for the people to exchange goods. Many of the things produced by the people couldn't be sold because of the lack of a place to buy and sell them. Some people lacked such goods, especially vegetables. It would be a pity to just throw them away. After the two of them were almost done with their discussion, they once again sent people to the front to make arrangements. Time was tight, and they only had half a month to prepare. The project was huge, and they needed to find a lot of people to help. The sky gradually darkened. Zhang Xiaobao started to cook for his younger siblings again. Xiao Bei and the others were unwilling to just stay in the room. They were wearing the official robes of Miyu and were wandering back and forth in the courtyard behind Savant's restaurant. They were afraid that others wouldn't know that they were officials now. After wandering for a while, Xiao Bei started to think about her guards. Now that she was an official according to the rules, she could have a certain number of attendants. Even though she was just a low-ranking official, she could still enjoy such treatment and a salary from the imperial court. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family had guards, and the number had long exceeded the standard. However, no one cared about it and no one mentioned it, other than the fact that other people also exceeded the standard. It was also because of the importance of the skills of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family. Even Li Longji hoped that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family would have more guards to prevent others from prying into their good skills. I've decided my guards must grow up with me and be nurtured from a young age. After thinking for a while, Xiao Bei came up with such a decision. She started to look at Xiao Yuan. Don't look at me. I'm not your guard. I'm also an official. I also need my own guards. Xiao Yuan knew what Xiao Bei was thinking when she saw Xiao Bei looking over. She straightforwardly told Xiao Bei to dismiss the idea. Xiao Bei looked elsewhere regretfully and finally said, "Forget it. When we're on the way, I'll see if I can meet some orphans and find them to be my guards. In the future, they will definitely be more powerful than the people from Team Zero." The people who lived in Savant's restaurant were also looking at Xiao Bei and the others in the courtyard. They were all envious and jealous. When the sky finally turned dark, Zhang Xiaobao brought out the food he had prepared for his younger siblings. Just as he was about to ask his younger siblings to eat, someone from the palace came. Gao Lisher asked the little eunuch, Luo Bin, to come over and ask Zhang Xiaobao if he had made any dishes. He had not eaten yet. When he heard Luo Bin say this, Zhang Xiaobao gave Wang Wan a look, telling her to continue telling stories to his younger siblings while he went to cook for Li Longji. Although Luo Bin said that Gao Lisher wanted to eat, Zhang Xiaobao knew that this was Li Longji's problem. In fact, the chefs in the palace were not bad. It was just that the food they made was more casual. It was unlike the palace, where the food used was fixed and could not be different. If it was a little salty or bland, then it would be troublesome. After busying himself for a full hour, Zhang Xiaobao only managed to make 8 dishes and 1 soup. He put them in a large food box and had the people Luo Bin brought carry it away. He did not forget to give Luo Bin and the others a gift according to the importance of their position and status. He even did not miss out on the palace guards, who followed them. This time, the people who came out went back happily and promised Zhang Xiaobao that they would not delay the journey and would not let anyone come close. This meant that they did not have to worry about anyone tampering with the food. After watching Luo Bin and the others leave, Zhang Xiaobao rubbed his starving stomach and looked for something to eat. He muttered, "This journey is so tiring. I reckon that Li Longji wants me to cook for him. So he transferred me over from Baoxing County. What kind of person is he?" Zhang Xiaobao did not know whether Li Longji really thought this way or not. When Luo Bin hurried back to the palace, the food was still warm. There was no need to reheat it. There was a charcoal fire under the food box to keep it warm. In addition, it was currently summer, so it was impossible for it to become cold. Zhang Xiaobao was hungry from cooking, but Li Longji and Gao Lisher were also hungry. In order to eat more of Zhang Xiaobao's food, the two of them only drank tea and did not even touch the snacks. When they saw that the food was delivered with the seal that Zhang Xiaobao had put on it, Gao Lisher checked it and saw that no one had touched it. He did not need anyone else to taste it. He tasted every dish himself. After waiting for another 15 minutes, he nodded to Li Longji and said, "Your Majesty, you can eat now." When Li Longji saw that Gao Lisher did not feel uncomfortable after tasting the food, he impatiently picked up his chopsticks and started eating. As he ate, he said, "If only I could get Xiaobao to come over and cook for me. I don't need anyone else to taste it. After we leave the capital, I can eat Xiaobao's food every day. Don't you think it's strange? Xiaobao's knife skills are not as good as the chefs in the palace, so why does it taste so good? Your Majesty, This subject believes that it has nothing to do with the knife skills, nor is it an issue with the seasonings. It's just that Xiao Bao's food gives me the feeling of eating at home. It's not like a restaurant where the food is good, but it's all the same. Xiao Bao's food is called a home-cooked meal. Gao Lisher explained from the side. Yes, home-cooked meal. That's indeed the case. In the past, when I was in my own residence, even if the food I ate was not as good as the food in the palace, I still felt that it was better than the food in the palace. Tomorrow, call Xiao Bao and the others over and make that pot of clear water. It'll be more lively when a group of people eat together. It's better than eating alone. Li Longji agreed. Then he wanted to liven up the atmosphere. The people in the palace, even his children and concubines, were a little reserved when eating with him. They were not as good as Zhang Xiaobao and his younger siblings. Children did not know how to be afraid and would say whatever was on their mind. Only then would they be able to eat together freely. Gao Lisher did not object. He immediately sent someone to Savant's restaurant to inform Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan so that they could prepare in advance. Whatever they wanted to dip in the pot of water would be decided by the two of them. It should not be bad, but they did not know how much it would cost. The emperor's meal was not simple. Lisher, you eat too. 8 dishes and 1 soup. I can't finish it alone. It would be a pity to throw it away. Li Longji said to Gao Lisher when he saw Gao Lisher eating at the side. From the looks of it, Xiao Bao knew that if 2 people were eating, he would probably increase the portion by a little. When Gao Lisher thanked him and also started to eat, Li Longji suddenly changed the topic and talked about the trip to Jinyang this time. Lisher, how much do you think Xiao Bao and Cuckoo will spend this time? How will they earn it back? I don't believe that they will only spend and not earn. Otherwise, I wouldn't have mentioned to them that I am willing to take the initiative to fork out this money. It probably won't be a small amount. In fact, Li Longji did not need Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to fork out the money. There was a lot of money in the national treasury now, enough to support a few trips like this. The reason why he agreed was that it was better to save as much as possible and use it in other aspects. The people in the imperial court had already calculated that if they were to fork out money from the national treasury this time, they would need at least 200,000 strings of coins. This was not including the money that would be taken out when they arrived at Jinyang. It was better to save money and leave it to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Another reason was that he wanted to see if the two of them could earn money from this kind of thing. He wanted to learn. How could Gao Lisher know how much Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan would fork out? He estimated that it would not be less. After thinking for a while, he replied, Your Majesty, this subject feels that if Xiao Bao and Cuckoo were to fork out the money, they would not be able to spend 300,000 strings of coins. It might even be 500,000 strings of coins. Oh, why do you say so? Li Longji asked. Replying to Your Majesty, since Xiao Bao and Cuckoo have accepted this job, they naturally will not be fooling around. They will definitely arrange it well so that Your Majesty will be happy along the way and feel comfortable when you arrive at your destination. This is a sum of money. According to the calculations of the officials in the imperial court, the amount of money that was prepared to be used in the national treasury was 200,000 strings of coins. Moreover, when you arrive at Jinyang, you will also need to spend a lot of money there. There are construction banks, roads, and arrangements for Your Majesty's sightseeing. 100,000 strings of coins is still the minimum. It is estimated that it will only be more and not less. Since this is the case, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo will have to fork out 300,000 strings of coins. In addition, they will have to think of ways to earn money, so they will need to use more money to take advantage of the opportunity to build. Therefore, this subject feels that 300,000 strings of coins is possible. Gao Lisher analyzed for Li Longji. He also wanted to know how Xiao Bao would earn back the money. The more the better. Seeing that Li Longji was deep in thought, Gao Lisher asked again, Why don't this subject send someone to ask Xiao Bao? Ask? No need. We will know when the time comes. The Empress and concubine Hui are still in the hospital. Did they say when they will be back? Li Longji felt that if he asked, Zhang Xiaobao would naturally tell him, but it would not be a surprise. It would be interesting to guess more. It would be best if he could see how Zhang Xiaobao would earn money. At the same time, he asked Empress Wang and concubine Wu. If they were not back, he could not bring them along. It did not matter whether Empress Wang brought them along or not. Wu Huifei had not seen her for a long time. Gao Lisher knew the situation over there. He said to Li Longji, Your Majesty, this subject reckons that the Empress and concubine Hui will not be able to make it this time. There is a chef competition over there. Li Longji looked a little regretful. He did not say anything more and continued to eat. In Huayuan County, the chef competition was still in progress. Chefs from all over the country showed their skills. For the next few days, they were busy all day and night, taking turns to come. The chefs in Aqua Cloud Room had already cooked several dishes, but every time Wu Huifei gave them a very low score. Even if the food in her mouth was clearly better than the dishes cooked by others, she still wouldn't give them a high score. Empress Wang was more fair. She would give a score according to her own feelings. If the food between the clouds and the water did not taste good, she would not give a high score. The two of them were not the only ones who tasted the food. There were other people who were also there to give a fair score after tasting the food made by others. In this way, it was impossible for concubine Wu Huifei to suppress between the clouds and the water, even if she tried her best. Now it was night time, and there were only 2 days left. The chef competition would enter the finals. Most of the chefs who were eliminated by the score would not have a chance to enter the finals. Now, among the 20 people in front of the competition, 12 of them were between the clouds and the water. One of them was because the food between the clouds and the water cooked was really good. The other was because the chefs between the clouds and the water came in large numbers. There were many branches between the clouds and the water in the prefectures around Jiangyi province. Even if there was only one chef from each branch, there would be more than 100 chefs coming here. Under such competition, it was hard not to be sent to the front. In order to suppress between the clouds and the water, concubine Wu Huifei could not sit still. Tonight's competition was to make a soup and 2 optional dishes. Once the dishes were done, dinner would be finished after tasting them. Concubine Wu Huifei sat there and thought for a while. Then she gave an order to the person next to her. That person immediately came to the stage where the competition was going to be held and shouted to the crowd, Concubine Wu has ordered that in today's competition, we will not follow the previous rules. Instead, we will divide the dishes made by the 20 people in front of us and let each judge be responsible for 2 people's dishes. As for the chefs after the 20th place, they will be counted according to the normal rules. In this way, we can increase the difficulty of the chefs and make the competition more interesting. The onlookers understood as soon as they heard that. Concubine Wu Huifei wanted to change the rules. If it were someone else who said this, the onlookers would definitely not support it. However, she was an imperial concubine. Even if some people were not satisfied with it, they could not say anything. At this time, many people looked at Empress Wang, wondering if she would agree. How could Empress Wang not know what concubine Wu Huifei was thinking? If she did this, then as long as concubine Wu Huifei ate the dishes made by the chefs between the clouds and the water, no matter how good or bad they would be given a very low score. This would cause the chefs between the clouds and the water to drop from the top 20. 1 less person was 1 less person. 2 less people were 2 less people. In this way, between the clouds and the water might lose in the finals because of the lack of chefs. Empress Wang wanted to stop it, but when she saw the person in charge of the competition, who looked indifferent, she finally swallowed the words she wanted to say. Wei Wei nodded, agreeing to this rule. Seeing that Empress Wang did not object, concubine Wu Huifei was happy. She looked at the place where the lots were being drawn, hoping that she could draw 2 chefs between the clouds and the water. That way, she could take revenge on Wang Wan first. After all, She had brought Empress Wang here and taught her a lot of skills. Perhaps she was really lucky. When the lots were drawn, concubine Wu Huifei indeed drew 2 chefs between the clouds and the water. Wu Huifei looked at the 2 chefs who were indifferent and thought about how to find fault with them later. With the order, the competition started. Concubine Wu Huifei stared at the 2 chefs she was in charge of. When it came time to score, she had to have an excuse. The 2 chefs between the clouds and the water did not make shark fin and abalone. It was a very normal dish. First, they prepared the ingredients for 2 soups. One prepared to make a soup with cucumber and egg, while the other prepared to make a soup with shredded radish. After preparing the ingredients for the soup, one of the chefs began to beat the eggs. He used shredded radish to make the soup. Because there were eggs in the main dish, it was not good to put eggs in the soup. Otherwise, it would be repeated. The oil in the pot was first heated. Then he beat the eggs one by one into the bowl. Then he used chopsticks to break the adhering parts. The chopsticks flew up and down, and the eggs rose and fell with the movements of the chopsticks. In the end, the eggs did not look like eggs. They looked like yellowish cloth. After the oil in the wok was boiling, the cook added some salt to the eggs. He didn't add anything else and directly put the cloth into the wok with his chopsticks. With a sizzling sound, the eggs in the wok suddenly swelled up. When the last piece of egg was beaten into the pot, the chef used his chopsticks to pull the egg pancake in the pot and turned it around. Immediately, with the force of the turn, the egg pancake was picked up along the side of the pot and landed on the empty plate at the side. The whole process was very fast. It was so fast that the onlookers below exclaimed. They had never seen anyone make fried eggs like this. It looked very comfortable, but the requirements for heat control and the chef's proficiency were very high. This dish was actually very common. However, when placed in between the clouds and the water, it was a dish that every chef who wanted to be promoted to a special chef. The simpler the dish, the more one could see the chef's ability. Then, the chef began to stir-fry the wood ears and shredded meat. At the same time, it was a very simple dish. At this time, the other chef had also finished the first dish. It was stir-fried tofu with some starch on top. That was it. The other dish was eggplant with minced meat. Except for the wood ears, which were very rare, the commoners had eaten all the other dishes. They were the most commonly seen dishes. However, none of the commoners felt that this dish was not good. They were all waiting for the final score. At this moment, the soup was also being served. The entire process, which consisted of 2 dishes and 1 soup, took less than half an hour before they were placed on the table in front of Wu Huifei. Before they even touched their chopsticks, Wu Huifei spoke first. She evaluated the 4 dishes one by one. I don't know what the chef is thinking about this fried egg. You made such a big piece. How do you expect others to eat it? Don't you know how to break it? When did Between the Clouds and the Water have such a chef? At the very least, it should be divided into 4 pieces. Even if you used a knife to divide it later, it would be fine. The chef, who was criticized, nodded and replied, "Your Highness is right. When I made it, I did as Your Highness said. I divided this piece of egg into 6 pieces. If Your Highness doesn't believe me, just use your chopsticks and you will know. Don't be fooled by the fact that the eggs seem to be in a continuous state when you put them into the pot. In fact, they actually broke 5 times. Furthermore, the position of the eggs in the pot has also been adjusted. Just by connecting them together, they can be separated with chopsticks." Hearing the chef's words, the commoners nearby gasped in admiration again. They all followed the people around them and said that the chef Between the Clouds and the Water was amazing and so on. Wu Huifei's expression turned ugly. Using her chopsticks to pick up the egg, wasn't that right? With just a slight movement, the egg on the plate immediately divided into 6 pieces. Following the praises of the surrounding commoners again, Wu Huifei felt that she had lost face. She said, "Don't you know how to add some chopped green onions to add color when you are scrambling the eggs? Look at what you made. Without chopped green onions, how can the taste be good?" Yes, Your Highness is right. The chef didn't refute this time. In this aspect, everyone had their own reasons. Not adding chopped green onions was to allow the scrambled eggs to maintain the original taste as much as possible. If he added chopped green onions, then there would be an additional taste of chopped green onions. However, some people didn't like to eat eggs with chopped green onions because the taste wasn't good. Seeing that the other party didn't refute this time, Wu Huifei picked up a piece of egg and took a small bite. Her brows furrowed. Scrambled eggs, scrambled eggs. You really fried them lightly. Don't tell me you don't have any salt? You only put this little bit of salt. It doesn't taste good at all. The chef was stunned for a moment and didn't say anything. The surrounding people who knew how to eat looked at Wu Huifei in surprise. Every one of them wondered if this was Wu Huifei. Didn't she know that eating scrambled eggs wasn't about eating salt, but the freshness of the egg? Otherwise, why was she able to get it out of the pot so quickly? I don't know how you got such a high score. This dish only got a 0. Do you have any objections? Feeling that she had caught the other party's flaw, Wu Huifei directly gave him a 0. What objections could the chef have? So be it. He didn't come here to get first place. It was fine as long as he achieved his goal. After Wu Huifei said this, the commoners let out a series of boos. Then they immediately stopped, afraid that Wu Huifei would see them and have them arrested. At this time, the person in charge of the competition walked over and said to Wu Huifei, "Your Highness said it very well. Then, should this dish be called lightly fried?" "Yes, it's this light word." Wu Huifei nodded. Wei Wei nodded. "Thank you, Your Highness." At this time, the chef bowed to Wu Huifei because he had achieved his goal. In the future, there would be a dish called Wu Huifei stir-fry, and it would definitely be very famous. Especially since the Zhang and Wang families had a lot of eggs, there was no need to worry about not having enough. It was estimated that from today onwards, Wu Huifei stir-fry of Shuiyan Room would become famous. Wu Huifei didn't know that this chef's competition was prepared for her. They used her name to earn her living expenses in the Four Seasons restaurant. Then, she started to evaluate the next dish. How could one not be able to pick a bone in an egg? The 4 dishes and 2 soups of the 2 chefs all got 0 points. These 6 dishes also got their own names. The method of making minced meat and eggplant was to cut open the eggplant and put minced meat inside. It was not the other method of making minced meat on the outside. Wu Huifei said that once the customers saw the meat, they would have preconceived ideas and wouldn't buy it. This was because the dishes between the clouds and the water all had pictures to let the customers know how they looked. Therefore, Wu Huifei gave a bad evaluation of this dish, saying that it only knew how to hide the meat inside. As a result, the minced meat and eggplant between the clouds and the water became Wu Huifei's minced meat. When eating this dish, one could even imagine whether the emperor would be angry when he heard about it. Never mind. I'll explain later. I'll earn as much money as I can. The other dishes also got their own names, all of which started with Wu Huifei. It was agreed that they would use the names of Empress Wang and Wu Huifei. Wu Huifei was very happy. As the dishes spread, her reputation would also spread. Empress Wang was also evaluating the dishes. Her opinions were very pertinent. Even if she didn't know, she would ask clearly. She named the dishes that tasted good and left the ones that didn't. Wu Huifei, who didn't know that she was being schemed against, was still happily thinking that there would be 2 less people between the clouds and the water. When the finals came, she would think of a way to make the first place go to someone else. That would be perfect. The person in charge of the Zhang family and the chefs here were all amazed by the little young master. When the competition was held, the little young master repeatedly emphasized that there was no need to get first place this time. Even if they didn't get first place, between the clouds and the water would still be between the clouds and the water, especially since this was a competition held between the clouds and the water. If the first place didn't belong to between the clouds and the water, the reputation of between the clouds and the water might be better. As long as Wu Huifei and Empress Wang allowed them to use their names to name the dishes, it would be a success. Looking at the situation, now they were one step closer to success. Moreover, Wu Huifei deliberately made trouble. The people were not stupid, especially when they were talking about the scrambled eggs. They said it was light. It was estimated that it would soon spread and become a joke. Moreover, people who went to between the clouds and the water to eat would be willing to order this dish, which was not expensive. After Wu Huifei and the others tasted the dishes and were full, the onlookers also had the opportunity to order some dishes to try. This dish was made by the best chefs in the whole of Jiangyi province. Usually, if they wanted to eat it, they wouldn't be able to afford it. Now they had a chance. After the selection of today's competition, the first 20 people who were going to participate in the finals had been selected. After Wu Huifei eliminated 2 of them, the remaining 10 people successfully passed the competition. The people also began to disperse. When they walked on the road, they didn't forget to talk to each other about today's competition. As long as they weren't stupid, they could see that Wu Huifei was deliberately making trouble for Between the Clouds and the Water. How could a chef who got a high score for Between the Clouds and the Water not cook good food? Moreover, there were people who had tasted it. When the scrambled eggs were put in the mouth, they were soft and fragrant. After one bite, they wanted a second bite. The remaining 8 judges also knew Wu Huifei's intention, but they couldn't cooperate with Wu Huifei. Empress Wang was there. If they really cooperated with Wu Huifei, not to mention whether Empress Wang would agree or not, Between the Clouds and the Water would also have ideas about them. In particular, the 8 of them also wanted to maintain their reputation. Wu Huifei might not care about what she did, but if the 8 of them followed suit and made trouble, who would invite them to taste dishes in the future? Who didn't know how high the standards for choosing a chef from Between the Clouds and the Water were? Moreover, Between the Clouds and the Water could always produce new dishes. If none of them made it to the finals, people wouldn't doubt the ability of Between the Clouds and the Water, but whether there was something wrong with the person who tasted the dishes. Wu Huifei, who thought that she had won by a small margin, looked at the 8 judges in dissatisfaction. She smiled and greeted Empress Wang, then returned to 4 Seasons Workshop, 70% full. Empress Wang smiled and didn't say anything. Beside her, Xiao Zhu pouted on the way back and said, "Empress, why did you just watch Wu Huifei make trouble there? Look at how she picked on the dishes. I really suspect that there's something wrong with the palace chef who cooked for her. It's all because of me. Cuckoo sent me here." Of course, Wu Huifei wouldn't agree. She's taking revenge. It's a pity that she chose the wrong person. Zhang family and Wang family won't suffer for nothing. This time, Wu Huifei's name will be known, but it won't be a good reputation. Empress Wang wasn't worried that Zhang family and Wang family couldn't handle such a small matter. Thinking of Wang Wan in her heart, a smile appeared on her face. Xiao Zhu nodded. Anyway, I can't see what Zhang family and Wang family will do. At this moment, the maid from Yaowang Mountain, who was in charge of serving Empress Wang, said to Xiao Zhu, "Little sister Xiao Zhu, you haven't eaten yet, right? Then when we go back later, I'll make Huifei stir-fry for you." Hearing this name, Xiao Zhu finally reacted. She opened her eyes wide in surprise and suddenly burst out laughing. "You're so bad." "I know. In the future, Huifei stir-fry Between the Clouds and the Water will be a famous dish. Then tomorrow, shouldn't we let Wu Huifei continue to make trouble?" Empress Wang also smiled. She knew that this was Wang Wan helping her again. It wouldn't be long before the people around Gongji province knew about what happened today. Wu Huifei's reputation would plummet. At least, she wouldn't be able to run away from the fact that she didn't know how to taste dishes. If she deliberately made trouble Between the Clouds and the Water, after going back, the people in the court would hesitate when choosing a side. Who didn't know that Zhang family and Wang family were vengeful people? Good plan. This plan was well used. It was all for her and made things difficult for Cuckoo. The next day, when the final competition was held, Wu Huifei didn't let go of the chef Between the Clouds and the Water. This time, she thought of a new rule. That was, there were 20 people and 10 judges. She divided the judges into 2 teams. One team would follow Empress Wang, and the other team would follow her. First, the judges would report their scores to her, and then she would make the final decision. Under normal circumstances, she could take down at least 5 people from Aqua Cloud Room. If she was lucky, she could even take down 10 people from Aqua Cloud Room. At that time, if she met someone who wasn't between the clouds and the water, she would deliberately give full marks. She didn't believe that Empress Wang would do the same. If Empress Wang had a person between the clouds and the water who got full marks, and she also had a person from another place who got full marks, they would compete again. Then, both sides would jointly give their scores. She would lead 4 people to give the person between the clouds and the water a lower score. Wasn't Empress Wang fair? That was good. No matter how bad her side was, the fair Empress Wang wouldn't give a 0. Then, after calculating the average score of both sides between the clouds and the water would at most get second place. That night, Wu Huifei, who had figured this out, had a good dream. The next day, her spirit couldn't keep up. The palace maid next to her also listened to her sleep talk for the whole night. She said that the dish didn't look good, that there was too much oil, and so on. It was the last day of the competition. More people came, hoping that they would be lucky enough to try the dishes that the judges couldn't finish. The 20 chefs who were going to enter the finals were also ready. During the drawing of lots, it was unknown how it was so coincidental. After Wu Huifei announced her new rules, she actually drew 9 chefs from between the clouds and the water. Only one of them didn't have a name between the clouds and the water. The chef between the clouds and the water, who was assigned to Empress Wang, was said to be the head chef of the flagship store between the clouds and the water in Sanshui County. After a round of evaluation, the 9 chefs from between the clouds and the water in Wu Huifei's team were once again degraded by Wu Huifei. Their scores were so low that all kinds of excuses that would make people blush came out of Wu Huifei's mouth. As a result, many of the dishes were given new names. The 9 chefs were very happy, and the remaining one was given full marks by Wu Huifei. The 4 judges who followed him were very helpless. Wu Huifei didn't allow them to say anything, so they could only write. After they finished writing, they gave their scores to Wu Huifei. If others didn't know, they would really think that they gave a very low score. Empress Wang also had a chef who got full marks, and it was the chef from between the clouds and the water. The head chef between the clouds and the water was indeed amazing. Even the other 9 chefs who were competing with him couldn't help but be convinced. As a result, there were 2 chefs who got full marks on the competition stage. Wu Huifei excitedly used the method she thought of last night to start a new round of evaluation. The result was needless to say. Between the clouds and the water was given a low score, while the other chef was given a high score and full marks. After the 2 rounds were averaged, the chef between the clouds and the water lost and only got a runner-up. Wu Huifei acted as if she had done a very great thing. She personally gave the champion a trophy and asked, "Xanu, why has this consort never heard of that restaurant of yours before? If there is a chance in the future, this consort will definitely go there and personally taste your dishes. Many thanks, Your Imperial Highness. However, this lowly one probably won't be able to stay in that restaurant in the future. After all, this lowly one is going there to help train the chefs. Once the training is done, the original 1,000 Delicacies restaurant will be changed into a branch of Between the Clouds and the Water. At that time, this lowly one will return to Between the Clouds and the Water. This lowly one is only temporarily transferred over. This lowly one was originally the head chef of the restaurant Between the Clouds and the Water in Wanyan County. In the future, if Your Imperial Highness wants to eat this lowly one's dishes, you can have someone call this lowly one to the palace or the restaurant Between the Clouds and the Water in Wanyan County. This lowly one will definitely make the best dishes for Your Imperial Highness." Chapter 755. As soon as the voice of the chef who won the championship, fell. Everyone who could hear his words widened their eyes. They didn't expect that even though Wu Huifei had suppressed Between the Clouds and the Water so much, Between the Clouds and the Water still won the championship. How could Between the Clouds and the Water come up with such a plan? Wu Huifei suddenly felt an indescribable feeling. She asked the chef in a trembling voice, "You're also between the clouds and the water?" "Yes, Your Highness. However, I'm not representing Between the Clouds and the Water in the competition. I'm representing Thousand Cuisine Restaurant. Therefore, the champion this time isn't Between the Clouds and the Water, but Thousand Cuisine Restaurant. This place will soon become a branch of Between the Clouds and the Water. As long as the chef is trained, he can open a branch Between the Clouds and the Water. Otherwise, it will weaken the reputation of Between the Clouds and the Water." The chef who won the championship said respectfully to Wu Huifei. Wu Huifei wanted to say that she tasted the wrong dish just now and wanted to taste it again. However, she considered that even if she ate it again and got rid of this person, the champion would still be Between the Clouds and the Water. Moreover, if she really did that, her reputation would be ruined. Although what she did now made others feel bad, it was all within the rules. No one objected to her rules. Wu Huifei felt like she was a person who had grown wings and flew up to the clouds. However, when she was happy, she suddenly fell down from the clouds. What a terrible fall! After thinking for a while, she smiled and said, "Not bad. I've seen the ability of Between the Clouds and the Water today. Good. When I return to the capital, I'll have someone call you. Also, I'll eat the Rui House and Savant's restaurant that also belong to the Zhang family and the Wang family. I'll not only eat there often, but I'll also recommend them to His Majesty." Wu Huifei had no choice but to say some polite words. She greeted Empress Wang with a smile and went back with her people. At the same time, she decided not to stay here any longer. The emperor was going to leave soon, and Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were going to follow him. She just wanted to have a look and find an opportunity to make trouble for them. He was so angry that he was about to die of anger. After scheming and scheming, he was still tricked by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Revenge, he must take revenge. Wu Huifei had a smile on her face and left with a stomach full of food. Empress Wang, on the other hand, smiled in relief. She said to Xiao Zhu, who was beside her and had her mouth slightly agape because of the ownership of the championship, "How is it? Now you know how powerful Xiao Bao and Cuckoo are, right? That's amazing. How did they think of that? They got the reputation, the first and second place. They made use of Wu Huifei and made a lot of money. This chef's competition collects tickets. Those with good seats will pay 3 copper coins, and those with bad seats will pay 1 copper coin. Those with good seats will have a chance to taste the dishes made by the chefs. As for those that don't cost money, they can only watch from a farther place. Although the money collected is not much, according to my estimation, the money for the materials provided to the chefs has come out. The most important thing is the advertisements of the merchants here. I think we can earn back the money that we and Wu Huifei spent on coming here. In other words, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo got a reputation without a single copper coin. There are also many dishes that are named after Wu Huifei and the Empress." Xiao Zhu nodded her little head vigorously and deduced in shock. The smile on Empress Wang's face became wider. She said, "This is the ability of Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. If it wasn't for the fact that I haven't learned enough and need to wait for another 2 months, I really want to go back now. The emperor is going to Jinyang, and Xiao Bao and Cuckoo are accompanying him. Let me take a good look at Cuckoo. Empress, you can't go back. We have to learn well. Otherwise, Wu Huifei is very powerful. This time, she will probably go back and deal with Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. I guess she will be unlucky." Xiao Zhu was afraid that the empress would go back, so she advised her. Empress Wang was not the only one who received training here. Even palace maids like them were the same. In the past, there were people who specially trained them in the palace. Moreover, when they stayed in the palace, They learned a lot from the other palace maids. However, compared to what they learned here, it was far worse. There was a short-term training class here, which taught planning and psychology. Until now, they felt that they were much better than before. However, it was more tiring. After all, the time was short. I'm not going back. I'll wait until the emperor comes back. I don't think anyone else can participate in the canonization ceremony. It would be good if I could come. Get up. Let's go back to Yaowang Mountain. Empress Wang felt a little regretful that she couldn't participate in the canonization ceremony. However, she knew that this was to prevent something like the Empress from happening again. Seeing that it was over and she had to continue training, she gave the order and went back to her residence. The rest of the people were still immersed in excitement. No one expected the final result. Just when they were feeling regretful about between the clouds and the water, the champion turned out to be between the clouds and the water. This was called ability. When the 4 judges on Wu Huifei's side saw the result, they heaved a sigh of relief. If it wasn't for this, it would be difficult in the future. The group of people chatted and laughed as they left. What they talked about the most was Wu Huifei's incident this time. For a moment, they treated Wu Huifei as a joke. After all, this was Huayuan County, where Zhang Zhong used to be the county magistrate. The people were all on the side of Zhang Zhong and Wang family. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang also received the news of Huayuan County very quickly. It wasn't far to begin with. Moreover, there were carrier pigeons. Xiaobao, good plan. This time, won't Wu Huifei be angry to death? However, she is coming back. I think she will participate in Li Longji's trip. I think she will make trouble for us. We have to prepare first. We can't fight a battle that we don't have confidence in. After receiving the news, Wang Wan laughed for a while. Then, she told Zhang Xiaobao that Wu Huifei was coming back. Zhang Xiaobao didn't care about what Wu Huifei would do to him. He didn't have any weakness in other people's hands. At most, they would pick on him. If that was really the case, Li Longji would be annoyed. Therefore, he didn't have to worry. The only thing he was worried about was that Wu Huifei wouldn't make trouble for them. Instead, she would get close to them. I'm most afraid that Wu Huifei will want to help us. For example, if we spend a lot of money, she will help us earn it back. She also has some private money. If she invests it in the bridge or the market, she will blindly give orders and increase the bridge toll by 10 times. She will collect management fees from the market and send people to monitor the tax collection. That will be troublesome. That's right, it's really possible. That market is originally an agricultural market, so it doesn't collect taxes. It provides a channel for ordinary people to sell their products so that the products won't rot. If it were to collect high taxes like normal businesses, then the products sold would probably be the same as the taxes. Then, who will sell their products? We have to think about it. It's best if we don't let Wu Huifei know how we are going to make money. We have to find something for her to do. Let's think about what we can do to distract Wu Huifei from our business. Wang Wan also thought about this. If it was another concubine, perhaps after losing in Huayuan County, they would immediately come back to take revenge. However, Wu Huifei definitely couldn't be taken lightly. She was a really powerful person. She believed that after losing in Huayuan County for a while, she would definitely change her methods. Most of the time, it wasn't necessary to stab someone in the back. Okay, let's think about what can divert Wu Huifei's attention. Instead of waiting for her to take action, why don't we give her a reason to do it? We can protect the good business. Let me think about what business we should give her. It can't be a profitable one, but it can't be a loss-making one. Zhang Xiaobao started to think. Wang Wan also thought about it. She understood what Zhang Xiaobao meant. If they really gave her a profitable business, it would be helping the enemy. However, if they lost money, what would Li Longji think? Who would believe that Zhang Xiaobao's idea would lose money? Wouldn't it be a trap specially set for Wu Huifei? Now, Li Longji had been thinking of ways to get rid of the Empress. Wu Huifei was about to succeed, but she was ruined by herself. This left Li Longji without an excuse. It was a pity that Wu Huifei was destined to not be the empress. She was powerful because her surname was Wu. However, it was also because of her surname that people were afraid of another Wu Zetian. Sigh. Wu Zetian, if she was born in our time, she would have gone further than now. Actually, she did a good job, but the men couldn't tolerate her. At that time, we had many foreign women as leaders. In terms of scheming, I don't think they could compare to Wu Meinyang. Wang Wan sighed. Even if she was prepared to stand on Empress Wang's side, she did not deliberately belittle Wu Huifei. A person was a person. Whether it was recognized or not, this kind of person could not be treated lightly. Li Linfu was like this. He had not even ascended to a high position, but he had already shown his ability. Zhang Xiaobao disagreed with Wang Wan's words. You mean to say that all the women in our time couldn't compare to Wu Zetian? The more information flowed in an era, the less chance Wu Zetian had. That was because many men still couldn't bear to let a woman be the empress. What about foreign countries? Wang Wan asked. How would I know about foreign countries? Forget it. Let's not talk about such impossible things. I thought of a business that could be given to Wu Huifei and let her invest her money. However, the annual income would not be much. It would take at least 10 years for her to earn back her investment. Help me think about it. Seeing that they were talking about other things, Zhang Xiaobao immediately stopped and changed the topic. He pulled Wang Wan to a nearby table and began to discuss there. Before the autumn harvest in Buxin County, the commoners were busy digging trenches. This time, they were not digging small trenches. They needed to be able to pass through the middle. Even if large ships could not pass through, small cargo ships had to be able to pass through. Holding the tools given by the yamen and eating the food provided by the yamen, the commoners were topless as they worked hard in the trenches. At this time, many sections of the trenches had been dug to the depth of 2 people. However, it was still not enough. They continued to dig. The deeper they went, the harder it was to dig. This was because the trenches were already wide enough. If they continued to dig, they would need people to use baskets to lift the soil. The amount of soil produced was not small. At this time, they were only digging. Once they were done, they would need to strengthen the trenches before they could bring the water over. They would also need to leave an outlet that could lead the water to the side. This way, they would not need to spend so much effort to water the land next year. At the same time, they could also continue to plant rice. It was estimated that they would be able to plant rice early next year. It would be like wheat, sorghum, and highland barley, which could be harvested twice a year. In the past, because of the lack of water, there were not many people who planted rice. He Wei was still doing his job. Every day, he would tell the commoners about the county's financial situation. Then he would wander around the model tourist area, selling information that others needed. He would guide the people who came to cooperate with him to advertise and so on. He had also opened his own shop. Of the 500 strings of coins that he had invested, he had already earned back 300 strings of coins. After a while, he would be able to earn back his investment. When it became more prosperous in the future, he would be able to earn at least 3,000 to 4,000 strings of coins a year. This was much more than corruption and bribery. He did not need to take any risks. In addition, he would be able to get a piece of land in the next place he was going to. His family would not have to worry about their lives anymore. The place where the tortoises were raised was still raising them. The tortoises that were poisoned had been frozen and sent to Fengzhou. It was estimated that before winter this year, there would be a lot of livestock shipped back. Even if he was no longer the county magistrate in the future, the commoners would still remember him. Looking at the development of the county, He Wei felt so comfortable for the first time. He rode on the horse and began to walk along the excavation area. From time to time, he stopped to ask the commoners who were working and resting if they had any ideas. If someone was willing to run a boat, he could help to get a loan to build a boat. The commoners had been used to the situation where the county magistrate did not stay in the yamen and ran around everywhere. Usually, They met He Wei so often that they did not feel that the county magistrate had any official prestige. When they talked to him, they were not restrained and said whatever they wanted to say. At this time, He Wei was asking two brothers. The two were biological brothers. They were 1 year apart in age and had married and had children. Their surnames were Gao. In Baoxin County, there were not many people with such surnames. There were more people with surnames Luo and Fu. The elder brother looked older. He was in his early 30s this year, maybe because he always took care of his younger brother. He looked like a man in his 40s. The younger brother was much younger and liked to talk to others very much. The elder brother was called Gao Fei and the younger one was called Gao Tang. When he heard the names, he knew that he wanted his two sons to be outstanding one day. At this time, the two had just come up from the bottom of the pit. They sat by the side and drank mung bean water. They were resting and talking at the same time. When He Wei came over, the two of them just nodded and didn't get up. He Wei was wearing a patched official's uniform. It was not that the patching was worn out. It was because he was always wandering around, so he added a layer of cloth where it was easy to be worn out. In this way, he was not afraid of wearing out the clothes. He sat beside the two brothers and looked at the people digging below. He asked the elder brother, "Gao Fei, do we have enough people at home? If we have more people, why don't we buy a boat? In the future, you two brothers can make a living on the river. During the busy farming season, you can stop and make more money." "Sir, my younger brother and I have the same idea, but we don't know how much a boat will cost. If it is expensive, we can't afford it. Can we get this from the employment fund?" The elder brother handed a bowl of mung bean water to He Wei and said the same idea as He Wei. He Wei thought for a while and nodded. The employment fund naturally includes this part. I have written a letter to the capital to ask Xiao, Bao, and Cuckoo. I expect to get a reply in a few days. I heard from Erniu that if the people who buy the boat need goods, the county will find a way to supply them in the future, but they must pay a part of the money. I think it's not bad, although you will earn more if you pay a part of the money. In fact, I think this employment fund should be given to the people in the family who don't have enough manpower to make money. In the end, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo didn't agree. They said that they don't have enough manpower, and they have to farm and do other things. So in the end, this employment fund will be used on the people in the family who don't have enough manpower. After the tax is collected, a part of it will be used to subsidize the people in the county who don't have enough money. The imperial court doesn't have this rule. It is set by the county. This time, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo will talk to the emperor about this matter. It's called welfare. I don't know if it will pass. If it passes, I have to tell the people who paid the tax. Otherwise, many people will feel that they should give their tax money to others for free. Yes, why should they give it to others? Shouldn't the county's income be spent on everyone in the county? Gao Fei's younger brother, Gao Tang, followed He Wei's words. He didn't understand. As the elder brother, he knew more. He thought for a while and said, "What do you know?" "The county's income is used on the people in the county. But Lord He, Registrar Zhang, and Deputy Wang are willing to disclose the income and expenditure. Even if they don't disclose it, what can you do? How many places do you see doing this? It's okay to give it to others. Who can guarantee that nothing will happen to them in their life? There is no disease or disaster. Today, we pay the tax to help others. Maybe one day we will need other people's help. Besides, why didn't we give it to you? Soon, the county will treat the people in the county for free. This part of the money can be given to people who are sick, but not to people who are not sick. Just because you are not sick, shouldn't we let the government spend this money? When you are sick and the money can't be treated, won't you regret it?" Seeing that Gao Fei was so understanding, He Wei was happy and said, "That's right. No one dares to say that he doesn't need other people's help in his life. The money in the government office can't be equally spent on everyone. Whoever needs it should be used first. People in a county should be united. Those who can pay more taxes are capable people." Gao Tang was speechless because he was sick a few days ago. He was treated in the clinic next to the government. The doctor didn't ask for money, and the medicine was very cheap. This was before the universal free medical treatment was implemented. Once it was implemented, there was no need to spend money anymore. Hearing what He Wei said, Gao Fei looked forward to it, but suddenly he asked worriedly, Lord He, when you, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo are all gone, will the new official listen to you? What if he is greedy for money? Will he listen? That depends on who set the rules. You know Sanshui County, right? Do you think the officials there will listen? Unfortunately, it's not possible here. We can't let the people choose, but the people can supervise and ask the officials to disclose the financial affairs. If the officials don't listen, someone will punish them. Even if Xiao Bao and Cuckoo want to protect their own face and business here, they will never allow Baoxing County to be out of their control. If they don't, they will replace them. When all the officials get used to it, it will be fine. He Wei didn't think that Zhang Xiao Bao and Wang Wan didn't care about the big business here. The three of them chatted happily until the two brothers felt that they had recovered their strength and went back to work. He Wei then stood up with a smile, casually patted the dirt off his body, and prepared to go to the next place to have a look. At this time, the sound of a horse's hooves came. He Wei looked in the direction of the sound and sighed helplessly. It's here again. I've already refused once. Why did it come here again? The person who came was Lieutenant Yan of Shinsai County. The last time he came, he wanted the rich in the county to pay for the road repair. He said that after the road was repaired, the rich would have a special road when they walked, and the others would take the other road and send people to maintain it. The money didn't need to be used up, and they could keep it for themselves. This was the so-called big business. If anyone wanted to take the road in the future, they would also have to pay, saying that it was a symbol of status. The idea was good, but He Wei didn't agree, no matter what. He didn't lack money. He could open a small shop and earn 3,000 to 4,000 strings of coins a year. When he took office in Yaozhou, there would be a lot of breeding businesses to develop. There was no need to do such a thing that would be criticized behind his back. Moreover, he had to share some of the money with Lieutenant Yan. He wasn't stupid. He didn't know why he was here today. It probably wasn't anything good. While he was thinking, Lieutenant Yan's horse came near. He got off and said to He Wei with a smile, Lord He, I'm here again. This time is different from the last time. I went back and thought about the last time. Fortunately, Lord He didn't agree. Otherwise, it would have been easy to get into trouble. The last time was like this. If someone didn't pay and still wanted to walk on the road, too many people were needed to watch over them. Even if another person saw them, they couldn't catch them. They could only chase them. It was useless. Therefore, I don't think it's possible. He Wei thought to himself, aren't you talking nonsense? Who doesn't know that? You're making it sound like you're very powerful. He Wei didn't give Lieutenant Yan a good look and said to him, I wonder why Lieutenant Yan is free today? Do you have 5 things to do in the county? Nothing at all. With Lord Li and Lord Chui, I have nothing to do. Look, I thought of another way to make a lot of money last night. It's better than the last one. Oh, it's feasible, not like the last one. Lieutenant Yan didn't seem to notice He Wei's attitude and continued to talk about the purpose of his visit with a smile. He Wei was really annoyed. He frowned and asked, Since Lieutenant Yan has so many good ideas, why don't you do them in Xi and Kai County? Why do you have to come to my Baoxing County? Ah, Lord He, you've asked what's on my mind. I really want to do it in X and Kai County, but Registrar Li and County Magistrate Chui don't listen to me. Also, they're both 3rd or 4th rank officials. I can't afford to offend them. Oh, it's not that I can offend Lord He. They're just officials in the capital. How would they know about local matters? Lieutenant Yan's smile immediately disappeared, and he complained to He Wei with a face full of grievance. He Wei didn't answer this time. He looked into the distance and stood there without moving. He didn't think Lieutenant Yan could come up with any good ideas. If he did, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo would have come up with them a long time ago. Seeing that He Wei didn't say anything, Lieutenant Yan didn't care. He moved closer to He Wei and also looked into the distance. After a while, he finally spoke. Lord, I really do have a good idea this time. It's the matter of the river. After the river is repaired, we'll collect a sum of money from anyone who walks on it every time they come. It can't be too much. If it's too much, they won't come anymore. Think about it. This river needs to be cleaned up every year, right? For example, strengthening the embankment or cleaning up the silt. These all need people. It's perfectly justifiable to collect a portion of the money. But how much money can actually be used on the river? According to my estimates, there must be a lot of boats coming and going. This money can't be collected in the name of the Yamen. We can set up a chamber of commerce. The county will hand over the work of cleaning and maintaining the river to the Chamber of Commerce. The Chamber of Commerce will collect tolls from people. It can be calculated based on the amount of goods or the number of times. Either way, when the time comes, we can do whatever we see fit. Lord, this idea isn't bad, right? If you want to make a name for yourself, take out more of the money you earn. Who knows how much money you collect and how much you take out? Wei really didn't know what to say. This Lieutenant Yan's brain was really good. But why did he have to use it on this? Who didn't know that there would be a lot of boats coming and going in the future? But the money needed to maintain the river. As long as there was business, they would have to pay taxes. A portion of this tax would have to be taken out. In addition, the county's commoners still had 20 days of work every year, which was just enough. Why take more money? It was crazy poor. Suddenly thinking of the Chamber of Commerce that Lieutenant Yan mentioned, Wei finally understood what was going on. He asked, "How will the Chamber of Commerce be formed?" Lord, have you thought it through? The Chamber of Commerce is simple. We can't really use other people's Chamber of Commerce. You and I will each provide a few people. This is a real business without any capital. We don't need to invest money first. As long as Lord agrees, we'll split the profits 50-50. Not only that, the Chamber of Commerce can also find craftsmen to help unload the goods and repair the boats. Lord, just needs to give an order, and everything at the docks will be handed over to the Chamber of Commerce. No one is allowed to interfere. In the future, we'll have the final say here. Lieutenant Yan thought that Wei was tempted, so he quickly continued. Wei looked at Lieutenant Yan as if he was looking at an idiot. After Lieutenant Yan didn't know what to do, he said, "I can do it myself. Why do I have to bring you along?" Lord, it's not like that. Look, after you take all the benefits, there will naturally be people who aren't satisfied. If the people in X and Kai County aren't satisfied, you can just seal the mouth and take a portion of the money first. Do you think the boats that come and go can still pay here? I'll help you solve the problem over there. I can also deal with the local hooligans and country gentry. I have a way to make them not interfere. When the time comes, you just need to give them some benefits. I'll be in charge of everything you discuss with them. Lieutenant Yan didn't expect Wei to say something like that, so he quickly continued. Hearing Lieutenant Yan's words, Wei really admired him. He was a capable person, but unfortunately, he made the wrong decision. If he really agreed, he would offend the people in the county, and the reputation he worked so hard to build would be gone. As for the money, he would have to give out a portion of it. Lieutenant Yan could use the money to make friends with the country gentry or officials. When the time came, he would continue to be promoted. He was smart and wouldn't be worse than his previous self. It was really hard for him. Thinking about this, Wei said to Lieutenant Yan, "Lieutenant Yan, how about this? You can try the Ru River in Xi and Kai County first. There are always boats coming and going there, and there will be more coming here in the future. I'll cooperate with you. When the time comes, you don't need to give me half of the money, just 20% will do. I'll be in charge of persuading the people who are against it. After all, there are 4 workshops there. I think the people in Xi and Kai County will give this little face. I don't know when the water will be connected here, so I'm anxious. It's not like that. Didn't I say before that Registrar Li and Master Chui might not agree? I'm just a lieutenant, and I can't do anything." Lieutenant Yan didn't expect that after going around in circles, he would be involved. How could that be? Lieutenant Yen, you worry too much. How about this? I'll go with you to talk to Registrar Li and County Magistrate Chui. You can talk to them, and I'll agree to cooperate. It'll be easier for two people to talk to each other. As He spoke, he helped to pull up the people who were tired from working below with ropes. Lieutenant Yen finally changed his smiling face and said to He, County Magistrate, it's fine if you don't agree. Why do you have to push me into the fire pit? I already said that they wouldn't agree, but they still insisted. Since that's the case, County Magistrate, take care. Goodbye. After he finished speaking, Lieutenant Yen pulled the reins of the horse and jumped up. I won't see you out. He didn't give him any face. He even dared to threaten him. After Lieutenant Yen disappeared from view, He was worried that he would cause trouble, so he also rode his horse and rushed to the yamen. He felt that Lieutenant Yen was a petty person who always had his thoughts on his side in mind. He didn't have any good ideas, so he could only write a letter to Erniu to send it to the capital via pigeon. Without waiting for the letter to be sent over, a dispatch letter was sent from Luoyang to the county. When he opened the letter, he saw that it was written by Zhang Xiaobao. It said that he wanted the people who stayed here to cooperate with the county to set up an insurance chamber of commerce and see if it would work. Although it was called an accident insurance, it wasn't an accident that happened to the people, but rather the crops in the fields. For example, if there was a drought or a flood, they would ask the people if they were willing to be insured. If they were willing, they would do their best to get more people to invest. If they weren't, they would wait until they returned. This was the first time He had heard of such a thing. After thinking about it, he felt that it was better to give it a try. He didn't know what benefits there would be. As the day of Li Longji's departure approached, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also became busier. The emperor's departure was not a small matter. The work of the guards didn't need to be managed by the two of them, but whether the roads were smooth and whether the food, drinks, and accommodation were comfortable or not was something that the two of them had to consider. There was also the standard of reception for the officials they met along the way, as well as etiquette. Since they had accepted the job, they had to complete it. At this time, He letter arrived. After reading the contents of the letter, Zhang Xiaobao helplessly said to Wang Wan, "Little Li is really something. He arranged for someone to go over for us to clean up, and he even transferred us to the capital. How are we going to clean up? Are we going to the Imperial Palace to eat hot pot this afternoon? And we're going to eat. Should we bring this letter and show it to Little Li? I don't know what Little Li is thinking. Recently, he likes hot pot. There's no chili, so why eat hot pot on such a hot day? It's better to eat some barbecue. The cooking skills of the chefs in the Imperial Palace are pretty good. We can roast a camel or even a cow. Xiao Bei already said that if we eat hot pot again, we'll become the food in the pot. Little Li doesn't take care of the children and always insists that Xiao Bei and the others follow. Wang Wan was also tired of eating hot pot. During this period of time, she had already eaten it 4 times, and each time she ate it, it would take 4 hours. Xiao Bei and the others ate very little, and after they finished eating, they couldn't casually run around, so they stayed by the hot pot like obedient children. There was an ice basin in the room, and there was a charcoal fire in front of them. If it was anyone else, they wouldn't feel comfortable. Zhang Xiaobao laughed twice. Easy. Today's hot pot won't be so grilling. Last time, when the food was prepared, we brought it to the Imperial Palace. Isn't it just a hot pot? No one said that we had to use the most classic Beijing pot. This time, we'll use a small lattice pot to cook the skewers. The stove is long, and there's an ice basin under it. Then we'll use a curtain to block the heat, so it won't be so hot. Let's do this and bring He-Wei's letter. I'm really worried that He-Wei will be tortured to the point of insanity. Of course. I'm even more worried that the person surnamed Yen will deliberately cause trouble. At that time, even if we catch him and deal with him, the gains won't make up for the losses. Our matter is the most important. As soon as he said it, Zhang Xiaobao promised his younger siblings that they would eat well today. Moreover, they wouldn't eat in the room, but under the shade outside. They could even eat while playing elsewhere. Only then did Xiao Bei and the others reluctantly agree. Otherwise, they would rather give up their official position than suffer. Bringing along their tools, the little fellows wore the 7th-ranked officials' uniform and majestically entered the imperial palace once again. The people on the streets of Chang and were already used to a group of small officials strolling around when they had nothing to do. The imperial palace guards guarding the door were also used to it. They didn't check and directly let them in. The little fellows didn't have any weapons on them. The first 2 checks were only made, and they were even reprimanded once. Li Longji had been waiting for a long time. Wu Huifei had returned the day before yesterday, which made him very happy. Originally, Wu Huifei wanted to join them today, but considering that this was a meal with the officials, it wouldn't be good to have another concubine. Thus, she was rejected. In any case, they would have a lot of time to eat together after this trip. A long row of food was brought over, causing Li Longji to be stunned. After hearing Zhang Xiaobao's introduction, he felt that it was new and fresh. He ordered people to set up a shed outside so that everyone could eat together. It wasn't that the outside was good, but that Zhang Xiaobao was worried that too much carbon monoxide would come out from the charcoal under the long row of stoves, which would cause poisoning. There was no need to worry about eating outside, even if there was no wind. After setting up the shed, the other food to be boiled were also prepared. Whoever wanted to eat could put the food into a small compartment and eat it when it was ready. Xiao Bei and the others didn't care about this kind of thing. They ran around the large courtyard, waiting for their brothers and sisters to help them cook. Then they would come over and eat 2 skewers before continuing to run. Li Longji watched Xiao Bei and the others laughing in the courtyard and was in a very good mood. After eating a few skewers, he was about to ask Gao Lisher to cook 2 more when Zhang Xiaobao took out the letter written by He Wei. Your Majesty, this subject has a letter from Baoxin County. The county magistrate Yan that you sent to Xen Kai County hasn't been very obedient recently. After saying this, Zhang Xiaobao handed the letter to Li Longji and began to cook the skewers for his younger siblings. Li Longji took the letter in puzzlement and read it from beginning to end. After that, he didn't know what to do. That's right, he was the one who sent him. He was going to ask Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to help him manage him like they did He Wei. But now that the 2 of them were in the capital, he couldn't manage him. Lisher, what do you think? Li Longji handed the letter back to Gao Lisher. Gao Lisher glanced at it and was also worried. After thinking for a while, he said, Your Majesty, why don't we transfer him to another place first? We don't want him to do anything when Xiao Bao and Cuckoo aren't around. Even if we kill him after something happens, it's useless. Li Longji thought about Gao Lisher's words and looked at Zhang Xiaobao. Xiaobao, what do you think? I think there's no need to transfer him. Just find something for him to do. For example, let him calculate how much profit the 4 workshops can generate in the shortest amount of time, how many jobs can be provided for the local people, and how much benefits can the local people get from it. Just order him to do this. Don't think that it's just a simple task. It's not easy to figure it out, especially when there's a lot of data that he doesn't know. One is to ask the people in the workshops, and the other is to calculate it himself. Don't let him be idle, or he won't be able to find the time. Zhang Xiaobao didn't want Li Longji to transfer him away because he was going to go back after he was done with this trip. He wanted to see what the Yen guy was up to. Then we'll do as Xiaobao says. Li Longji didn't have any main purpose in this matter. He just ordered Gao Lisher to write a decree, and that was it. He turned back and continued to eat. As he ate, he asked, Xiaobao, do you know what's going on in Tubo? I haven't received any news for 10 days. My people have all left. Now, they're probably waiting in Izhou for Tubo to run out of food so that they can continue to trade with them. Does your Majesty have any new news? Zhang Xiaobao swallowed a prawn ball, looked at Wang Wan, and said to Li Longji. Li Longji shook his head. I don't have any news. I'm afraid that if Tubo really suffers a great disaster this year, not only will they not trade with us, but they will also send troops to fight to the death. Then, can Cuckoo still defeat them? Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan suddenly understood. So, Lilongji was worried about this matter. The two of them looked at each other, and Zhang Xiaobao said, "It's unlikely, because even if they run out of food, they still have a lot of poultry. As long as they haven't eaten all the poultry, they won't be willing to touch them. We can immediately go over to help when the locust plague is serious. First, we can transport food to them and trade with them for poultry and good local products. Second, the locust plague is very frightening. Moreover, after this year, there might be more next year. Many of the eggs of the locusts have already entered the soil. If there are too many locusts and they fly to our great Tang, it won't be good. We can send people over to help and reduce a large portion of the locusts. We can wait until next year when the plague starts." Lilongji nodded. He felt cold towards Zhang Xiaobao's plan. It was too terrifying. He actually wanted Tubo to have a locust plague. How ruthless. If that's the case, then make arrangements in advance. Have someone send a letter quickly. "Where's Xiaobei? There's a prawn here." After saying that, Lilongji took out a prawn and shouted to Xiaobei, who was running around like crazy. Chapter 756. Tubo, which Zhang Xiaobao had set his eyes on, had already been destroyed by the locusts. They were no longer worshipped as they were in the beginning. Poultry ate locusts. Hence, all the nobles and royals who raised poultry released them. Even if they would offend the gods, it was better than starving to death. Apart from releasing poultry, the slaves also made bags with sticks attached to the back to catch locusts during the day. At night, they would light bonfires to lure the locusts in and burn them to death. They were determined, but it was too late. Once the locusts formed a large scale, it would not be easy to deal with them. The food they planted would be eaten. The grass and trees would be eaten as well. Wherever they went, there would not be a single trace of green left. Some of the locusts had even flown to Jinchuan. The people who Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan arranged here were also busy. Fortunately, there were not many of them. The 7,000 slaves that Han Xianfeng brought did not enter Tang directly. Instead, they stayed in this area. One reason was to let them get used to the environment. The other reason was to train them to be loyal to the Zhang family and the Wang family. There were many young and strong slaves. When the time came, they could be used to farm or form an army. In Tang, it was impossible for the Zhang family and the Wang family to raise an army of 3,000 to 4,000 people. Now, they had joined the ranks of killing locusts. Fortunately, there was water and ice here. Many of the locusts that tried to fly over were frozen to death. Apart from these slaves who would be formed into an army by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan in the future, there were also the people who were farming here. If the game could not continue, the strength of these people would not be underestimated. Apart from this area, there was also Feng province. There were not many people there, but the customs were different. When the time came, they could form an army at any time. However, Sanshui County and Shuzhou were different. They could not be too obvious there. Apart from these two places, there was Wing province. The people there were all mountain villages. They did not have a good relationship with the local officials, but they were close to Zhangzhou. It was the same for Lu Zhou's army. Currently, Lu Zhou's army was made up of locals. If Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan needed them, he could summon them and show them what it meant to be a wolf army. The large-scale battle to exterminate the locusts began. The various Tubo nobles looked at the endless locusts and couldn't think of a better solution other than worry. They knew that this year was over again. Last year, they had been ruined by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. They did not know what to do this year. Until now, they still did not know that this matter was caused by Zhang Xiaobao. They still thought that it was a real natural disaster. This time, there was no need for Zhang Xiaobao to send anyone over. Tubo was already thinking of borrowing more grain from the Great Tang. In the past, they would have just sent their soldiers, but this year, they did not dare to do so. It wasn't that they didn't want to. If the bodies of the Tubo people were as good as they were during the war last year, there wouldn't be a problem. The main thing was that after the autumn harvest last year, until now, they hadn't eaten their fill. Many of them could be slaves to the warriors. Some of them could even eat a little bit of food a day, as long as they didn't starve to death. Under such circumstances, how many soldiers could they gather? If there were tens of thousands of soldiers, it wouldn't be enough for Wang Wan to kill. The Tubo emissary had already set off and was about to enter the great Tang territory with a heavy responsibility. However, no one knew what would happen when they arrived. Zhang Xiaobao's side also started to make the final preparations. The ships were transferred to the capital. There were a total of 20 ships. 5 of them were the biggest ships, while the rest were medium-sized ships. Those who had the opportunity to join also joined in, including Old Man Pai and the other 2. Old Man Chang had also been contacting Zhang Juling during this period of time. He talked about what happened in the past few years and also wanted to see his son. Li Yu should be over there, right? I wonder if I can see him and ask him how he is doing over there. When they were ready to set off, Zhang Xiaobao suddenly thought of someone. It was Li Yu, the county magistrate of Changning County in Suzhou. They hadn't contacted each other for a long time. He still didn't know if Li Yu had fought with anyone over there. Wang Wan also thought of this person and said, I guess he's busy. We should be able to see him this time. Finshui is not far from Changning County. It's just a little across the border. Li Longji has gone there. No matter what, he has to meet him, especially when he has governed over there well. How can he not show off? Send him a letter. It's a good opportunity for him to earn more money. Zhang Xiaobao wrote a letter and asked someone to send it to Li Yu on a fast horse. It was a very useful way to make money. If it was done well, he could make a lot of money. As for whether Li Yu would do it himself or ask someone else to do it, it didn't matter. As Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan said, Li Yu did want to meet his uncle. However, the things in the county were not done yet. He wanted to show the emperor a very good county when he arrived. Even if it couldn't be as good as Sanshui County, it should be at least close. The roads were being repaired, the river was being dug, and the business was being done. Changning County was neither big nor small. Li Yu planned to renovate all the houses in the county before the emperor arrived. If the emperor was happy and wanted to visit, it would be good for him. In order to get more money to do things, Li Yu asked for investment in the surrounding areas. He gave a lot of benefits. If they rented land and did business here, they could be exempted from taxes for 3 years. If they were willing to invest money to help build the place, they could continue to be exempted from taxes. Some businessmen were really tempted. They brought money to do business here. In fact, there weren't many good businesses here. One was transportation and the other was ceramics. The former was a supplement to the latter, and the latter was a blow to the Qianshi Chamber of Commerce. There were so many places, and the Qianshi Chamber of Commerce couldn't occupy all of them. They only occupied the resources of a small place, and other people might not sell all the resources to them. With the addition of other businessmen, the people of the Qianshi Chamber of Commerce couldn't bear it anymore. When the time came, even if they made different pottery, they couldn't raise the price. Without a high price, although they wouldn't lose money doing business here, they wouldn't make much money. So the 6 of them gathered together again to discuss. Should we take out 100,000 strings of cash and take more shares? Otherwise, if we continue like this, Li Yu will keep taking advantage of us. How much did we spend by renting his land and buying his mines? We can't do this anymore. President Tian said to the 5 people. The 5 of them were silent. They also realized that something was wrong, but they couldn't come up with any solution. Previously, they had used the cooperation with businessmen to get tax exemption. Not only did they not make any money, but they also lost a lot. It was clearly written in the contract that if they couldn't get tax exemption after the cooperation, the Qianshi Chamber of Commerce would have to bear all the losses of the businessmen. So many businessmen were pulled over and they lost a lot of money, but they couldn't find a way to make up for it. Now, many businessmen were attracted by Li Yu's tax exemption, and the competition was getting more and more intense. If they couldn't come up with a useful solution, they would only help Li Yu prosper the local economy. What was the use of 10 years of tax exemption? Seeing that the 5 of them were silent, President Tian could only say, "Good plan." If we didn't get tax exemption for 10 years, we wouldn't even be able to keep our capital. We invested 50,000 strings of cash and spent a lot of money to buy a lot of resources. In the end, we can only make a little money. In the end, we pay taxes when we buy materials, and we get income when we rent the land. When the time comes for us to sell our pottery, we'll probably have to spend a lot of money on transportation. It's the same whether we get others to transport it or we do it ourselves. What I mean is, take out another 100,000 strings of cash. This time, we'll collect less iron ore and more clay. We'll sign a contract with the place that digs the clay. They have to supply us first before they can supply others. Or we can take 80% and the others will take 20%. Let the businessmen who come later have no materials to use, and we won't have to worry about them competing with us. With the 100,000 strings of cash and the remaining 60,000 strings of cash, we'll take out 150,000 strings of cash to buy the clay. We can buy all the clay in the county in an instant, and no one will be able to get their hands on this resource within a few years. Now, the 5 of them understood the president's plan. They felt that it was a good idea and nodded in agreement. President Tian sent people to the Four Seas Academy to get the money, while he personally went to find Liu. When he saw President Tian's haggard appearance, Liu was happy, who asked the people of the Thousand Circles Chamber of Commerce to not cooperate properly. Since they had done it, they had to bear the consequences. Originally, he really wanted to support the Thousand Circles Chamber of Commerce during normal operations. However, since things had happened, they couldn't blame him for being ruthless. That was why he had taken the action of tax-free investment. In addition to this, there was also a follow-up plan. He had to force the Thousand Circles Chamber of Commerce to sell their shares to him at a lower price. Liu thought about this and revealed a warm smile to President Tian. "President Tian, you're free today? How many kills have you been burning? I'm waiting to make a lot of money. When the time comes, I definitely won't forget President Tian's help. Come, serve tea." President Tian looked at the tea and melon seeds that were served. He was indeed thirsty. He took a sip and said, "Lordly, haven't we been recruiting too many people recently? Moreover, many of them are people who also burn pottery. It's not easy for us to do business." "How many?" "I think it's okay. Moreover, I haven't exempted them from taxes for 10 years like your Thousand Circles Chamber of Commerce. I've only exempted them for 3 years. If they want to exempt more, they have to pay a bigger price. In fact, the Yamen has no other choice. Even if they have to spend money now, they have to do it." President Tian also knows that for a Chamber of Commerce, monopolization is the most profitable. However, for a county, competition between merchants is the most beneficial. "I'm just waiting for 3 years to collect more taxes." Liu was lying through his teeth. President Tian naturally didn't believe him. Although it was tax-free for 3 years, renting land was money, right? Moreover, it was the kind of land that was rented. It was land that no one cultivated. The merchants who came first looked at the map and couldn't change what they chose. If there were other people on the land, they had to help them move and compensate them. This part of the money was not small. There was also the coal and wood used to make the kiln. This was another sum of money. For large transactions, the county wouldn't be short of taxes. The same was true for selling land. President Tian estimated that the tax revenue of Chongning County this year would be 20 times more than the previous year. In the past, there weren't so many merchants. The road was not easy to travel. Now, if a merchant wanted to build a kiln, he had to build that road first. As a result, many merchants came. Liu only needed to pay a little bit of money to connect all the roads. This was a good calculation. This was Zhang Xiaobao's real ability. He didn't need to set up such a big plan. After thinking for a while, President Tian had to stop mentioning this matter. After all, the contract didn't stipulate that other merchants were not allowed to come. He couldn't keep the money that he was supposed to pay. Therefore, he said to Liu, Lord Li, the Thousand Circles Chamber of Commerce is going to continue to use money to increase shares. Does Lord Li agree? Increase shares just like that? I agree. Wasn't it written in the contract? How much does President Tian want to increase? Li Yu thought that it would take some time for the other party to increase shares. It was good to increase shares. He would have more money in the county. Since the money was coming, he couldn't just leave it. If that was the case, his financial staff would tell him, I want to increase 100,000 strings of coins. President Tian gritted his teeth and said the number. The main reason was that he didn't know if he could achieve his goal after investing this amount of money. If Li Yu didn't have Zhang Xiaobao behind him, there shouldn't be a problem. However, with that person around, it seemed that anything could happen. In other words, my shares will become 25%, right? Okay, if I want to invest, I will tell you. Li Yu didn't object. This was what was written in the contract. Zhang Xiaobao had already analyzed it. Yes, if Lord Li thinks it's too little, we can give you half. President Tian was afraid that Li Yu would be unhappy, so he was prepared to lose some to monopolize the resources in the future. No, don't give me that. A business is a business. Do you look down on me? Do you think I'm a lord who will use my status to bully others? Li Yu hurriedly refused. What was the use of half? It was better to follow Xiaobao's plan. Sure enough, it would be a pity if he didn't make some money. President Tian was relieved. He casually talked about the pottery that was made over there and didn't stay for long. He said goodbye and left. Li Yu's advisor, Xiaochong, came out from behind the screen. He was holding the plan that Zhang Xiaobao had written for him. His face was full of admiration. Lord, are you going to form your own caravan immediately and go to the surrounding counties to discuss business? The people from the Millennium Chamber of Commerce are about to take action. Go, I'll leave this matter to you. Taxes, a lot of taxes. Now the county will have money. The money that my brother and Xiao Bao invested can be earned back little by little. It would be good if we could find someone else to lend money. Now, we need to use the county's money to pay for it. This is misappropriation. Even if I borrow it myself and the people agree, I will have to find a way to compensate in the future. Fortunately, no one will blame me. Which place doesn't misappropriate? Even the imperial court is shifting. Li Yu handed the matter to Xiaochong. He felt that it was awkward to misappropriate public funds. He didn't have this feeling when he used to misappropriate public funds. Of course, this was not for free. He needed to use a few of his own businesses as collateral. Otherwise, with the current financial situation of the Yamen, without collateral, it would be difficult to explain to the people. When Li Longji in the capital got on the ship and set out, Zhang Xiaobao's letter to Li Yu had also arrived. Li Yu opened the letter and read it. He smiled happily and said to himself, Xiaobao is indeed Xiaobao. He lives up to his reputation. Good. Plant willows. Plant a lot of them. Plant as much bamboo as you can. Then buy hay and stalks from this county and the surrounding counties. Wait for the big money. Thinking of this, he picked up the letter and read it again. The letter analyzed the future development of Changning County. It said that as long as the merchants who invested money could earn money, they would not withdraw. This year, there might be enough other things to use. After all, the newly opened kiln needed to be tested to see how it was burned. Every kiln was different. Some were good, some were not. Naturally, the bad ones would need to be rebuilt. When all the kilns were tested and sold next year, that would be the real era of mass production. Pottery was not something that could be stored one by one. There had to be protective measures. What was the best thing to protect? Of course, it was bamboo and wicker baskets. There was also hay. There might be enough this year, but there would definitely be a shortage next year. In that case, it would be too late to prepare now. Whether it was to make money for oneself or to help the merchants transport the goods safely away as soon as possible, it had to be prepared in advance. Willows were easy to grow. Just stick a willow branch on them and they grew quickly. Bamboo was even more so. In addition to this suggestion, Another one was for Changning to start making honeycomb briquettes and use them to burn. The remaining firewood could be made into thick paper. When the time came, the Zhang family and Wang family would provide a material for the paper pulp. After it was pressed, it could also be used in pottery. Liu read it over and over again. Every time he read it, he felt comfortable. This was a really good way to make use of the resources. After the people of the Millennium Chamber of Commerce used up the increased capital, they could earn a lot of money again. No, I have to prepare early. I have to write these things down. When Uncle arrives at Finshui, I will have something to say to him. Having made up his mind, Liu arranged for people to collect enough hay and plant a large number of willows and bamboos. At the same time, he began to write a report. He listed all kinds of data so that when the fleet arrived, he could speak smoothly. Zhang Xiaobao didn't know how far Liu could go. He didn't plan to make money in Changning. When the fleet set off, he was arranged to be on Li Longji's ship. Xiao Bei and the others followed him. The ship went through the Chao Canal. When they reached a place where they could change channels, they would enter Finshui. It was not easy for Li Longji to come out. At first, there were many people who objected. Finally, after Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan agreed to pay, the people who objected agreed. Otherwise, it would have taken a lot of effort. As soon as he arrived on the ship, Li Longji didn't want to be bored in the cabin. He took a set of things and sat on the deck at the bow. He held a telescope in his hand and looked around. The current was following the current. When they entered Finshui River, it would be against the current. Therefore, the ship moved very fast. In addition to the guards on the ship, there were also Jinwu guards on the shore to follow them on horseback in case there was an ambush. A day and a half later, at noon, Li Longji still went outside to sit and look at the scenery of his country. While looking, he found that there was a bridge over the river in front of him. "Lisher, do you know when we got out of this bridge?" Li Longji asked Gao Lisher, who was standing next to him. Gao Lisher didn't know either. He looked at it in confusion, shook his head and replied, "I don't know." "Who was so kind to build a bridge for us? There are quite a lot of people on the bridge. Why did we stop at the head of the bridge?" Just like what Gao Lisher said, there were many people on this bridge that seemed to have appeared out of nowhere. There were also people using small carts to push goods. It was more strenuous to ride a horse because the bridge would sway back and forth. It was an iron chain bridge. Gao Lisher didn't know, so he asked Luo Bin to come over. Luo Bin had gone to other places to pass on an imperial decree. He was gone for more than 10 days, so Gao Lisher thought that he would know. The little eunuch Luo Bin hurried over and looked up at the bridge in front of them. He said in surprise, "It's so fast. When I passed by last time, it wasn't fixed yet. The Zhang family and the Wang family are really fast." Hearing him say this, Li Longji and Gao Lisher both knew what was going on. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan probably saw that it was inconvenient to travel here, so they had people build a bridge. It was indeed very fast. In just a month, an iron chain bridge had been built. It was so comfortable to do things with money. Xiaobao and Cuckoo are really kind. This bridge must have cost a lot of money to build, right? What are the two sides of the bridge supported by? Li Longji looked carefully at the bridge, praised it, and then asked, "Replying to your majesty, the two sides are supported by cement, steel bars, and pebbles. This is the only way to stretch the iron chain. Even if 100 people stand on it, it won't break. In addition, I heard that in the future there will be more maintenance. But, as Luo Bin spoke, he didn't know whether he should continue or not. He looked at Gao Lisher. "Why are you looking at me? If you have something to say, just say it to your majesty." Gao Lisher glared at him. "Aren't you framing me? You can't say what you have to say. Look at me, it's so infuriating." Li Longji didn't care about this small matter. He laughed and waited for Luo Bin to continue. "It's just that it's not easy to travel across this bridge. It costs money. It costs 1 copper coin to cross it twice. You can buy it for a month or a year. The longer you buy it, the cheaper it is. If you don't have money, you can also use goods. For example, an egg can cross it 3 times. If you buy a goose egg, you can cross it at least 5 times. Also, why does it cost money? Where are Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan? Call them over for me. Do they lack money? I've already given them money. How can an egg count? When Li Longji heard that they had to pay to cross the bridge, he was in no mood to praise Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. When he asked someone to call them over, he raised his binoculars and looked carefully. Of course, there was a person sitting at each end of the bridge. They were waiting for someone to throw money into a box beside them. There were also several baskets. At this time, 2 adults were bringing a child across the bridge. They didn't pay and took out an egg and put it in the baskets. Leisure, what do you think this is? The commoners are just passing by, but they are charged. Do the Zhang family and Wang family really lack money? If the commoners spread this, their family's reputation will be ruined. They can take out so much money to build the canal and the road in Jiannan province. They even provided development funds for the villages that helped pave the road. Why do they have to charge people for the canal in the capital? Li Longji said angrily to Gao Lisher. No wonder Luo Bin was hesitant. So this was the reason. Gao Lisher also frowned. He also didn't understand. There were many people passing by, but how long would it take to earn back the money for the bridge? He couldn't answer for a while. After a while he said, Your Majesty, this subject thinks that the people guarding the bridge are charging Xiaobao and Cuckoo behind their backs. When Xiaobao and Cuckoo come over, we can ask them. Yes, ask them. Have them tell the truth. Li Longji was still looking at the people passing by on the bridge. No matter how he thought about it, he felt uncomfortable. Not long after, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan came over hand in hand. Your Majesty is enjoying the cool air here. Your Majesty, look at the bridge in front. Cuckoo and I built it when we came over. We will build more in the future, including the river that Your Majesty was going to pass by. Zhang Xiaobao pointed at the bridge that Li Longji was looking at and said leisurely. Gao Lisher looked at the 2 of them and asked, Xiaobao, tell me the truth. Is that bridge charging people money? Yes, it's very cheap. It only charges 1 copper coin for 2 trips. If you only go once, you'll be given a certificate. You can use it whenever you want. Zhang Xiaobao nodded and admitted. He even explained how the copper coin would be split in half. Li Longji put down his binoculars and asked Zhang Xiaobao, You're lacking in money? What will the commoners think? Do you still want your reputation? Immediately tell the other side that they're not allowed to take money. If they've already taken money, just forget about it. That won't do. If we don't take money, won't we be wasting money? My family isn't lacking in money. Based on the current situation, we'll need 2 years to earn back the money we spent on the bridge. At that time, a portion of the money we earn will be used for maintenance, and a portion will be used to arrange houses at the bridgehead so that people can rest. My family isn't counting on this to make a fortune, but we can't not take it. In the future, all bridges will be like this. If it works, then we'll be building roads. Caravans will also have to pay tolls. Zhang Xiaobao didn't care about Li Longji's glare. He had to take the money. Li Longji thought that Zhang Xiaobao would immediately comply. He didn't expect him to refuse. He opened his mouth and was about to give another order when Gao Lisher said, Xiaobao, there has to be a reason, right? Since you're not lacking in money, why are you still taking it? Of course there's a reason. My family isn't lacking in money. But that doesn't mean that everyone isn't lacking in money. Many merchants want to do good deeds. But once they invest the money, they'll have to pay maintenance fees every year to repair the bridge and roads. It's fine if the business is doing well, but if it suddenly goes bad, then the bridge and roads will gradually be abandoned. If they're like me and let the passers-by pay a bit of money, then even if the merchants don't have money in the future, they'll still have tolls to maintain the bridge and roads. Besides, this money should be collected. There's a boatman sitting on both sides of the bridgehead who ferries on the canal. He collects money when he ferries. Now that there's a bridge, he doesn't need to ferry anymore. He can just sit on the bridge and collect money. When the time comes, he'll have a share of the money. It's not much different from ferrying people. Without this bridge, wouldn't it cost money to take a boat? It costs even more. That's why many people would rather take a detour than pay to cross the river. It's cheaper for us, especially for those who travel frequently. It's only 20 copper coins a month and 200 copper coins a year. It's so cheap. Zhang Xiaobao was planning to charge the toll to the end. Wang Wan chimed in from the side. Isn't that so? If we only think about doing good deeds, how can we let the merchants who suffer losses lose the ability to do it again? Xiaobao and I are preparing to earn back the money we spent on the bridge. When we earn more money, we'll continue to use the money to repair bridges and roads. We'll gather the wealth of the world's travelers and build roads for them. This time, Li Longji didn't say anything. He didn't ask Zhang Xiaobao to cancel the toll. Instead, he thought about what the two of them said. At this time, the boat had already reached the bridge. The people on the bridge had already been cleared. What if someone spat on the bridge? Li Longji raised his head and looked at the metal chains and ropes. He felt that what Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan said was right. If it were another merchant who said this, he would think that he was quibbling. Were there merchants who didn't care about money? However, when Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan said it, no one would doubt it. They really didn't lack money. Every year, they took out a large sum of money to build the infrastructure. It was impossible for them to count on collecting bridge and road tolls to make a fortune. Gao Lishur was also considering this problem. He was tempted by what Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan said. Yes, a merchant who didn't ask for anything in return wouldn't last long. Was there even one in 100 merchants? Thus he said to Li Longji, Your Majesty, if what Xiaobao and Cuckoo said is true, there will be more people who are willing to build bridges and roads in the future. Then there will be no need to worry about Great Tang's roads not being smooth. Countless merchants will take the initiative to build bridges and roads. In a few years, there will be roads and bridges everywhere in Great Tang. Li Longji nodded. If the imperial court really had to fork out money to build so many roads and bridges, the imperial court wouldn't be able to afford it. Even if they could, they wouldn't be able to maintain it. Thinking that he had more or less figured it out, he was just about to agree when he suddenly thought of a crucial problem. He asked Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, Then what if many merchants build roads and bridges just to make money? Won't the wealth of the commoners be earned by them? Take this bridge of yours, for example. You can recoup your capital in 2 years. I don't think anyone would build a bridge on the Yellow River, right? They won't be able to afford it, so they can only build it in a place like this. What if they deliberately raise the price? In a moment, I'll pay the taxes and write a document. As long as the road and bridge fees are earned, they will be paid to the local authorities first. However, this money will be paid directly to the capital, and the local authorities won't be able to embezzle it. In this way, it will take a longer time to recoup the capital. With such a heavy tax, it will probably take 4 years to recoup the capital. After recouping the capital, they will still have to continue paying taxes, and the transportation fees will be reduced. I'll write this clearly in the contract. When the time comes, His Majesty will be able to gather a large amount of money and use this money to do other things. Zhang Xiaobao didn't need to think too much to know how to deal with this problem. Wang Wan added, Indeed, the only problem is that no matter how good a policy is, it still needs people to carry it out. For example, concealing the truth of the matter. Once there is enough money, many officials are even willing to take the risk of being executed. Hearing the two's words, Li Longji sighed. He agreed with Zhang Xiaobao's point, but he was also worried about Wang Wan's point. That was indeed the case. Who could guarantee that the officials wouldn't be greedy? They would always have a wishful thinking, even if they knew that they could be executed. Unable to come up with a solution, Li Longji looked at Gao Lishur. Gao Lishur had his own considerations. He said, Your Majesty, you can let many officials who don't have positions walk around the place. One is to monitor whether the roads and bridges have been built, and whether they have received money. The other is to find a job for them. If someone wants to bribe them, it's also fine. Your Majesty can let different people walk around the place every half a month to see if they can afford it. You can even use this to link it to an evaluation. It's like the officials in the county supervising each other. As long as someone is found to be doing this, they can report it and get a chance to be promoted. Although it can't be completely stopped, it will definitely have a good effect. Occasionally, you can send people to check it out. When the time comes, you can kill a few to make the officials more obedient. In truth, Li Longji had already approved of this plan, but he still asked Zhang Xiaobao, "Is this plan feasible?" Zhang Xiaobao nodded. "If we can harden our hearts and kill them, we won't have to fear that too many officials will make mistakes. What we fear is that we will corrupt them from the root. The imperial court will have to consider favors. For example, if a certain general or official who has made great contributions does something wrong, the imperial court won't be able to kill them directly. That would be the most dangerous. We have to kill them. No matter who pleads for leniency, we won't allow it. Let's try it out in the various rivers of Jiangyi province first and see how it goes. After that, we'll promote it to the entire Great Tang. Let's start with you all. Write a plan for collecting taxes on the Iron Chain Bridge." Li Longji wasn't muddle-headed. He didn't plan to promote this plan to the entire Great Tang, but he wouldn't be satisfied if he didn't do it. How much money would that cost? If he could earn it, why wouldn't he? The national treasury was indeed much better than before, but it wasn't easy to start a war. Besides, there were many other things that needed to be done, such as the construction of the canal. Zhang Xiaobao nodded in agreement. Collecting taxes was fine, but he didn't expect to make money on the bridge. Moving forward, the true source of income was the markets on both sides of the bridge. Those were tax-free, and the imperial court wouldn't care. After resolving one of his worries, Li Longji turned to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan and asked, "How many bridges can be built on the Yellow River?" "You all will fork out a portion, and the imperial court will fork out a portion. If it really isn't possible, the imperial court can also fork out the money. After all, your family has been spending a lot recently. That depends on what kind of bridge it is. If it's like the one on the Yangtze, it won't be possible to build it. It just so happened that someone was causing trouble over there, so a bridge was built. If no one is causing trouble over here, do you want to change the course of the Yellow River? How many things would that delay? Even though there's a bridge on the Yangtze, compared to the losses back then, the current income is too little." Zhang Xiaobao was worried that Li Longji would want to build such a bridge. How much money did he spend back then? Who would change the course of the river for no reason? Wang Wan also added, "If it's an iron suspension bridge, it's still possible. Just choose a narrow place and build it. However, compared to the canal, it will cost more money. If the imperial court isn't in a hurry after the autumn harvest, Xiaobao and I can raise the money to do this." "How do you raise the money?" Li Longji was still worried about Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. He was afraid that they would make life difficult for their families because of the money they had to fork out. Tubo, Japan, and Xinyuan Island. Tubo is finished today. We can use food to exchange for a lot of resources. With resources, there's money. Japan is waiting for the silver ore to be shipped back this time. Xiaobao is also going to make a move. There's silver and gold over there. Including Xan Luo, the people from Xan Luo are now playing games with Li Yu in Chongning County of Ciaizhou. Their purpose of investing here is not pure. They want to cheat. Xiaobao and I have given Li Yu ideas. Next, it's time to counterattack. Don't think of taking advantage of us for no reason. Wang Wan pointed to the west, east, and south as she explained to Li Longji. Li Longji suddenly understood. That's right, Xiaobao is still scheming. He didn't scheme against the people of Great Tang, but it doesn't mean that he doesn't scheme against other countries. If one didn't know what Zhang Xiaobao did to the surrounding countries, it would be easy for people to think that Xiaobao was only SOSO in terms of economy and didn't have any good ideas. It was because of this comparison that people understood that Xiao Bao or the experts of the Zhang family were thinking about Great Tang. There were many things that they couldn't do, but were unwilling to do. Thinking of this, Li Longji suddenly felt a little embarrassed. It's not good to always ask you to fork out money, right? It's fine, as long as His Majesty agrees to let us work hard to open a bank. Oh, a bank, it's fine. If His Majesty allows us to operate the bank as usual, we will take care of the bridge of the Yellow River. Zhang Xiaobao was originally worried that someone would snatch the bridge from him. Now that he had found an opportunity, it was worth it, even if he had to fork out 1,000,000 strings of coins to repair the bridge. Besides, he didn't need to spend that much money. What bank? Li Longji had a vague feeling that things weren't that simple. Now that he heard Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan casually mention something, he had to think deeper. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan could only selectively tell Li Longji and Gao Lisher about the bank. The purpose was to facilitate business transactions, promote economic prosperity, reduce transportation costs and risks, and, at the same time, earn some money to support their families. Now that the price of cotton had risen, Xiao Bei and the others hadn't made new clothes yet. After hearing this, Li Longji eliminated the previous few tasks of serving others. The one that left the deepest impression on him was to earn some money. He didn't believe that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were willing to fork out so much money to repair the bridge just to earn some money. Their past was still vivid in his mind. How did they get the good farm in Fengzhou? How did Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan each have an official? How did the east of Jinchuan and the west of Great Tang, including the desert, become Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's territory? Thus, Li Longji didn't directly agree. Instead, he said, "Let me think about this. And fine by Go and the others. I have something to ask. Then we'll go back. We still have to cook." Wang Wan dragged Zhang Xiaobao and left. After the two left, Li Longji waited for Old Man Pai and the others to arrive. He was thinking hard about the relationship between the Yellow River Bridge and the bank. When he turned his head, he saw Gao Lisher looking at the scenery in boredom. He asked, "Lisher, do you know what's going on with the bank? Why do I feel that something is wrong? Listening to them, they don't earn much. Is that true?" Gao Lisher thought about it and replied, "Your Majesty, I don't think it's that simple. Perhaps they can earn a lot of money, but I know that no matter how much money Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan earn, they don't spend much on themselves." Li Longji responded. At this time, Old Man Pai and Old Man Yao arrived. Chapter 757. Old Man Pai didn't hide anything and directly told him about Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan setting up a bank in Baoxing County. Old Man Yao also echoed, "It said that the bank will be very useful in the future." But Xiaobao and Cuckoo didn't say anything. I've asked them twice, and they both said that we'll know when the time comes. Li Longji was now more concerned than the tolling of the bridge and Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan wanting to build the Yellow River Iron Chain Bridge. The tolling of the tolling had already been decided, and they just had to wait and see the results. The bridge on the Yellow River was nothing more than money. Setting up a bank was new, and they didn't know the final use of it. "Lisher, can you ask them?" Li Longji couldn't figure it out himself, so he sent Gao Lisher. Gao Lisher was in a difficult position, but he still seriously thought about it and shook his head. "I might not be able to. Maybe Xiaobao and Cuckoo haven't perfected it yet, or else they would have said more benefits. I'll ask them later." Yao Cheng suddenly said, "Your Majesty, why don't we also set up a bank after Xiaobao and Cuckoo set up a bank and follow their method?" "No, Xiaobao and Cuckoo mean that they should set it up alone. It's best if no one else in the Tang Empire can set it up." Gao Lisher began to side with his godson. Old Man Pai also said, "How is that possible? Do we have to write it down in the law? If others learn to set it up, let them do so, but the imperial court must not set it up. Unless Xiaobao and Cuckoo deliberately find it and say that it can be set up, then it can be set up in the name of the imperial court. Otherwise, it will be too late to regret once it's wrong." Li Longji understood Bai Go's words. It was because the policy was good, but once it was passed down, it was hard to control what the subordinates did. Especially when faced with a large amount of money. If the executor was greedy, he could check and take it back. If he lost it, it was useless to kill him. While the four of them were talking, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were also chatting while cooking. There were too many people, so it was impossible for them to specially make stir-fried dishes. 2 people prepared to make wontons. This was fast. After the stuffing was done, they used a pair of chopsticks or a small piece of bamboo. Zhang Xiaobao was in charge of the live stuffing and the dumplings, while Wang Wan was in charge of the other supplementary ingredients. It was impossible for them to make the dumplings for Li Longji that were sold at street stalls with only some seaweed sprinkled on them and nothing else. Swish, 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 swish. Zhang Xiaobao moved quickly and covered the room with a curtain. He asked Wang Wan, "Didn't Wu Huifei send someone to look for you secretly?" "No, I told you when you looked for me. I don't know what she's thinking. Maybe she hasn't found the opportunity yet. I feel uncomfortable when I think of giving her the wonton I made. Should I put something else in it?" Wang Wan said without turning her head. She was choosing pickled mustard greens that had been marinated for a long time. She had to use the most tender parts of the mustard greens. Zhang Xiaobao pulled down the curtain and continued wrapping the wontons. "That works too. I'll make some croton powder. Then we'll escape immediately. We'll go to Luzhou and start a rebellion. Li Longji must be very troubled. I think that's a good idea. It's impossible to taste the croton powder immediately. How about we put some diamond foam in it?" Wang Wan chimed in. "It's better to be careful. Don't let her get anything on us. Otherwise, we'll have to spend a lot of effort to deal with her. It's troublesome." Zhang Xiaobao did not continue with the conversation. It was impossible. Why would he want to harm Li Longji? The fleet continued to move forward. After a few days, they could see people repairing the bridge on both sides of the river. When they moved forward again, they finally saw the iron chain bridge. It was just enough time. Someone was laying planks on it. The further they went, the better the planks were. When they were about to reach Changning, there were already people walking on the bridge. In Changning County, Li Yu had been preparing for a long time. He wanted to bring Li Longji to Changning to have a look. Although Fen River did not flow through Changning, it was still more than 10 miles away from Changning County. Normally, the people who would welcome them along the way would be from Linfen County. If it were someone else, they would have given up when they saw the distance. However, Li Yu had no intention of giving up. He felt that his Changning County was the best. Although Linfen was in the center of the province, it was not as developed as Changning County. Currently, every family in Changning County had a new house. The roads in the county were well connected. It would be a pity if he did not bring Li Longji here to have a look. Relying on the fact that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were also on the ship, Li Yu had an idea. In order to welcome Li Longji, he spent 50,000 strings of coins to decorate the ready-made house. It looked like a lot, but Li Yu did not feel bad at all. He spent most of the money on lanterns and curtains. He gave them to the residents in the county. After the lanterns were used, he folded them and put them away. They could still be used during the New Year. He changed the curtains and made a quilt cover. The people who knew why Li Yu had so much money were the people from the Qianshi Chamber of Commerce. In order to monopolize the supply of pottery in Changning County, they signed 3-year supply contracts with several places in the county. They were very happy when they signed the contracts. They thought that Li Yu was stupid and did not think of this. In the end, they did not spend 150,000 strings of coins. They spent 120,000 strings of coins. They did succeed, at least within 3 days after the contracts were signed. They increased the local price of pottery by 50%. However, before they could be happy for a few more days, pottery from other counties came in and lowered the price by 40%. The team that transported the pottery was under Li Yu's banner. At that price, they signed 3-year contracts with other businessmen who wanted to open a kiln. Chairman Tian knew that the pottery was not only in Changning County, but it was expensive to transport it from other counties. In the end, he sent people to the neighboring counties and found that the pottery was not worth a single copper coin. Li Yu asked people to go to the neighboring counties to discuss with the officials and build a road for them. Then he bought a place with pottery. What was most admirable was that once the road was completed, it would pass by the place where the clay was produced. In other words, Li Yu had spent money to build a road that was convenient for transporting clay, and he had gotten a place for free. In this way, the yamen in Changning County was rich, and so was Li Yu. The tax collected and the profits from selling the pottery could be used to decorate the county. At this time, Li Yu was waiting for the arrival of the fleet. He had sent people to check in advance. He was excited and worried. It was not that he had never seen Li Longji before, but that meeting was different from this one. This time he was meeting with political achievements. Little Chong, you must keep an eye on the people in the county and the outsiders, especially the foreigners, including the businessmen. You can't make any mistakes. You did a good job exchanging the road for the land. You've already paid back the money you used to build the road. This time, I'll let you do it again. It's up to you whether it succeeds or not. Li Yu said to Little Chong, who had just returned from making arrangements in the county. Little Chong puffed out his chest and promised, "Don't worry, sir. I've already arranged for people to protect the emperor. No one will come within 1,000 steps of him." Li Yu felt sad when he thought of this. He had too few subordinates, only 400. He was not like his brother Li Sun, who could have as many subordinates as he wanted. It was not a problem to have a few thousand subordinates. After all, he had been adopted as the only son. Plus, he was rich, so he was treated differently. Seeing Li Yu in a daze, Little Chong continued, "Sir, should we find a few people to disguise themselves as commoners and put in a good word for the emperor?" "Well, think of a way to contact Zhang Xiaobao and ask him." Li Yu hesitated and said, Chapter 758. Li Yu was busy preparing to welcome the emperor. The people in the county were also looking forward to it. "The emperor, it is already a blessing for you to come to the county." Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan really became full-time chefs. They cooked for the important people in the team every day. In the end, they just ate hot pot or barbecue every 2 days to save time. Gao Lisher did come to ask Zhang Xiaobao about opening a bank. Zhang Xiaobao could tell his godfather some truth, but he didn't say too much. He just said that the bank would be helpful to the entire Tang Empire in the future. As for what kind of help it would be, he only revealed that a bank could be opened all over the Tang Empire and that it would be enough to make silk, the currency, gradually withdraw from the market. Gao Lisher, who originally thought that he was very smart, didn't understand why silk could be withdrawn from the market with a bank. When they were about to arrive at Linfin, Gao Lisher finally summarized what he heard from Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. He found Li Longji, who was still unwilling to stay in the cabin, and ran to the deck to take a good look at his country. Bai Go and Yao Chong, who weren't invited at the beginning, were also beside him. Even Old Man Chong, Zhang Jiling's former butler, was allowed to come. It wasn't because of Zhang Jiling, but because Old Man Chong was close to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. If he wanted to understand Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan more, he had to start from the people around them. He had to be able to tell Li Longji everything. The people in the inner courtyard of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan naturally couldn't tell him everything, because they were traveling along the river. The most they could see on both sides of the river were the banks and the rice paddies in the distance. Some of the paddies were slightly yellow, while others were still green. Li Longji held the binoculars in his hand and couldn't get enough of it. He was satisfied with what he saw and wanted to share his happiness with others. He said to Bai Go, Yao Chong, and Old Man Chong, "Look at the Tang Empire. In less than a month, it will be golden, and the people will live a good life." In the past, if they knew that the imperial treasury was already very rich, Old Man Pai and Old Man Yao would definitely flatter them. However, they had always been by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's side, so they naturally knew that even if the imperial court was rich, it did not mean that every commoner was rich. There were rich people, and there was no lack of poor people. This was especially true for the poor. They could only eat a mouthful of rice. They were far from reaching the point where every family could have a new house and eat meat for every meal. Not to mention how much savings he had. Even if there was a family in Zhuangzi whose food was moldy and whose money was rotten, they did not share it with the people around them who still needed to dig up some wild vegetables to fill their stomachs. Thinking of this, Old Man Pai could not follow Li Longji's words. Instead, he asked Li Longji, "Your Majesty, what kind of life do you think is a good life for the commoners?" Li Longji really did not know how to answer this kind of question. Everyone had a different definition of happiness. After thinking about it, Li Longji said, "I think that if the commoners have clothes to wear and don't starve, that is a good life. Oh, if they can build 2 more rooms so that it is not crowded, that would be even better. We can't let the commoners eat and wear the same clothes as us. What does official Bai think?" Old Man Pai still did not follow Li Longji's words. He asked again, "Your Majesty, where do you think the commoners are living the best life now?" "Naturally, it's Sanshui County. Although I haven't been there, I've seen the model. Every family there has a good house. As long as the commoners want to eat meat, they can eat meat. If they want to eat fish, they can eat fish. Even the prawns in the sea can be eaten if they are willing to spend a little more money. Don't tell me all the commoners in Great Tang are like that?" Li Longji said this without thinking. He did not know the specifics of Lu Zhou's situation. It was the same in Suzhou. However, Sanshui County was close by. Moreover, there was a model. He could find out if he wanted to. After saying this, without waiting for Old Man Pai to say anything, Li Longji suddenly understood and said, "I understand. Sanshui County is not only good in terms of food and clothes, but also because all the children there can go to school. Moreover, they don't need to pay for medical treatment. It's a good thing. It can be said that it is the best county in the world. However, not all places in Great Tang can be like Sanshui County. After all, there is only one Zhang family and one Wang family. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan are only a couple. We can't let all the local officials reach their level." Li Longji's eyes were filled with yearning as he spoke those words. If all of the regional officials were as capable as the Zhang clan and Wang clan, he would be able to lead his troops into battle and conquer even more territories. When he saw that he had achieved his goal, Old Man Pai said, "Your Majesty is right. We should let the people of Great Tang be like Sanshui County. It may seem difficult, but it's not. As long as we can produce more food, and as long as there are more people raising poultry and livestock, the price of things will naturally fall. Moreover, Zhang family and Wang family are currently looking for places to plant and cultivate medicinal herbs. In the future, many people will naturally benefit. If we want to succeed, we will succeed. If we don't, we will cripple. Everything is like this." "Lord Bai, what you said is what the subject wants to say as well." Old Man Yao chimed in from the side. He had the same idea as Old Man Pai. He wanted Li Longji to be more concerned. He did not think that the people of Great Tang were living a good life just because they had more food and more money. The goal could not be set so small. There had to be a comparison. Sanshui County was the real good life. The two of you are too kind. I understand. In the future, I will be strict with the officials and not be soft-hearted." Li Longji thought of what Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan said the other day. Any good policy needed to be implemented by people. He had already decided to send more people to patrol various places. He had to constantly send people to every place. If the people patrolling later found that a place had made a mistake before the previous patrolling person arrived, then the previous patrolling person would also be unlucky. Although there were many people sent and the expenses were high, no matter how high the expenses were, it could not compare to the amount of money that local officials could get from corruption and accepting bribes. If they did not take bribes and sell a part of the national resources at a low price, it would be enough to support the salaries of the patrolling people. When Old Man Pai and Old Man Yao saw that the emperor was so easy to talk to, they were happy. They flattered him together and began to talk about the autumn harvest today. At this time, Gao Lisher came over and looked at Li Longji. Seeing that Li Longji was in a good mood, he said, "Your Majesty, I have asked Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. After thinking for a few days, I have a rough idea. I can tell you now." "Oh, is it about the bank?" After Gao Lisher said this, Li Longji remembered that there was such a thing. He had almost forgotten about it in the past few days. Yes, Xiao Bao said that as long as the bank is opened in the future, our dynasty will no longer need to use silk as money. After all, the damage of silk is too great. In order to ensure the status of silk, the imperial court has already taken out a lot of money to balance it. Also, silk accounts for a certain proportion of the rent collected. The amount of silk lost every year is the imperial court's loss. Moreover, we have to spend extra money to think of ways to not let the silk go moldy so quickly. In the long run, the Tang Empire will not be able to bear it. Gao Lisher explained the disadvantages of using silk. In fact, even if Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not mention it, everyone knew that using silk as a currency was very inconvenient. A bolt of silk was always used as 200 copper coins. It was not so comfortable to transport it. If one wanted to buy something that cost 500 copper coins, they had to carry 3 bolts of silk. What if they were drenched by the rain? What if they were roasted by the sun for too long and became brittle? Furthermore, if they were to use 3 bolts of silk to buy something that cost 500 copper coins, the other party would have to give them 100 copper coins. Nowadays, the common people were not willing to accept silk. If not for the imperial court's order to force the sale of silk, no one would accept it. Hearing Gao Lisher's words, Li Longji nodded. "Then, Lisher, did you ask how to solve this problem? Our dynasty has very little copper coins and very little gold and silver. Other than silk, what else can we use as money? We can't possibly use money like in ancient times, right? Or cast iron coins. Naturally, we can't cast iron coins. There are many skilled craftsmen nowadays. Even the Kaiyuan Tongbao is cast with copper, not to mention iron, which is even cheaper than copper, unless we use steel to make it." Gao Lisher first rejected the idea of using iron to make money, then said, "Xiao Bao said that he is gathering the best craftsmen in Tang. As long as no one makes trouble, he and Cuckoo can increase Tang's national strength by several times in a short period of time. They say that they are copying the Industrial Revolution model. This subject doesn't know what the Industrial Revolution model is, but I feel that it should be very powerful. The model of the Zhang family and Wang family has never been simple. Therefore, this subject intends to send more craftsmen to Xiao Bao and Cuckoo. They must be flexible and not inflexible." When Li Longji heard that the national strength could be increased by several times, his interest was piqued. Suddenly, he remembered that this was not what they were talking about, so he changed the topic and asked, "Previously, you were talking about silk. What does it have to do with the Industrial Revolution?" "In reply to your Majesty, it has to do with it. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo want to use industrial products as their currency. It will be difficult for others to imitate them. In the future, they will not use silk as money, and they will not release copper coins and gold and silver. This subject doesn't think that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo can't do it. What this subject is worried about is that once they make a currency to replace copper coins and silk, won't they be able to make as much money as they want? In addition, the banks are under their control. How will the imperial court control them?" This was the key point that Gao Lisher had thought about for a few days. It was only Xiao Bao and Cuckoo who suggested this. If it was someone else who suggested it, he would have directly ordered people to arrest them. If money was not controlled by the imperial court, then it would be chaotic. Who would rule the world? Today he suggested this because he wanted to see if there was any way, because Xiao Bao did not say what to do next. When Gao Lisher said this, not only was Li Longji shocked, even Old Man Pai and the other 2 people gasped. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's idea was too bold. Could it be that they wanted Tang dynasty? Your Majesty, this subject thinks that we should ask Xiaobao and Cuckoo to come over and ask them clearly. Perhaps there are other things that they haven't said yet. Old Man Pai was worried that the emperor would punish Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan in a fit of anger, so he reminded him. Old Man Yao also said worriedly, this subject thinks that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan won't do that. Otherwise, this subject wouldn't have told General Gao. After Li Longji recovered from his shock, he was not as angry as Old Man Pai and the other two people thought. He still believed in Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. The two of them had always put what they wanted to do on the surface and never avoided it. Occasionally, they would calculate and exchange with each other. It was just a game, and there was no harm to Tang dynasty. After hearing Old Man Pai and Old Man Yao's words, he said, "We'll ask again when we eat. There's no need to think about who will be in charge of the money. I think that Xiao Bao will be in charge of the money. Now that I'm not the only one in charge of the casting of the copper coins, Zhang Xiaobao will be in charge." When Gao Lisher and the others heard this, they felt that it was right. Now that the emperor was not in charge of making the money himself, he would be exhausted to death. Similarly, he would let others take care of the matter and supervise each other. In the future, if Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan wanted to make money, he would let them do it and let them make money for the imperial court. After feeling relieved, the few people looked at the surrounding scenery again. There was an iron chain bridge in front of them. Along the way, they had seen several of them. The only difference was that today, other than the iron chain bridge, there were many people gathered on the other side of the bridge. Some were carrying poles, some were carrying baskets, and some were carrying baskets. Children were running around, and adults were talking to people there. With Qian Li's eyes, they could see clearly. There were many people doing business there, but there were no houses. They just put things on the ground and shouted from time to time to attract people to take a look. They were either using money or bartering. It was very busy. To be precise, it was a mess. Fortunately, there were people patrolling there. Occasionally, they would let people who were not in line with the other stalls move back. "This is a market?" Old Man Chang, who had been silent all this time, finally spoke. After saying this, he looked nervously at the emperor. He did not have an official position, so he could not speak casually. Linfen County's Fangyang Villages, Farmers Market. Li Longji saw the banner above the place where the group of people were. These were the words written on the banner. "Your Majesty, I will send someone to ask. Also, Li Yu is waiting in front. He said that he wants Your Majesty to go to his Chongning County to take a look. The development there has been good recently." Not knowing what the farmer's market was, Gao Lisher began to ask people. At the same time, he did not forget to mention Li Yu. "Oh, eldest brother's fifth son? Well, let's go and take a look." Li Longji agreed without hesitation. In fact, Li Yu was the sixth son. However, because his elder brother was adopted by someone else, he became the fifth son. Very soon, the people Gao Lisher sent to gather information returned. At this time, the fleet had stopped at the bridge. Li Yu had already brought many people to wait on the shore. The eyes of the guards swept back and forth, as if they were looking at an assassin who wanted to assassinate the emperor. Li Longji did not disembark immediately. It was almost time for dinner. If he disembarked now, he would be hungry when he reached Chongning County. He planned to eat first. He could not stay long. At most, he would go this afternoon and stay in Chongning County for the night. Tomorrow, he would have to come back and continue to go to Jinyang. Li Longji had not seen Li Yu for a long time. He ordered someone to call Li Yu over while he listened to the report of the person who went to inquire. "Your Majesty, the farmers' market over there is a tax-free place for local farmers and craftsmen. It's held on the 5th day of every month. The previous one was on this side of the bridge, and the next one is on the other side of the bridge. The crossing fee is very cheap, and there is no management fee. According to the people who are doing business, even if it's not on the 5th day, people who are free will still come here to buy their produce. Many people say that this place is good. Without the bridge, it would be inconvenient to travel. In the past, when they had a lot of food, they would have to carry it to the county. It would take 10 days to half a month to get there and back. Unlike this market, it's quite a distance away from the county, and there is no tax. Therefore, people are willing to come here. There is also a market further away. Hearing the words of the person who went to inquire, Lilongji did not say much. He nodded to show that he understood and continued to wait for Liu to come. It did not take long for Liu to come with Little Worm. The other officials in Chongning County were not summoned, so they could not follow. They could only wait for the emperor to come ashore. Only then would they have the chance to see him. Little Worm could come because he did not want to see the emperor. He came specifically to see Zhang Xiaobao and wanted to learn from Zhang Xiaobao. After all, they could be considered acquaintances after meeting once. As soon as Liu saw Lilongji, he immediately knelt down and kowtowed. This was not the etiquette of an official meeting the emperor. It was a family etiquette. Seeing Liu like this, Lilongji happily let him stand up. He said, You haven't seen me in 2 years, right? Yes, more than 2 years. I have been working in the county for these 2 years and have never gone back. Liu respectfully sat on the side and answered. Lilongji looked at Liu carefully again and said, Why did you lose weight and become darker? I have been busy in the county recently, so I have to keep an eye on the outside to avoid being schemed against. The people in the county are waiting for me to lead them to a better life. It is hot outside with the wind and the sun, so it is natural for me to become darker and thinner. However, I am in better shape than before. Speaking of this, Liu seemed to have made a great contribution. He could not help but reply proudly. Lilongji really did not know what Liu was doing here. Hearing this, he asked curiously, Who dares to scheme against you? I will teach him a lesson later. Did the registrar and deputy disobey? Even though he knew that Lilongji was joking, Liu was still happy. He answered, It is not my officials. It is a foreign merchant who wants to cheat me of the county's resources and money. They want to turn Chongning County into a place where they can get resources for free. They are from Xinlua and are related to the Four Seas Academy. We have to be careful. Oh, were you cheated? Lilongji's interest was piqued when he heard the word lie. Recently, he had been talking to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. His words were not ordinary, especially when it came to the matter of the bank and the Yellow River Bridge. Who knew how many secrets were hidden behind it? So he was very interested in lying. Liu gently shook his head, leaned forward, and said in a low voice, I was almost fooled. What I mean is that we shouldn't use our status to suppress economic matters. After all, it's impossible to solve all problems with administrative means in the future. I was lucky that the other party asked me to pay 50,000 strings of coins. I did not have that much money at that time. I happened to hear that you were building a workshop with Xiao Bao and Cuckoo in Shinsai County. Last time, during my birthday, you gave me 10,000 strings of coins. This time I wanted to borrow more and then you met Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. You got a good idea from them. Lilongji did not care that Liu was changing between the words me and nephew. When he heard what he said, he continued, That's right. Then Liu began to tell Lilongji everything that had happened since he met Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Lilongji and the people around him were all stunned. After he finished the story, Liu said, Now I have more than 30,000 strings of coins. The account in the yamen is 10 times more than before. After this year's autumn harvest, I can pay more rent to the court. I don't think the people from the Qianshi Chamber of Commerce can do anything. Besides, Xiaobao and Cuckoo are here. I will ask them what to do in the future tonight. The others nodded and agreed with Liu. The people from the Qianshi Chamber of Commerce could not do anything. How could they be fine after meeting Zhang Xiaobao? They would probably take revenge later. Everyone knew that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were like this. When they attacked their opponents, they would give them a chance. The Qianshi Chamber of Commerce got such a chance. If they did not use the contract to exempt other merchants, they would follow the contract and not take revenge. But since they did, it showed that they were up to no good. Naturally, they had to be taught a lesson. I see. Xiao Bao and the others still have time to care about you. Did they ask for anything from you? Li Longji was very surprised. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were very busy in Buxin County. They had to carry out local construction, watch the tourist area, and deal with the people in Xinsai County. When they were building the workshop, they had the time to scheme against the Qianshi Chamber of Commerce. Moreover, it seemed that they were not troubled by the complicated contract at all. They continued to set up a trap and put the 150,000 jingles of the Qianshi Chamber of Commerce in Chongning County. This was too amazing. It was like the remote command in Tubo. Once the plan was out, the others would follow step by step and predict the enemy first. However, he did not know what benefits Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan would get this time. The two of them could not have done this for nothing, right? When Liu heard his uncle's question, he was stunned. After thinking about it, he realized that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not ask for anything. So he replied, "There is no other benefit for me to give them. They said it was a friendship sponsorship. When the time comes, I just want to return the money they took out. They did not even ask for shares. I was just thinking if I should give them more when I return the money." No request? That's strange. How can there be no request? Don't return too much when you return it. Can you trust Xiao Bao and Cuckoo's words? I'm looking for someone to discuss whether the two of them are scheming. Remember, even if you don't see what they are up to now, it doesn't mean that they don't have plans in the future. Yes, that's it. Maybe they were already scheming when they helped you. Don't underestimate them. Otherwise, you will be foolishly helping others count the money when you are sold. Li Longji did not believe that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not have any ulterior motives. They had already suffered a lot. How could they give away Fengzhou, which was a good place for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, which others would not want to go to? They had underestimated Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan and sent them there. The more he thought about it, the more certain Li Longji was that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had set their eyes on Chongning County, which was so far away. It was just that they did not see it yet. Yes, I can't let them succeed. When they are ready to be promoted after the autumn harvest in Baoxing County, I can't send them here. There's no place for them in Ciizhou. Li Longji made up his mind. In fact, he did not want to harm Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. He just thought that it was fun to play this kind of game with them. The more you want to do something, the more I won't let you do it. I want to see what else you have not used. Li Longji did not say what he was thinking, but Gao Lisher, who was good at observing people and knew him very well, could guess what he was thinking. He reminded him, "Your Majesty, maybe Xiao Bao and Cuckoo wanted you to consider it, so they asked Child You to come here and welcome you. It's a scheme within a scheme. It's just like when they said they wanted a ranch in Jiannan province, but they did not train people to withstand the cold. Their target was the cold land in Hebei province. In the end, after some discussion, we gave Fengzhou to them. They immediately organized people to run the ranch there. We have to be careful." This time, Gao Lisher had to think for Li Longji. It was not that he was unwilling to side with his adopted son, but if he did, Li Longji would lose even more. He could not keep losing. Li Longji was stunned by Gao Lisher's words. He nodded and said, "Yes, we can't be fooled again. It's troublesome. Let's not talk about this first. Since you're here, I want to ask you something. Is it good or bad that there is a farmer's market here and we don't have to pay taxes? Here, Xiao Bao and Cuckoo asked people to do it? Good, of course it's good. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo will not harm the people." Li Yu followed Li Longji's gaze and knew that it was Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan who did it. He immediately agreed. How could they not do it? Haven't you thought about it? If the people do business here and don't pay taxes, how can the county earn money? Li Longji asked again. Li Yu understood. It turned out that he was thinking about this matter. If it was in the past, he would not have understood. But now, there were many merchants in Chongning County who did not have to pay taxes. At first, it seemed that the county's income had decreased, but in the end it was more than before. I don't think it's a big deal. There are many tax-exempt merchants in Chongning County, more than Linfin County. However, the income of Chongning County, where I'm from, didn't decrease. Instead, it increased by more than 10 times. It was the same in Chongning County. When merchants came to recruit local workers, they had to pay them wages. With wages, the people would want to live a better life and buy things in the county. Those who could not afford to eat meat would have extra money to buy meat back home. There were more things to eat, so the merchants had to bring more things over. This part was not tax-exempt. It was the same in Linfin County. In the past, because it was far from the county, it was inconvenient to travel and delay the work. The people would rather let the things produced in the fields rot than to sell them. Now that they have sold their goods, their lives are better and they need more things. In this way, Linfin County's tax would only be higher, not lower. This way, they would give up one part of the tax in exchange for the people not wasting resources. They would increase the flow of goods and thus increase the consumption. They would then increase the tax from another part. Li Yu summed up these words himself. In the plan that Zhang Xiaobao gave him, every step was explained to him so that he could be more flexible. After seeing this many times, he naturally developed the habit of thinking from this perspective. Li Longji was happy and praised Li Yu. Good, you has learned a lot. You can do more things in the future. This is the importance of economic means. In the past, many people looked down on merchants. But now, because there are more merchants, the speed of the flow of goods can be faster, and thus more tax can be collected. Good. In the future, you have to communicate with Zhang Xiaobao and Kuku often. Learn more and ask more questions. After you have taken care of Chongning, I'll arrange more important things for you to do. Nephew understands. Li Yu nodded in response. At this time, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who had no idea that they were being watched, were cooking and answering Xiao Chong's questions. It was not easy for Xiao Chong to see Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan in the kitchen. He had to change his clothes and was forced to take a bath. His fingernails were cleaned and his mouth was pried open to see if there were any false teeth. What if he brought in poison? After being tormented for a while, Xiao Chong was finally let in. Even so, there was still someone standing at the entrance of the kitchen, staring at him. This was all because Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had recently stopped allowing others to test their food for poison. When they brought the food over, the two of them would eat it together with Li Longji. If they were poisoned, everyone would be poisoned together. No one would be able to escape, so there was no need to worry about Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. It would be different if an outsider came in. Young Master, Li has already ordered people to plant willows and bamboos according to your instructions. He also bought the grass and the stalks after today's autumn harvest. What's the next step? Xiao Chong stood there obediently, not daring to move closer to the pot. Zhang Xiaobao's plan was ruined after the planting of the willows, so he had to ask about the next step. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had been cooking every day and were tired of it. Today, they planned to do something simpler. They first made the braised pork, then stewed it with eggplant, green onions, carrots, and other ingredients. Unfortunately, there were no green peppers, tomatoes, or potatoes, so they could only use other ingredients to replace them. Zhang Xiaobao put a cabbage into the pot and looked at the fire. He stopped and wiped his hands on his apron. He said to Xiao Chong, "Things will be simple in the future. There are only so many people in the county. Those who have land will find odd jobs when they are free. Digging and mining require manpower. Weaving also requires manpower. There will definitely not be enough manpower. What if there is not enough? Outsiders will come to Chongning to find work when they see an opportunity. It doesn't matter if they are permanent residents or come to Chongning to find odd jobs when they are not busy. They will all spend money in Chongning. When the time comes, you just need to organize them well. Remember, Don't let the locals bully the outsiders, and don't let the people who hire them deliberately lower their wages. It's best to set a standard. When the county has more money, there will be interns and doctors from Day Hospital coming here to open a clinic. You can count the locals in the county and give them free medical treatment. Also, you can open a school. Every year, there will be a lot of graduates. Enough to teach the children. I don't need to say more, right? No need to say more. I know. Actually, I should have thought of this myself. Xiao Chong agreed. There was nothing else to say. It was just another place where the people in the county could live better lives. The county could pay more taxes to the court. Those who should leave their names would do so, and those who should work harder would do so. However, Xiao Chong couldn't see how Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan could benefit from this. In terms of reputation, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were already famous enough. In terms of money, the two of them didn't participate in this, so they couldn't make any money at all. With that thought in mind, Little Worm asked the question. Zhang Xiaobao and Wei Wei smiled and said, "We'll talk about the future later. Not everything needs to be repaid. How can we avoid fortune and misfortune when it comes to the survival of a country?" These words made Xiao Chong suddenly feel that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were like saints. Only Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan knew that they couldn't help Li Yu for free and not ask for anything in return. Wouldn't that be stupid? They were just thinking about the long term. The stew took a lot of time. By the time the people on the other boats had started to eat and Xiao Bei came over with a hungry stomach, the stew was ready. Xiao Chong didn't have the right to eat with them, so he could only eat with the people on the boat. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan ordered a large pot of stew to be placed on the table where Li Longji was going to eat. Everyone had their own bowl. If they wanted to eat, they could have someone serve them. The main dish was steamed rolls and a few small salted vegetables. Li Longji still didn't find anyone to accompany him. For example, he hadn't seen Wu Huifei for several days. During the meal, Li Longji didn't ask for anything like not talking while eating or sleeping. They just talked and asked what they should. This led to the question of Zhang Xiaobao's future plans to issue a currency. "Xiaobao, tell me, what do you plan to use as a currency in the future? Make it difficult for others to copy and release?" Li Longji felt that the stew was too bland, so he asked Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao had been waiting for several days, wondering when Li Longji would ask. Now that Li Longji asked, he replied, "Your Majesty, there's something called alchemical fire oil. It's possible to make something else from it. This subject isn't skilled enough and only knows the general idea. I need more craftsmen to cooperate with me. At that time, if this technology isn't released, no one will be able to copy it. I estimate that it will take several years. Also, when the banks are more or less established, a temporary solution is to find a special dye and use this dye to leave patterns on specially pressed paper. This will replace the current cloth and silk." When Zhang Xiaobao said this, he glanced at Wang Wan. Wang Wan continued, "The place where the money is made has to be separated from the place where the money is issued. The place where the money is made doesn't care how the money is used. Only the amount is controlled. The people who issue the money are not allowed to do the same. When the time comes, we'll use Zhang Xiaobao's and Zhang Xiaobao's businesses as a trial. We'll use that kind of money to buy things from Zhang Xiaobao's and Wang family stores. At the same time, the banks can use copper coins to exchange for other people's money. Right now, the value of copper coins isn't as high as the value of the currency it produces. When the time comes, no one will be willing to use copper to make money. Also, there can be a restriction on the items sold by Zhang Xiaobao's and Wang family's businesses. That is, they can only use paper money to buy things, including daily necessities and luxury goods. If possible, we can work together with other merchants. The imperial court also collects paper money when collecting taxes. Other than Xiao Bei and the others who didn't care about such a big matter and worked hard to fill their stomachs, everyone else put down their chopsticks and thought carefully about this matter. After thinking for a while, Old Man Pai spoke first. Do we have to use the goods sold as a guarantee? Can't we just use copper coins as a guarantee? This question hit the nail on the head. What was used as a guarantee was very important. In other words, it was the gold standard or the copper standard. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had also discussed this issue. If it was the gold standard, the most likely possibility was that the gold would be suddenly exchanged by people with bad intentions. At that time, there would be a shortage of gold, forcing the people who issued the currency to give up on the exchange of gold and change it to a free market form of currency exchange. What did that mean? It was very likely that people would use financial means to reduce the value of the newly issued currency, making the currency worthless. This would cause people with paper money to want to use the fastest speed to exchange for the money. In this way, the more they exchanged, the less valuable the money would become and the lower the value. When the time came, people with bad intentions would use this opportunity to buy and sell copper coins from the banks. Then, they would privately produce copper coins to exchange for paper money. If they used the paper money to buy things or pay taxes, would the shops and the imperial court accept it? What kind of currency would they accept? Therefore, this definitely wouldn't do. Zhang Xiaobao then explained the situation to Li Longji and the others. Li Longji's chopsticks trembled as he listened. Although he was usually very calm, at this time his forehead was sweating. Old Man Pai and the others did not have a good time either. They all felt that their mouths were dry. After a while, the charcoal under the pot that kept the stew warm gradually went out. Only then did everyone recover one after another. When they looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan again, the look in their eyes was even more different than before. Li Yu rubbed his numb face with his hands and said, "It's all thanks to Xiaobao and Cuckoo that they are from Tang. It's all thanks to us." Even if the others did not say it out loud, they admitted it in their hearts. If they were from another country, they would naturally not help Tang solve the problem of the cloth. The scariest thing was that they hid their identity and opened a bank to lure Tang's imperial court to use copper or gold to stabilize the value of the paper money. When the time came, they would use the method that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan said, and Tang would be in chaos. Since such a terrible thing had not happened yet, it could be avoided. Gao Lisher pondered for a while and then asked Zhang Xiaobao, "Xiaobao, are you saying that we can use goods to stabilize the value of the paper money?" "No, we can't do that with goods because our goods also require raw materials. If the supplier of raw materials changes the price of the paper money, especially when the price of the paper money rises, there's a possibility that the paper money will be affected by other people. We can use technology to maintain the value of the paper money. By gradually releasing the technology for civilian use, we can let merchants use the paper money to buy things. They will take the initiative to protect the value of the paper money. This is because they don't want others to have this technology. Monopoly is the only way to make money. In order to maintain the value of the goods produced by this technology, they have to take the initiative to protect the importance of the technology. Naturally, they have to protect the value of the paper money. Therefore, good craftsmen who can participate in all kinds of research have to sign a contract with the imperial court. They're not allowed to leak the information, and they will even lose their freedom before the technology they are researching becomes outdated. Of course, this period will not be too long. It could be 3 years or 5 years. At that time, they will regain their freedom and receive a large amount of compensation. Zhang Xiaobao chose technology as the exchange rule to balance the value of the paper money. Is 3 to 5 years really feasible? Gao Lisher asked again. Chapter 759. After Zhang Xiaobao finished speaking, no one continued to ask. Before they had eaten much, Li Longji and Wei Wei nodded and began to eat. The others also followed suit. Otherwise, if they waited for the emperor to finish eating, the meal would be over. They couldn't possibly let the emperor wait for them to eat, right? Xiao Bei and the others did not participate in the matters of the adults. While others were talking, they were diligently eating. At this time, they were already full and ran off to play elsewhere. After playing, They still had to go back to do homework and consolidate what they had learned in the morning so that they could listen to the story the next day. Although no one spoke, it did not mean that they did not think about this matter. Old Man Pai had been with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang family for the longest time, so he had more contact with things than the others. He always felt that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had spent so much effort to come up with this plan. After such a long time, they did not dare to open banks everywhere immediately. It was definitely not as simple as just replacing silk and copper coins. Although this new currency was indeed a big deal, it depended on who came up with it. Now, there were also flying coins used in large transactions, all relying on the reputation of the merchants. If it was just like this, Zhang Xiaobao would not be Zhang Xiaobao. Could it be that this currency has a greater use? Can it be of more help to the Tang Empire? Old Man Pai thought as he ate a few mouthfuls. Beside him, Old Man Yao was also thinking hard about this problem. What was the difference between this currency and the copper and silk coins of the past? It looked the same, but it was just a replacement. It made the loss of the silk disappear, but he always felt that something was wrong. The meal was finished in such an atmosphere. Just as he ordered the dishes to be cleaned up and replaced with tea, Zhang Shua was not in a hurry to return to his cabin to deal with official business. Instead, he asked Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, "Xiaobao, Cuckoo, is there any other benefit to replacing copper and silk with paper money that you haven't mentioned? If that's the case, the copper coins don't need to be replaced and can be depreciated. Others will see that there's no profit and won't fake it." When Zhang Shua asked this question, his eyes were fixed on Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. He was afraid that the two of them would not answer. Who asked him to have a conflict with the two of them? Zhang Xiaobao was not that petty. Political conflicts were normal as long as they did not affect the livelihood of the people and were not direct attacks. It was not good to have only one voice in a country. It was easy for problems to arise. Hearing Zhang Xiaobao's question and seeing the surrounding people looking at them, Zhang Xiaobao looked at everyone once and signaled to his godfather. Gao Lisher hurriedly drove the palace maids, eunuchs, and bodyguards to one side. Seeing Zhang Xiaobao so cautious, Li Longji and the others couldn't help but feel nervous. Just what kind of danger was it that made Zhang Xiaobao not even tolerate palace maids and eunuchs? After carefully looking at everyone and feeling that there was nothing wrong, Zhang Xiaobao said, "Lord Zhang asked a good question. This matter is not just a matter of replacing. The first is to change copper and silk from currency to resources needed in daily life. The value of silk will decrease. By doing so, the people will be able to have more clothes to wear and more utensils to use, satisfying the needs of the people of the Great Tang. This is an extremely important matter. Does Lord Zhang agree?" Zhang Shua nodded in agreement. Zhang Xiaobao continued to lecture the crowd. In truth, it is to let the people get used to using paper money. Of course, if small amounts of paper money are easily damaged due to circulation, when the steam press is made, we can use iron to press them. This way, we can reduce the amount of money that can be recycled. Just like silk, once it was worn out to a certain extent, the imperial court would collect it back through taxation and would never release it again. The money that was stamped out, if it was made by hand without a stamping machine, would be very laborious. The amount of fake money that could be made in a day would be less than what a craftsman would earn with normal work. This way, no one would be bored enough to make fake money for fun. The benefits of using paper money are that it is easy to carry around, and it is also very convenient to deposit and withdraw money from banks. If the people are willing to use money to buy all kinds of things instead of using things to exchange for things, the imperial court will be able to save a lot of trouble when it comes to taxation. Lord Zhang, do you agree? Yes. Zhang Shua nodded in agreement. Indeed, if all transactions were done using the same type of paper money, taxation would be much easier. After all, if someone used 2 jean of eggs to buy salt from a merchant, the imperial court would collect a few eggs as tax. If they didn't collect it, they would have to collect the merchant's money. A merchant selling salt not only needed to sell salt, but also other things. This was the case now. It was truly chaotic, and the price of eggs was not always the same. Today, 2 eggs were 1 copper coin, and tomorrow, 5 eggs could be 2 copper coins. Thus, local taxation was also very unstable. There would be more and less, and it was very difficult to control. The others expressed their agreement. At this time, Zhang Jiling asked, "Is there anything else besides this? If this works, Xiao Bao and the others will have done a great service. Then let's talk about the bank. With the appearance of paper money, transactions are convenient, but there still needs to be a corresponding organization to help keep it. For example, if you want to do business and need 10,000 strings of coins, then the biggest note is 100 strings of coins. It is very easy to lose, so you can save it and keep it in the bank. In the early stage, the bank will continue to keep the silk and copper coins and also be responsible for the exchange of gold and silver. In the later stage, it will not be like this. In the early stage, the bank will still need to collect a certain amount of money as a storage fee. But when the paper money comes out, there will be no need to collect a storage fee. When you deposit 100 strings of coins, when you withdraw it, it will also be 100 strings of coins. This time, the one who spoke was not Zhang Xiaobao but Wang Wan. She told everyone about the matter that she and Zhang Xiaobao had discussed. When everyone heard this, they couldn't immediately ask. They needed to understand the process. After thinking for a while, no matter how much they thought, they couldn't understand why Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan would open a bank without collecting any fees. Could it be that they were just doing a good deed? Now, there were also places that specialized in exchanging copper coins, but when exchanging, they would need to collect a sum of money. With this kind of doubt, Yuan Rome, who had also come over, asked, "If you did as you said, wouldn't you lose money? Even pawn shops would have to lower the price. Right now, the places that specialize in exchanging copper coins wouldn't lose money even if they didn't collect any money. This is because they would use a portion of the money to do other transactions. This is borrowing other people's money to do business. They just need to worry about not losing money. There is a very common calculation method here. After the deposit and withdrawal stabilizes, there will be a portion of the money that will never be taken out by others. Unless there is a currency crisis and someone runs on the bank, then this portion of the money will belong to the bank. The bank can directly take it out to do business and can also lend it to others with interest. This is what we want to talk about later. In the end, not only will the people who deposit the money not have to spend any storage fees, they will also be able to receive interest from the bank. However, this interest will be much lower than the interest from the bank because the bank will have to bear the risk of lending out the money." Zhang Xiaobao explained the benefits of the bank. When the surrounding people heard this, their eyes widened and their mouths fell open like Weiwei's. "Then doesn't that mean that if you open a bank, a lot of money will belong to you?" Yu Wenrong asked. "Yes, of course. Otherwise, why would anyone open a bank? This is a matter of personal interest. At worst, when the time comes to establish a national bank, the imperial court will also earn a bit. There are also things that are beneficial to the Great Tang. By adjusting the reserve funds and interest rates, the value of the Great Tang's goods can be affected. For example, if my reserve funds are only 40% and I have 2 million strings of coins, then I can lend out 2 million strings of coins this year. Some of this 2 million strings of coins can be used to invest, while some can be used to buy things. In that case, the Great Tang will have an additional 2 million strings of coins. The value of the goods will definitely rise. If 2 million strings of coins doesn't have much of an effect on the Great Tang, then what about 12 million strings of coins? This way, the price of goods can be adjusted. So how can the price of goods fall? One reason is to increase the interest rate of the loan so that people will borrow less. However, this has its disadvantages as well. It might not really cause the price of goods to fall. One reason is that the profits of the bank will decrease, and the other reason is that the borrowers will transfer this portion to the goods, causing the price of the goods to rise. Thus, at this time, the interest rate of the deposits has to be increased correspondingly. Otherwise, inflation will rise too quickly and the currency in circulation will become worthless. Wang Wan explained a little more. Just like before, everyone fell silent and pondered. This time it was Li Longji who asked, "From the looks of it, the depositors will have more money in the end, and the borrowers will allow the bank to have more money. However, the copper coins and silk that should have been used as currency no longer exist. Doesn't this mean that the value of money will become less and less, but it will still continue to inflate?" Zhang Xiaobao nodded. "Your Majesty is wise. That is indeed the case. However, this inflation is the inflation of the entire Great Tang. No one will lose anything, and it will also accelerate the development of the economy. The value created is definitely more worth it than the danger of inflation. If there is no mistake, the overall situation is the same." Li Longji nodded. Thinking about it, that was indeed the case. Zhang Xiaobao continued. "Another advantage is that we can issue national bonds, which means we can borrow money from the people. When the time comes, the interest will be higher than normal deposits, and the country will have money to do other things. When the time comes, for example, 3 years or 5 years, we can return the money to the people with interest. Then, what if the country loses money when it uses the money to do something? For example, in terms of infrastructure, there is no profit to be made." Li Longji tried to keep up with the pace. "Infrastructure will never lose money. When there is a direct monetary loss, there will be compensation through taxes. As for investments, it doesn't matter as well. We can just borrow more money to return the money to the people and continue to raise the interest rate. As long as the interest rate is higher than the bank deposit, the people will be willing to lend money. Your Majesty, you just said that the currency is always inflating. If we continue to borrow money, the money that the people receive in the end might not be as valuable as before. If we continue to develop in this way, perhaps some people will feel that we are always owing people money and that there will be problems one day. This is why Cuckoo and I need so many craftsmen. We can make better use of resources. Right now, every moo can produce 4 dan of grain. As we continue to research, we can produce 10 dan of grain per moo. This will inevitably lead to the depreciation of grain. As long as the technology can keep up, the depreciation of the currency is actually the depreciation of the goods. The final result is balance. In other words, by increasing production, we can use the depreciation of the goods to offset the depreciation of the currency." Zhang Xiaobao had to say more, even though it wasn't easy for others to understand. After waiting for the tea to be changed, Zhang Shua thought it through and said, "In other words, as long as it is a non-physical currency, it will have to face depreciation. If we don't want problems to happen, we have to work hard to develop that productivity you spoke of. That is to increase the output of the land and make better things. But there will be a day when we reach a certain level, right? For example, if we dig up all the coal, all the alchemical fire, oil, and all kinds of mines, what will happen to our descendants? When that day comes, there will naturally be more ways. We don't have it here, but there may be more on the moon. Oh, it's not easy to collect from the stars. Let's talk about what's in front of us first. We can collect less from ourselves and go to other countries, such as Xinyuan Island, Japan, and Xinhua." Zhang Xiaobao felt that Zhang Shua was still not good in this aspect, because Zhang Shua didn't expect that one day people could casually go to the moon and wait for the resources to be depleted. The technology would be more advanced and they could expand. Moreover, no matter what the resource was, the process of depletion was always balanced. In other words, there was no such thing as a non-renewable resource. The so-called non-renewable resource was because the technology had not reached that level. Otherwise, it would be like the black hole that was created after a star exploded. Why would everything only exist in the form of mass? It meant that any material could be converted into another. The black hole could also create a new star. This was the process of exchange. It was believed that the technology would reach that day. At this point, everyone felt that there was nothing more to ask. They could only wait and see if Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan opened the bank and see if it was as they said. Li Yu also timely proposed to go to Changning County. Li Longji really wanted to see what Changning County had become. If Liu didn't say that it was Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan who gave the idea to do something there, Li Longji really wouldn't go. But as long as Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were involved, Li Longji couldn't help but want to see with his own eyes if Changning County had really become prosperous. If so, it meant that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had to be protected well, because the two of them were more valuable than hundreds of officials. They could easily make a place prosperous. What was there to worry about in the Tang Empire? Besides, Wang Wan could fight. Since Li Longji was on the move, the people he would be protecting naturally wouldn't be Liu's few subordinates. The Golden Guards would have to follow him, and the other guards couldn't be left out as well. In order to protect Li Longji, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan even transferred 30 people from the Zero Squad over. The two of them were fully armed and accompanied Li Longji. Those who didn't know would think that Li Longji was doing this to get close to them, because no matter how much older they were than children of the same age, they still didn't look mature. No matter how one looked at them, they still looked like children. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan still had yellow hair around their mouths. Who would have thought that these two children would have such strong fighting strength? Not only could they fight against one of Li Longji's personal guards, but they could also command them. Li Longji also thought the same. With the two children by his side, they could numb people. Old Man Pai and the other two also had to go. They were in charge of looking after Xiao Bei and the others. There were also many guards. When Li Longji got off the ship, the officials here thought that he was going to the provincial capital. They were both happy and worried. They were happy because it would be good for the emperor to go. He could improve his reputation and let the emperor see them. They were worried because they didn't make any preparations. If something went wrong, not only would they not be praised by the emperor, they might not even be able to keep their heads on their necks. However, the result disappointed them. They were also glad that the emperor didn't plan to go to Linfen. Instead, he planned to go to Changning County. The fleet left, and the people who were doing business looked on curiously. There were merchants who wanted to take advantage of the fact that there was no tax to be collected, and when they saw the flag of the fleet, they immediately knew who had come. They were nervous and excited, and showed off their knowledge to the people who were looking at the fleet curiously, telling them that the current emperor had come. After knowing this, the people were dumbfounded. If the emperor was going to go, he should have cleared away the people around him. Why was the emperor here when they were still doing business? Was he not afraid of encountering danger? When they thought of this, the people suddenly felt moved. The emperor didn't clear away the people here. This meant that the emperor trusted the people here and trusted them. Li Longji didn't know that asking Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to arrange a trip would win the hearts of the people. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did it on purpose. At this time, there were no missiles or sniper rifles. Who could hurt the people on the ship? It was better to let the people know how much the emperor trusted them. If it was someone else, they would have cleared them away long ago. Li Yu deliberately prepared a car that he thought was very luxurious for Li Longji. In the end, Li Longji didn't get into his car at all. Instead, he got into the car that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan prepared for him. This kind of car was more comfortable. In order to let Li Longji gain more sincere hearts, Zhang Xiaobao removed the roof of the car and turned it into an open one. It was convenient for Li Longji to see the scenery outside, and the people outside could faintly know where the emperor was. Of course, there were many people in plain clothes who entered the crowd, especially those who didn't look like the people of Tang. The people of Tang were very loyal, and no one wanted to kill Li Longji. Li Yu was sweating profusely. He was worried that some kind of danger would suddenly appear. Following beside Li Longji, he moved closer to Zhang Xiaobao and said, "Xiaobao, do you want to kill me? What if uncle is frightened? What should I do?" How can he be frightened? What's more, even if something unexpected happens, His Majesty won't be frightened. Who is His Majesty? He's the emperor who dismounted to rule the country and pacified the people. Zhang Xiaobao said in a loud voice. Hearing this, Li Longji was very happy. He chuckled and said to Li Yu, "Don't be afraid. Even if something small happens, it has nothing to do with you. Besides, I have Xiao Bao and Cuckoo by my side. Look, the people are so peaceful. Li Longji was still holding the binoculars in his hand. He looked around, and none of the people came forward. Someone took the lead and shouted, "Long live the emperor!" and knelt down. The commoners also followed suit and knelt down. This made Li Longji feel even more comfortable. He even waved at the commoners around him, even if they couldn't see him. The speed of the team was not fast. It would be dark by the time they reached Chongning County. Li Yu followed them and was worried. At the beginning, the 3 people led Xiao Bei and the others. From time to time, they would tell Xiao Bei and the others about the situation here. While they were walking, Zhang Shua came over and said to Old Man Pai, "Sir Bai, how about we think about the matter of the bank that Xiao Bao mentioned?" "Oh, what else is there to say? Haven't we already asked what we need to ask?" Old Man Pai was puzzled. "No, I suddenly thought of something. Many of the countries around us are using our money. If the bank opens and new banknotes come out, the other countries will exchange a lot of the banknotes. When the time comes, they will suddenly come to buy our things. Our prices will suddenly increase. When prices increase, money will naturally depreciate. What should we do? Don't we sell our things to others? For example, Tubo. They use their things to exchange for our money. Then they let people spread the news that our money is worthless and that we should use copper coins. At the same time, they keep buying copper coins. Then they use copper to make our Kaiyuan Tongbao to exchange for a large amount of banknotes. Using banknotes to buy things, wouldn't that be a mess? Now, I reckon that many people have thought of this method. It's all Zhang Xiaobao's fault. If he wants to make a game, just make a game. Why does he have to teach others other skills?" Zhang Shua said nervously. The complaint in his words was very obvious. He originally wanted to tell Li Longji, but Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were there. Therefore, he found Old Man Pai and wanted to tell the emperor this through Old Man Pai. Old Man Pai listened to Zhang Shua and looked at his expression. When he finished, he said, "You're right. I'll mention it to the emperor later. But I think there's no need to worry. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan will take care of this matter." Old Man Pai obviously knew what Zhang Shua was thinking, but he still agreed. After all, he also didn't know what to do when faced with such a situation. After the team left Linfen County and entered Chongning County, Li Longji's view immediately changed. The most direct thing he saw was a wide road that extended forward. He nodded and asked Li Yu, "What's the matter?" "Did you specially build this road to bring me here?" "No, this road was also going to be built. But since you're here, I built it first. This place can be connected to Linfen County. There's also the Fengshui River there. It's convenient to build a road for transportation." Li Yu answered honestly. Li Longji knew that it was actually because of him. But after all, this road was built first, so he asked, "Did it mess up your arrangement in Chongning County?" "No, it didn't mess up at all. You'll know when we move forward. There's going to be a bamboo processing workshop here. The things from Linfen County can be processed faster, and it'll give the people in Linfen County who can't find part-time jobs a place to work." Li Yu continued to answer. "That's good. Since Xiao Bao gave you the idea, you'll have to do it properly," Li Longji said with satisfaction. "Yes, I'll do my best," Li Yu answered respectfully. At this moment, Old Man Bai also came over and told Li Longji about the matter that Zhang Shua had mentioned earlier. Li Longji turned to look at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Zhang Xiaobao sighed. He wanted to take a break, but now there was another problem. "Your Majesty, Wang Wan and I have already considered this matter. We're just afraid that they won't use our money. It'll be better if they use our money. When the time comes, we'll make a rule that only our money can buy our things. If our things are better than theirs, they'll ship their goods here to sell. Tubo is only a small country, so they won't be able to cause much of an impact. Even if they don't have money, we can sell them national debt and let them use resources to exchange for it. We can also use the form of land leases. In any case, The Tang dynasty's currency must be popular in the surrounding countries. We can let them not use the Tang dynasty's money and not the other country's money. If a country's currency is controlled by another country, what do you think the consequences will be, Your Majesty? Zhang Xiaobao couldn't understand. Did the people of this era not have any ideas in this aspect? I understand. The consequences will be that if two countries use the same currency and we don't give them money, their daily lives will be troublesome. This time, it wasn't Li Longji who spoke, but Li Yu. Wang Wan also spoke. What do you mean by not giving them money? It's us printing more money to buy things from them. We'll buy their things and then sell them things at a higher price. Do you understand now? Especially when it comes to national debt. As long as our productivity develops faster than theirs, our ability to withstand financial fluctuations will be stronger. Even if we depreciate at the same time, their country's losses will be greater. The more they buy our national debt, the more they will lose. When the time comes, we'll use our technology to produce things and sell them at a higher price. This is a form of plunder. Li Yu nodded. He pondered for a moment and asked, Then what if they also have their own money? Do we have to exchange money with them? Of course we have to exchange, Zhang Xiaobao said. Then what if they just casually print money? Li Yu asked again. That is, originally they used 5 copper coins to exchange for 1 copper coin of ours. Now that they have printed more, they use 10 copper coins to exchange for 1 copper coin of ours. Do you understand what I'm saying? If they really dare to do that, they'll be finished. Actually, even if they don't do that, they'll still be finished. As long as Cuckoo and I open up the bank, they won't be able to do anything. Zhang Xiaobao was very much looking forward to that moment. He would be able to display his abilities and wouldn't have to restrain himself like he did now to not make a move against Great Tang. Li Longji was also listening. When he heard Zhang Xiaobao's words, he asked, Xiaobao, are you saying that once you open up the bank and produce paper money or something similar, you can make a move against the surrounding countries? What effect will that have? Wang Wan replied, It can cause a country to completely collapse. It can cause its people to lose their hearts and morale. It's that powerful. Li Yu was shocked. Good. We must open the bank as soon as possible. We will be waiting for that day to come. When the time comes, we will send troops to attack. Li Longji believed Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's words. Wang Wan continued, Your Majesty, when that time comes, you won't be the one sending troops. Instead, you'll have to defend. The other side will definitely attack. This is a way to divert the internal conflict. If they don't fight, they'll really be finished. If they fight, there's still a chance. As long as they defend, it won't take too long. In just 2 years, they'll be finished. If Xiaobao uses some tricks, perhaps it won't take 2 years. In 1 year, they won't need to send troops. They can use economic means to take over the land. That's right. When the time comes, we can just buy land from them. If their people don't have land, they'll have to leave their own country and run to other countries. We'll send people to reorganize them. In the future, they'll be Tang citizens. Zhang Xiaobao continued. Li Longji was stunned. When he looked at Zhang Xiaobao, he suddenly felt like he was meeting Zhang Xiaobao for the first time. He had never heard of such a thing. This was what it meant to subdue an enemy without a battle. His economic means were so powerful. Old Man Pai wiped his sweat and turned to report to Zhang Shuo. When he saw Zhang Shuo waiting, Old Man Pai said, Lord Zhang, you're worried. Xiao Bao and Cuckoo's abilities are not something we can predict. The thing we're worried about is Xiao Bao and Cuckoo's trump card. The group continued to move forward. The scenery around them was getting better and better. But Li Longji was no longer in the mood to enjoy the scenery. All he could think about was what Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had said. He was constantly thinking about taking over more land. But after the war in Tang, it was impossible to continue fighting. They didn't have enough people. Otherwise, he wouldn't be recuperating. However, if it was like what Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had said, and they didn't need to send troops in the end and could occupy the land through economic means, why not do it? The more he thought about it, the more difficult it was for Li Longji to calm down. When the sky gradually darkened and torches were lit, he couldn't help but say to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, "Immediately arrange for the money bank. There's no need to wait for the future. Make the preparations now. Wherever you want to open the bank, you can choose any craftsman you like. You must quickly produce money that can't be counterfeited. The two of you will be in charge of this matter. If anyone tries to stop you, the two of you can decide for yourselves. We only want to hear the result." Li Longji had truly gone crazy. He didn't care how much trouble Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's bank would cause. He gave the two of them a lot of authority, and the meaning behind his words couldn't be any clearer. That was, no matter who tried to get a share of the benefits and tried to stop them, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan could kill them first. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan glanced at each other. They had been waiting for this moment. They had finally obtained authority. But this bit of authority wasn't enough. They needed more strength. Thus, Zhang Xiaobao said to Li Longji, "Your Majesty, the matter of a bank and money production isn't that simple. It requires a lot of cooperation. Furthermore, this subject doesn't know who to report to when the time comes." Hearing that there were still difficulties, Li Longji closed his eyes and thought for a while. He said, "As long as it's related to a bank and money production, the two of you can do it. Even if you need to use some land, just bring it over. Who do you want to report to? Naturally, it's to us." "All right. This subject will definitely do it well. It will take at most 5 years, but at least 3 years," Zhang Xiaobao said happily after receiving the authorization. Li Longji really wanted to hear Zhang Xiaobao say 3 to 5 months, but he also knew how difficult it would be. At the very least, he didn't know how to do it now. He could only wait. Fortunately, he was still young and could afford to wait for 3 to 5 years. After entering the county, Li Longji saw countless lanterns and colorful flags. Only then did he put his thoughts back on this trip. He had Li Yu show him around and talk to the local officials. Seeing that it was getting late, he didn't ask Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to continue cooking. Li Yu had already prepared the food. In the beginning, Li Yu wanted to make more food so that it would look very sumptuous. However, after contacting Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, the two of them told him that he shouldn't do that. It didn't need a lot, just something special. The emperor couldn't eat too much. Li Yu trusted Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, so he did as they said. Sure enough, when they were eating, Li Longji praised Li Yu for being frugal and not wasting anything. Li Longji praised Li Yu for being frugal and not wasting anything. Night fell. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan no longer had to follow Li Longji around. They returned to their temporary courtyard and told Xiaobei and the others a story. After that, they washed up and lay on the bed. The two of them had not slept on a bed for a long time and were not used to it. They could not fall asleep immediately. Wang Wan pulled Zhang Xiaobao's arm over and rested her head on it as she asked, "Xiaobao, now that you've gotten the authority, what's the next step?" The window was still open, and they could see the crescent moon outside. Zhang Xiaobao looked at the crescent moon and replied, "What else can we do? Tell Lu Zhou to get in touch with the surrounding provinces as soon as possible. Tell them to learn from Lu Zhou's method of construction. If they want to be quick, we can lend them some money first or invest in them directly. However, if we invest in them, they'll have to exempt us from taxes for at least 2 years. Naturally, the excuse is to set up a bank there. If we don't make the local economy flourish, how can so many merchants be willing to go there? If the merchants don't go, the bank is useless. When the time comes, if any official dares to stop us, no matter who they are, we'll deal with them. If we want to open banks all over Tang, we'll have to open restaurants all over Tang. We have to keep up with our business. Only then will we be able to minimize the impact when we have to withdraw large amounts of money from other regions. MHM, that's good as well. We'll have to hurry. It's best if we can get the other merchants to join us. Otherwise, we won't be able to do that with our financial resources. It'll be even better if we can get the local gentry to join us. If we run out of money when the time comes, we can ask them to fork out a portion of the money to pay for it." Wang Wan added. Both of them knew what would happen to the Zhang family and the Wang family once this matter was settled. Zhang Xiaobao yawned. "All right, we'll make the arrangements when we set off tomorrow. Bring Li Sun and the other merchants who are working with us along. However, we won't let them interfere with the bank. We can only let them follow us to the restaurants and supermarkets." Chapter 760. When Li Longji opened his eyes, he saw Wu Huifei dozing off beside the couch and Gao Lisher looking as though nothing had happened. Gao Lisher was the first to react. He hurriedly called the palace maids and eunuchs over to serve him while he went to arrange breakfast. Wu Huifei was also alarmed. Just as she was about to greet him, she was stopped by Li Longji. "Beloved consort, you must be tired from last night. Why don't you take a nap first?" In fact, Wu Huifei had already taken a nap beside the couch, but she didn't sleep well. It seemed that everyone in the imperial palace, except for the emperor, had mastered the ability to sleep at any time and wake up at any time, and it was difficult for others to notice. Seeing that the emperor had woken up, Wu Huifei prepared to ask about what happened yesterday. She wanted to know what could make the emperor and the ministers so happy. "Your Majesty, this concubine isn't sleepy. Your Majesty's complexion is so good today. Did you have a good dream?" Wu Huifei couldn't directly ask the emperor what he said to them yesterday, so she could only beat around the bush. Li Longji didn't think too much about it. While the others were busy, he took Wu Huifei into his arms and said happily, "I didn't have a good dream last night, but I felt like I was in a dream during the day." "Ah, could it be that your Majesty didn't rest well yesterday? It's all this concubine's fault," Wu Huifei said in shock. No, it has nothing to do with my beloved concubine. I had a good rest yesterday." Li Longji chuckled. Wu Huifei snuggled in Li Longji's arms and patted her chest. She asked curiously, "Could it be that your Majesty saw immortals yesterday?" "Yes, although I didn't see immortals in the heavens, I saw little immortals in the mortal world. They were Xiao Bao and Cuckoo." Hearing Wu Huifei's question, Li Longji became even happier. In the future, he would just have to wait to take over other people's territory. Wu Huifei looked at Li Longji helplessly and said, "How can your Majesty say that Xiao Bao and Cuckoo are immortals? No matter how great their abilities are, it's still your Majesty's kindness. What new ideas did they come up with?" Yes, this is our benevolence, not only to them, but also to the people of the great Tang." Yesterday, the two of them mentioned a major matter. At this point, Li Longji intentionally paused and looked at Wu Huifei, waiting for her to ask. "Your Majesty, what's the big matter? Quickly tell me so that I can be happy with your Majesty." How could Wu Huifei not know what to do? She immediately acted coquettishly. Li Longji enjoyed Wu Huifei's reaction and continued. "The two of them want to open a bank. It's like this." Without holding anything back, Li Longji told Wu Huifei about what Zhang Xiaobao had told Wang Wan yesterday. After he finished, he had a smug look on his face. Wu Huifei was shocked. No matter how capable she was, no matter how big of a situation she had seen, she would never have thought that a bank could do so many things and even destroy a country. At first, she only thought that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan wanted to open a bank to make money. But now she knew that there were so many people behind it. This was not ordinary. From what she heard from the emperor was very concerned about this matter. If she directly found fault with the two of them, the emperor would definitely be unhappy. Wu Huifei had been thinking about how to use this opportunity to attack Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. For example, she could mention to the emperor that Zhang Xiaobao and Cuckoo wanted to take the great Tang's money to their own families, and that they had bad intentions. Now it seemed that this plan would not work, because Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had talked about the pros and cons, and they did not intend to take a lot of money for their own families. Otherwise, it would have been better not to talk about it. "Your Majesty, Zhang Xiaobao and Cuckoo are really different. They can come up with such a vicious idea. Oh no, such a useful idea. I just don't know if it will work. Wu Huifei's evaluation of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan was indeed vicious. If they were not vicious, how could they come up with such a plan? The surrounding countries might not have thought that someone in the Great Tang was going to attack them. Li Longji also admitted that Zhang Xiaobao and Cuckoo's plan was vicious, but that was only for outsiders. It was good for the people of the Great Tang. Hearing Wu Huifei's words, he smiled and said, "It may be a little troublesome, but I have already given them the authority. As long as it has to do with opening a bank and printing money, they can do it themselves. When the time comes, they can just tell me. Whoever tries to stop them will be dealt with. Your Majesty is really a good emperor. I think Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan will do their best to do this. But Your Majesty, if there are too many people who oppose or want to take advantage of this, will Your Majesty really let them deal with them?" Wu Huifei suddenly had an idea, so she said to the emperor, "Of course, whoever stops them will be dealt with. Well, I am hungry. My beloved concubine, eat with me." Li Longji had made up his mind. His stomach suddenly growled, and he walked to the restaurant with Wu Huifei in his arms. Wu Huifei thought as she walked, "If the benefits of the bank are released, there will be many people who want to take advantage of it. No matter how powerful Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan are, if they offend too many people, will the emperor be able to protect them? Besides, the people who want to take advantage of it can be the princes or the aristocratic families. Well, this matter bypasses other departments. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan are directly responsible for the emperor. What will Zhang Shua think? What will the officials of other departments, such as the Ministry of Revenue, think? Let's see if they can work together to deal with Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. There's no need to do anything to the two of them immediately. As long as we delay them, they won't be able to open the bank and print the money. Then, in 3 to 5 years, as long as they don't make any achievements this year, the emperor will definitely be angry." The more Wu Huifei thought about it, the more she felt that an opportunity had come. The smile on her face became more and more brilliant, making Li Longji think that Wu Huifei was happy with him. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't know that Wu Huifei was thinking of a way to scheme against them. In fact, the two of them already knew that the battle with Wu Huifei wouldn't be easily extinguished. One was to defeat Wu Huifei, and the best would be to have Li Longji throw her into the cold palace. This idea was probably very difficult to achieve. There was no need to say how much Li Longji valued Wu Huifei. Otherwise, he wouldn't always want to remove Empress Wang and let Wu Huifei take the throne. Since this didn't work, they could only distance themselves and make Wu Huifei feel that they couldn't do anything. That way, things would be easier. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had been paying attention to Wu Huifei recently. Unknown dangers were the most difficult to guard against. In the morning, they ate with their younger siblings and left them to study in the inner courtyard. The two of them went to arrange things. Otherwise, the two of them would be teaching little Bei and the others in the morning. They were too busy today. Under the discussion of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, letters were written and sent to various places. They even sent a letter to the front line of Tubo's Jinchuan. This was a major matter. If they made a move, they would have to make a move as well. Otherwise, someone might have taken advantage of them. Lu Zhou's matter was of the utmost importance. Hence, there were more things to be done. They could make a move on Xinyuan Island now. They still had to persuade the merchants from other places to continue exploring the sea. Wang Wan rubbed her wrist that was sore from writing letters as she said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Aya, it's almost noon. Let's go. I think Li Longji should be leaving soon." Zhang Xiaobao was so tired that his head was buzzing. There were too many things to consider. Even he and Wang Wan could not finish everything after working the whole morning. They still had to wait until the evening to think about it. When he heard Wang Wan's words, he put down the pen in his hand and said, "Just hang in there. We'll be fine after a few days. Lu Zhou hasn't sent any letters for half a month. I wonder how the munitions factory is doing? They can already make rear-firing bullets, but they're still lacking in terms of guns. I hope they can hurry up. Even if they did not use copper coins, they still had to prepare more gold and silver. America had already left the gold standard, but they still had a lot of gold in reserve. Moreover, there was no harm in preparing some gold. One day, they would be able to use it in electronic circuits. If a country without gold and silver wanted to make good electronic circuits, they could only buy them from other countries. Now is a good time. Let's stop mining in our country and transport them from other countries. Fortunately, there are coal and oil. We can't mine from the sea. As our industrial revolution slowly matures, we can mine the land from other countries first. When will a large amount of oil be used? When our refining technology gradually matures, we must remember not to let people from other countries get their hands on our technology. When we were developing, other countries blocked our technology for a long time. Wang Wan agreed wholeheartedly. If they could keep it a secret, they should keep it a secret. It would be best if they could occupy more land while they were still alive. When the time came, they could mine all the good ores without restraint. They would do the same even if it was coal. Although coal was not valuable now, it was still the same. Xiao Bao, if someone really wants to take a share of the bank's business, do you think we should let them? It's easy to deal with 1 or 2 people, but if there are too many of them, can we really deal with them all? When the time comes, all the forces will join forces. Even Li Longji will have to compromise, right? Wang Wan suddenly thought of the problem that Wu Huifei also thought of. Zhang Xiaobao blinked and said to Wang Wan, we must deal with them. We don't have to worry about many people going against us. After we deal with a few people, we will cooperate with other people who want to take a share. A bank is not a restaurant. You can open it with a little money. You need to have a part of the money first. I think that as long as a bank loan appears, there will be many people who are worried about not having enough money but have a way to get rich coming to get a loan. If they don't have a foundation, how can they get a loan? Not only do we have to pull others in, but we also have to pull the imperial court in as well. However, the businessmen who cooperated with us first can't be involved in the bank's business. If that's the case, it will make people suspect that we, who are close to each other, did something. It will be easy for people to use this as an excuse to attack us. However, after we open the bank, we can give a certain discount to those who have been cooperating with us and let them deposit their money in the bank. So that's how it is. Then, are we going to let others take a share? With our family's financial resources, it seems that we can't open banks all over Great Tang. At most, we can take a share of 10%. This is still under the constant transfer of funds. There is a time difference between opening banks. Wang Wan felt that her family's share of the bank was too small. If Li Longji wasn't in such a hurry, he could have done it bit by bit. However, Li Longji wanted to see results in a short period of time. 3 to 5 years was indeed a short period of time. Zhang Xiaobao wasn't anxious about this matter at all. He chuckled and said to Wang Wan, "What was the problem that Li Yu encountered at the beginning? Isn't it just raising funds and increasing shares? We can do the same. Even if we take a share of 10%, it will be more than other people. Who has more money than us? We don't care about the money from the imperial court, but as long as other people dare to fork out money, they might take more shares in the beginning. For example, if dozens of people fork out money for a region, we might not even be able to take a share of 10%. However, we can still continue doing other business, and we will earn more money in the future. Even if each of our banks only takes a share of 5%, it won't take long for us to accumulate a lot of money. Then we can pool our money and invest in the banks one by one, diluting the shares of others." That's right. Let's do that. First, we'll open a bank and let Li Longji see hope. Then, we'll squeeze the shares of others bit by bit. Is there any other good method? Wang Wan asked excitedly. There is another method. When lending money, there has to be a rule. Will they set this rule? If they really do it, the bank will easily lose money. After all, it's different from lending money in the past. We can take advantage of this loophole. For example, we can send people to look for projects and borrow money. During the estimation, we can make use of the rules. Originally, we can only borrow 1,000 strings of coins, but we can only lend 5,000 strings of coins and use the extra money to raise funds. When the time comes, we can declare bankruptcy and let the bank take back the project. In this way, whether the project is profitable or not, it doesn't matter. Or we can open a separate bank and strictly ask the local government to lend, increase the reserve ratio, and use the new bank to borrow from the old bank. Then we can raise the interest a little. This is using the old bank's money to make money for our new bank. Zhang Xiaobao said another method. No. Why are you using such methods again? Wang Wan immediately rejected. That's right. I just said it. We can't go overboard, even if we borrow the chicken to lay the eggs. When the time comes, we can try it in other countries. There are many other methods. I haven't used them for many years, and I'm itching to use them. Zhang Xiaobao reacted. He had an agreement with Wang Wan that he could not use too harsh methods on his own country. As the two of them chatted, it was time for lunch. The team was almost done with their preparations and was ready to set off after lunch. Li Longji called Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan over and asked if the two of them had done it. After getting an affirmative answer, he had a peaceful meal. Just as the team set off and walked halfway, many people from the Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan came from Luoyang and found Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Steward Zhang personally came and pulled Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan into a carriage. He got someone to bring over a large box and open the lock with a snap for the two of them to see. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan became nervous the moment they saw it. There were many parts in the box, and the two of them were very familiar with the functions of these parts. The two of them even drew the blueprints for the production. It was built purely by hand. Pa, 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 pa. It was quickly assembled. The parts in front of them were gone. There were 2 short guns and 2 long guns. All that was left were bullets and rods. After wiping the oil on his hands, Zhang Xiaobao touched the guns excitedly and muttered, "It's finally done. I didn't give the craftsmen so much money for nothing. Such good treatment. Although they don't have personal freedom for the time being. With this thing, who would dare to use force when we trade on boats outside? Why are you so happy so early? We still don't know the shooting range and accuracy. Can the effective range of a handgun be 30 meters? I don't think so. The same goes for a rifle. Can it shoot out 1,000 meters? Find some time and find a place to test it. Unfortunately, there's no silencer. Should we let Li Longji know?" Wang Wan poured a bucket of cold water on Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao curled his lips. He also knew that this kind of weapon was not easy to make. Not only did it have to be made with good steel, it could only be made by hand. It was estimated that only a few could be made in a day. After saving up for a year and discounting the scraps, it would be good enough if they could form a team. Touching the handgun and the long gun, he gestured a few times and said, "As long as the trajectory of each bullet is not different, it's fine. At most, we can just get used to it and find the deviation when aiming. Who knows how many good steel pipes have been damaged by pulling the chamber? We can only make new ones. What about the bullets? It's not that easy to purify gunpowder. I estimate that 1 in 10 will fail. Steward Zhang, did you send a letter saying how many people were injured while making the bullets?" Wang Wan wiped the oil off the handgun and covered the holster with her clothes. She inserted the handgun and disassembled the long gun and put it back. She asked Steward Zhang. Steward Zhang took out the letter and handed it to Wang Wan while saying, "The letter says that because they weren't familiar with it in the early stages, a few people were injured but no one died. Little girl, can you let me see the power of this weapon? Then you can follow the team. When we reach Jinyang, Xiaobao and I will find an excuse to go somewhere where there's no one and try it." Wang Wan took out the handgun again and stuffed the bullets into the magazine. After checking the safety and seeing that the firing pin could be blocked, she put it back in with ease. As for whether the bullets could misfire on their own, there was no need to consider this. It was impossible under normal circumstances. Unless there was an impact or it was too hot, there was no need to sell firecrackers. Steward Zhang thought for a moment and finally felt that he was still needed in Luoyang. He did not follow Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan returned, Li Longji even asked out of concern if something had happened at home. Zhang Xiaobao casually found an excuse to brush him off. How could Li Longji know that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had returned with an additional weapon? In addition, the two of them also had something in their backpacks that could shoot further than ordinary bows and arrows. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan couldn't hold it in any longer. They wanted to find a chance to test the gun. Speaking of which, the range of a handgun wasn't as good as that of a crossbow. If it was accurate, it would be able to shoot down a person within 100 meters. If it was accurate within 50 meters, it would be able to take down a person with one arrow. The only advantage of a handgun was that it could fire continuously and was convenient to carry around. Everyone returned to the boat and the team continued forward. At this moment, they were not far from Jinyang. They would definitely reach their destination in another 10 days, and this was even when the boat was not moving that fast. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not have much time to accompany Li Longji to enjoy the scenery. As long as the two of them had time, they would perfect the bank. When lending money, there had to be an evaluation standard. Naturally, the two of them did not expect that the bank would not suffer any losses. After all, business was not something that could be decided by manpower. The most important thing was the management. This was the most difficult part, as it was impossible to prevent others from tampering with the system. After all, when the two of them were constantly perfecting the system, the things that they were worried about would still happen. In fact, the two of them were most worried about the bank's management. After receiving bribes, they would lend money to people who did not have the qualifications to lend money. When the time came, even if they killed the person, it would be useless. They would not be able to get back the money that they lost. Li Longji also knew that the two of them were busy and did not have time to spare. Thus, he spent more time with Wu Huifei. Looking at the scenery of his country and having the company of a beauty, he was very satisfied. Wu Huifei was also waiting for an opportunity. Right now, she could not let people send out letters, nor could she find Zhang Shua to sow discord. She could only wait until they reached Jinyang. Time passed very quickly. While Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were busy, and while Li Longji was enjoying himself, 8 days had passed. The team did not take 10 days. At noon today, they could see Jinyang City in the distance. According to the speed of the boat, they would be able to enter the city in 2 hours. At this time, Jinyang was already under martial law. There were not many people coming and going. Occasionally one would appear. They were either a plainclothes officer or a relative of an official. After all, it would be too fake if the emperor did not see a single person. If he saw a few, it would be even better if he had the opportunity to talk. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also came out of the cabin. Using a telescope, they saw the situation ahead and knew that the local officials did not listen to their orders and made such arrangements in private. Now was not the time to find out who was responsible. The two of them only hoped that the local officials would not be so stupid as to make hundreds of dishes. At that time, Li Longji would think that it was arranged by the two of them. Let's go greet Li Longji first, and let him understand that this is a matter of the local officials. It has nothing to do with us. Just as Zhang Xiaobao was preparing to return to the cabin, he saw that countless people had gathered outside Jinyang City. There were also people hanging things and placing things there. In addition to raising the flag, the only other thing to do was to set off firecrackers. He had to tell Li Longji in advance so that he would not be scared when the firecrackers went off. Chapter 761. Wang Wan took a cotton ball and gave it to everyone. Zhang Jiajin, Zhang Juling, and the others were not left out, but she did not give it to Zhang Shua. Before Zhang Shua could figure out what Wang Wan was busy with, he was frightened by a loud bang and almost fell to the ground, followed by continuous crackling sounds. Li Longji was not frightened. Instead, he happily looked at the welcoming scene. Zhang Shua helplessly covered his ears with his hands and glanced at Wang Wan, who was snickering at the side. He did not know whether to laugh or cry. She was still a child. Wang Wan did her best to arrange things according to historical situations. Other than the place that she and Zhang Xiaobao specially used to receive Li Longji and prepare for his future wealth, there were not many changes. For example, Li Longji changed Bingzhou to Taiyuan Prefecture, exempted taxes, and so on. After the officials of Jinyang met up with Li Longji's team, the officials had already arranged according to the letter that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had sent in advance and brought Li Longji around. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan guessed that Li Longji would not be able to go to the prepared place to play today. The two of them found an excuse to go there to check if there were any omissions and asked for leave from Li Longji. As for whether Li Longji could continue to write poems, it was not up to the two of them to decide. It did not matter whether he wrote one more poem or not. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, who asked for leave, led their family's protection team, as well as Xiao Bei and the others. They shook off the old man Pai trio, who did not know that the two of them had left, and found the place prepared for Li Longji to play. They took out their long guns and handguns. Under the curiosity of Xiao Bei and the others, they began to shoot at the target that was set up 20 meters away. After a magazine of 11 bullets was emptied, the group of people ran over to watch. Okay, I got it. Next time, aim a little to the left. After Zhang Xiaobao looked at the bullet's point of impact, he concluded that the bullet's trajectory had deviated by quite a bit. Looks like the technology still needs to be improved. Wang Wan also felt that the gun in her hand was a little lacking. Me too, me too. Xiao Bei looked at them curiously. They were so far away, yet they didn't see any arrows being fired, nor did anyone draw a bow. Popping sounds rang out like firecrackers, and the sign that had been erected here was destroyed. She was smart, so she immediately knew that this was a weapon that could shoot from very far away. Okay, this is too heavy. Wait for Big Brother to make you a lighter one. Remember, you can't tell anyone. Zhang Xiaobao reloaded the magazine and said to Xiao Bei. Xiao Bei nodded vigorously. I know, but I won't say anything. You can't tell anyone about your family matters. It has to be kept a secret. The other little guys also clamored for one, and Zhang Xiaobao agreed one by one. When he had time, he would make one for them. Of course, it wasn't the gun that he was holding, but a toy made of wood. It was a toy made of animal tendons that was used to pull small stones. It was best to stick a layer of cotton on the outside of the stones. Then the two of them continued to test the gun. They kept the target at a distance of 60 meters and gradually felt the situation of the gun in their hands. Then they thickened the target and replaced the original paper target with a wooden one. From this, they could test the effective range of the pistol bullet. They let someone use a bow and arrow to test. They could shoot someone to death at a certain distance. After testing, the effective range of the pistol was 35 to 37 meters. The main problem was the bullets. After testing the pistol, they began to test the rifle. After adding a scope modified with binoculars, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were both happy and dissatisfied. What made him happy was that the rifle was relatively more accurate than the pistol. What he was not satisfied with was naturally the range. 1,000 meters was out of the question, and 800 meters was impossible for the bullets to fly over. The final result was between 250 meters to 300 meters. This distance was worse than a crossbow, but it was better than a normal bow and arrow. The advantage was that the shooting speed was faster and the bullets were lighter than the arrows, so they could be carried more or less. Let's do this first. We can't expect to use it as a long-range sniper rifle. If we can get 300 to 500 of them and equip them for the army, the lethality is still not small. Wang Wan said as she disassembled the rifle. This is the progress of the era. It's much more powerful than the flintlock that first appeared in the Song dynasty. All right, we can equip the army with this weapon in the future. When the time comes, we will be invincible and invincible. Zhang Xiaobao put the disassembled rifle into his backpack, looking like he was the most powerful person in the world. Wang glanced at Zhang Xiaobao and said, "Any good weapon depends on who is using it. In the future, even if we are equipped with it, we can't underestimate the enemy. We can only use it at critical moments. The range of other people's crossbows is not short. If someone gets a few of them, the technology can be considered to have been passed on. It seems like Lu Zhou's side should be more careful in keeping it a secret. It's best if we can transfer it to the underground." Zhang Xiaobao understood the logic behind this as well. It was just like the gunpowder back then. If they had not attacked the enemy, they would not have been taken away by the enemy after losing the war. In the end, the people in Europe were better at using gunpowder than here. They improved their technology in a short period of time. When they attacked the enemy again, the people in Europe could not even put up a fight. After testing the rifle, the duo did not plan to look for Li Longji. Instead, they brought Xiao Bei and the others to swim. This was the place prepared for Li Longji. Nobody was suspicious of the commotion earlier. They thought someone was setting off firecrackers here. "All right, let's change and swim." Zhang Xiaobao called out to the little ones when they arrived at a large lake that was originally here. In order to take advantage of the situation, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang had rented a large area here. They modified the original small lake, especially the shore. They had people transport a lot of sand here. This way, during summer, tourists could come here to swim or to have a barbecue on the beach and sunbathe. Li Longji could not say that he would not allow anyone to come to such a large place just because he had swum once. Therefore, he did not allow anyone to come to the courtyard that was prepared for him. However, he could rent out the courtyards beside it. Since the emperor was willing to visit this place, other tourists would surely want to enjoy it as well. When the time came, the price would be very high. If they opened a few open-air stalls and used local wine, they would probably be able to earn back all the money they spent on this trip by next summer. When the person in charge of this place saw Zhang Xiaobao and the others wanting to go into the water, he hastily stopped them. He said that this place was prepared for the emperor and that they could not go in as they pleased. In the end, before Zhang Xiaobao and Wang could say anything, Xiao Bei told the person that he was testing the water for the emperor. Otherwise, if the water turned cold and there was something in the water, it would not be good. The person in charge was speechless and could only watch from the side. He thought to himself, "Is there even a need to test this place? People have already cleaned this place over and over again. Other than the small fishes, there are no other living things in the water. Even the aquatic plants in the lake have been pulled out in advance." The lake that was filled with a lot of sand was very comfortable to use. At first, it was only 1/2 meter high, then it was 1 meter high. In any case, every 1/2 meter, there would be a distance of 20 meters, so people would not be drowned. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang floated in the water and did not go deeper. They were only about 1.5 meters deep, which was just enough to cover the two of them. Xiao Bei and the others were also swimming in this area. Compared to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang, they could swim in a larger area. Even if it was 1/2 meter deep, they could still swim. Perhaps it was because they had been raised well, but the little ones were not afraid of water at all. They swam in the water, breaststroke and backstroke, very freely. They could even speak casually. 2 days later, Li Longji and the officials were almost done with their work. They finally came to this swimming area. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang persuaded Xiao Bei and the others to come ashore and wait for the barbecue. The two of them accompanied Li Longji and swam in the lake. The specially made swimsuits were worn by the palace maids and concubines that Li Longji had brought along. They were immediately white, making Li Longji want to chase away the guards and Zhang Xiaobao. Seeing him like this, Wang whispered to Zhang Xiaobao, "You haven't seen the world. It's just exposing your arms and legs. Is there a need to be like this?" "That's right. When I was outside in the past, there were many women who didn't wear anything. Don't talk about 3 o'clock. It's not interesting at all. It's really boring. Don't look at me like that. Western women have wrinkles on their faces when they're 18 or 19 years old. You watch over them first. I'll go down and see if there are any shells. Don't clean them all up. We can eat them in a while. Wait, I'll come up after I take a look. As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he suddenly noticed that Wang Wan's gaze was not right. After saying this, he dove into the water. He stayed in the water for a full 3 minutes before he came up again and shook his head regretfully. No, there are only small fish in the water. This bunch of prodigal things. Tell them to leave the shells and clean them all up. Later, when we go up, we'll get people to fish them up from other rivers and put them in the lake. In the future, there will be a special program here. We'll get people to fish them up and then roast them. Each shell will be sold for 1 copper coin. Wang Wan did not mention what had just happened. She also dove into the water to take a look. She scooped up a lot of mud from the lake and found that Xiao Hong's insects had all died. She said, "It seems that a lot of lime has been scattered here. The water can't be drunk." In the end, Li Longji didn't chase away all the other outsiders. Instead, he played a water fight with the concubines for a while. Then he went to the beach to eat barbecue under the sun umbrella. He also praised Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, saying that this place was good. From the looks of it, he seemed to be prepared to play all day and not play the next day. Zhang Xiaobao quickly said, "Your Majesty, there are other things that you haven't enjoyed yet. For the next 3 days, there will be different feelings every day." "Oh, there's more? Can't I do it today?" Li Longji asked. "I can't arrange it. How can I make it in time for many of the programs in 1 day? There's also a platform diving program. There's also a floating program that takes at least 3 days to complete." Zhang Xiaobao replied. The so-called platform diving was actually only 5 meters. Even if it was horizontally, there would not be any danger. As for the floating program, it cost a lot of money because the river that flowed into the lake was not that big. Although it also flowed down from the mountain, it was impossible to float quickly. Because of this, Zhang Xiaobao asked the people who came in advance to build a small reservoir upstream, blocking the small valley where the river passed through. There was no need to store too much water, as long as it could be flushed twice when the water was released. Because the time was too short, it could only be flushed once. It was controlled by an iron gate. As long as the iron chain was shaken, the gate would open. It took a lot of effort to build this simple reservoir. After Li Longji left, it would be rebuilt. At that time, there would be a group of 20 people who wanted to float. Each person would pay 10 strings of coins. There would probably be a lot of people who would rush to do it, because there was no rubber. All the small kayaks could only be made of leather. The life jackets were the same. Li Longji had never played with such a thing. After thinking about it, he finally decided to stay for 3 days. If it was good enough, he could build one in Beijing. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan actually had something better, which was a translucent swimsuit for women. They were going to take it out and let Li Longji play with his concubines. However, since Wu Huifei was here, they naturally could not take it out. If Wu Huifei, who had a good appearance and figure, wore such a swimsuit, Empress Wang would not have much of an advantage when she went back. Wu Huifei also came today. She was very friendly to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, which made them wonder if she had already thought of a way to make trouble for them. At night, there was a bonfire party. Anyway, it was to let Li Longji stay for a few more days. It would be best if he could write a poem or something. It would be even better if he could write a word about the world's #1 leisure place. For the next 3 days, Li Longji really stayed there. He jumped, drifted, and ate on the water. Li Longji was very happy. When they felt that it was about time, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan arranged Li Longji's next itinerary to go to Luzhou. Normally, Li Longji would go to Luzhou first and climb Tang Mountain there. This time, he would go there later. Even if Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not mention it, Li Longji would not miss it. Thus, the group went there again. This time, they did not go by water. After playing there for a while, they would have to come back and take a boat. While the group was moving, Zhang Shua told Li Longji about the matter of the prefectural soldiers becoming conscripted soldiers. He came up with a plan to get rid of the weak. This was mainly because conscripting soldiers was a bit difficult. If it was not for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, the people who died in the war last time would not be compensated. Many people with names on the register were afraid of being conscripted, so they thought of ways to move their families and live in other places. When people were conscripted, they would not be able to find them. Their household registration was very messy. It was also because of this that Li Longji asked Yu Wenrong to investigate the household registration. He also gave land to those who did not have a place to live so that they could live in peace. Yu Wenrong did a good job on this point. It was almost done, and those who escaped before would not continue to be held accountable. In this matter, Li Longji agreed. The national treasury had more money, and there were fewer people guarding the capital. It was more cost-effective to use the money to conscript soldiers. When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan heard of this matter, the two of them looked at each other speechlessly. The conscripted soldier system is better than the prefectural soldier system, but there are many hidden dangers. If the royal court runs out of money, they won't be able to raise soldiers. Every region has their own soldiers, and the soldiers will listen to whoever pays the money. It seems like we have to talk to Li Longji about this. Zhang Xiaobao pondered for a moment before speaking to Wang Wan. Wang Wan also knew the drawbacks of this system. After all, it was still the era of cold weapons, and there were too many people needed to fight a war. Even though Zhang Shua had cut off many of the border troops, as long as he had money, how could he not secretly raise more soldiers? Besides, the authority of a regional commander was a little too great. After hearing Zhang Xiaobao's words, she said, "Why don't we become regional commanders as well? When we have more soldiers, we can deal with anyone who dares to cause trouble. I'm worried that without An Lushan, someone else will jump out. After all, this system itself provides people with such opportunities. I really have to talk to Li Longji and tell him not to let the regions form their own armies. Also, it's best not to conscript soldiers. It'll be troublesome if they don't have money. It's best to use conscripts, just like what we did back then. We used honor to win the hearts of the soldiers, and as long as they persevered for a few years, they would be able to return to work and receive a decent amount of money. If we find someone who is good, we can continue to nurture them. This way, when the soldiers are trained, it will save us a lot of trouble. Right now, soldiers only care about money, and this will probably be the case in the future. That's fine. We'll talk about it when we return." Zhang Xiaobao nodded. The group traveled for a few more days before arriving at Luzhou. Li Longji had started his business in Luzhou, and he had always treated this place as his blessed land. As such, he felt very comfortable when he arrived. He climbed mountains, wrote poems, and exempted taxes for the region. Historically, he had exempted taxes for 5 years. This time, perhaps because of Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, the national treasury had a lot more money, so he had exempted taxes for 6 years. An extra year of tax exemption was not a small amount. Luzhou was not small to begin with, and it had to pay a lot of taxes every day. 1 year less meant that the people here had an extra year of development opportunities. After 6 years, it would be difficult for them not to become rich. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan naturally would not miss out on doing business in Tang Mountains. The people who had arrived earlier had already organized the local people to build better mountain paths. They had also built many villas in the mountains, all made of wood. They also provided hunting activities in the mountains, which made Li Longji happy for a few more days. On the way back, Zhang Xiaobao found an opportunity to say to Li Longji, "Your Majesty, Cuckoo and I have an idea, but we don't know if we should say it." "There's no harm in saying it." Li Longji felt that something was not right. Otherwise, Zhang Xiaobao would not beat around the bush and ask if he should say it. Since he had already asked, how could he not say it? "Thank you, Your Majesty. Cuckoo and I heard Lord Zhang's idea of recruiting soldiers, and we feel that it is a little inappropriate." At this time, the imperial court is still rich, but if there are several natural disasters in a row, and some palaces and houses are built, the national treasury may be short of money. When that time comes, how will your majesty raise the soldiers? Are you going to let the provincial governors raise the soldiers themselves? Then, who will the soldiers raised belong to? Zhang Xiaobao asked about this important matter that concerned the country. Li Longji had originally agreed to Zhang Xiaobao's idea of recruiting soldiers. After hearing what he said, he felt that it made sense. However, if they were to follow the previous method of recruiting soldiers, the people who had finally settled down would run around again, leaving the capital with no soldiers to use. Zhang Xiaobao was also standing to the side. When he saw Zhang Xiaobao oppose his idea, he retorted, "Could it be that Registrar Zhang has a better idea?" "Of course, there is a good idea, but it can't be used now. I'll talk about it after I settle other matters. Since we can recruit soldiers, we can use them for a few years. After a few years, I think we won't have to continue spending money like this." Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had already discussed this matter, and that was the compulsory soldiers. This required other supporting methods. The current prefectural soldiers were also compulsory soldiers, but they were slightly different from the ones they had in the past. The compulsory soldiers of the prefectural soldiers had less training, or perhaps none at all. Zhang Xiaobao felt uncomfortable in his heart. If it was someone else who said this, he would not believe it. However, since it was Zhang Xiaobao who said it, it was hard for him not to believe it. After all, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's ability was there for all to see. What he meant was, if Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan could first tell him, then let him mention it to the emperor. Then that would be good. However, Zhang Xiaobao actually said it himself. Therefore, Zhang Shuo wanted Zhang Xiaobao to tell him the details, and then he could find fault with it. As such, he asked Zhang Xiaobao, "I wonder if Registrar Zhang can tell us the details now. Otherwise, if you make a mistake, wouldn't His Majesty be worried?" How could Zhang Xiaobao not know what Zhang Shuo was thinking? Wei Wei shook her head. "I can't say. If I say it now, it will be easily used by people with ulterior motives. When the time comes, we will naturally know. As for His Majesty's worries, this subject and cuckoo have not caused His Majesty to worry." Zhang Xiaobao's words couldn't be more clear. Zhang Shuo didn't continue to say anything, but instead looked at Li Longji. Li Longji's heart was itching after hearing Zhang Xiaobao's words. Seeing that Zhang Xiaobao didn't say anything, he couldn't do anything. He could only nod and say, "Then I will have to trouble you more, Xiaobao." Although he didn't know if this matter was feasible, Li Longji also understood that even if Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't do anything wrong, they wouldn't make a big mistake. The two of them still had a sense of propriety. This matter was also known by Wu Huifei. Similarly, she had people keep an eye on Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. She wanted to see what the two of them were going to do. She had already spread the news that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were preparing to open a private bank, saying that they could make a lot of money. She also said that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't intend to let anyone else participate and wanted to earn all the money for themselves. In any case, the news was spread with half truth and half lies, making it difficult for people to discover the final situation, especially that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were directly under the emperor's control. If they encountered anyone who obstructed them, they could first kill them and then report to the emperor. This made many people feel uncomfortable. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan hadn't heard of this rumor yet, because this rumor had started spreading in other places. It was likely that someone in the capital was just talking about it. When it spread to here, perhaps they would encounter it on the way back. The two of them followed the team back to Jinyang. Li Longji, who was supposed to stay for 2 days before going back, became addicted to drifting and insisted on staying for 5 more days. Only then did he board the ship and go with the flow. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan also let out a sigh of relief. As long as they returned to the capital, this trip would be complete. When they were on the way back, the people who stayed behind were in charge of managing the 2 places. They had to spread the news that the emperor came to play and was willing to play. When they came, they had to give the people in front time to prepare, so their speed was slow. In addition, they were going against the current, so they didn't need to prepare much when they went back. Moreover, they were going with the current, so the speed of the fleet was very fast. At this time, there was a market near the iron chain bridge that hadn't appeared before. It didn't matter whether it was odd or odd. The commoners who had benefited set up their own stalls in the markets on both sides. When they had nothing to do, they would stroll over. If someone wanted to buy something on the other side of the bridge and didn't want to pay the bridge fee, the commoners would send the goods over. They all paid the annual fee, which was very cheap and casually passed. Seeing this situation, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan couldn't help but sigh at the wisdom of people. This was because the two of them had discovered that when merchants were preparing to cross the bridge with goods, they didn't pay the bridge fee for the goods. Instead, they looked for the commoners who had paid the annual fee. If the fee for a batch of goods was 10 copper coins, then they only needed to pay the commoners 3 or 4 copper coins. The commoners would help them transport the goods to the other side, and it would be much cheaper for them to come over themselves. Li Longji also saw this situation and called Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan over. He smiled and asked, "Xiaobao, Cuckoo, do you feel like you miscalculated? You didn't expect this, did you?" Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan already knew that this would happen. It wasn't a big deal, so this kind of loophole couldn't be blocked. "Your Majesty, it's actually just because there are markets on both sides of the bridge. Just let them do what they want. It's fine as long as they don't fight each other. It won't be long before a portion of the commoners will stop selling goods and wait for merchants to come over. They will help transport goods." Zhang Xiaobao explained to Li Longji what would happen in the future. "Oh, if that's the case, then why are we still building markets on both sides of the bridge?" Li Longji couldn't figure it out, so he asked the two of them again. Wang Wan stood up and explained, "It's because we're about to raise the price of goods crossing the bridge and lower the monthly fee and annual fee. When the time comes, the people who specialize in transporting goods will also increase their income. For example, if a carriage of goods costs 12 copper coins now, it will become 24 copper coins in the future. The people who specialize in transporting goods won't be like before, where they'll just do whatever they can for a little benefit. They'll band together and form an organization. When the time comes, they'll bargain with the merchants. For example, they'll save half of the cost. If the merchants who come here often will consider whether they should pay an annual fee or a monthly fee, we can first make it so that the merchants can only pay a monthly fee and not a yearly fee. That's because many merchants won't be able to pay a yearly fee. We have to let them know that being able to pay a yearly fee is also a kind of happiness. After they pay the monthly fee, they'll definitely transport more goods. Only then will we be able to maximize the benefits. When the time comes, we can slightly raise the monthly fee and introduce an extremely cheap yearly fee. They'll feel that it's not easy to get a yearly fee, so they'll start to pay a yearly fee. Once they get a yearly fee, it'll be their loss if they don't transport goods. If they do, they'll have to think of a way to sell their goods and speed up the process." Li Longji came to a realization and said with a smile, "We understand now. This way we can collect more taxes. The more frequent the transactions, the more prosperous the economy will be. When the time comes, as long as the local authorities take a portion of the collected taxes to build roads, the merchants will be able to do business faster." "That's a good idea, but won't you guys be making a loss?" Li Longji was quite smart now and knew a bit about the relationship between economics and politics. Of course, he also had a book on political economy that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had summarized. Originally, it was only for the inner court to learn. Ever since they talked about opening a bank, Li Longji asked for a copy. He said that he wouldn't let anyone else know about it for 3 years, so he learned it himself. Zhang Shuo was also listening at the side. When he first found out about this, he was very happy. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't earn as much money, so he was able to vent his anger. At this time, when he heard the emperor say that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan would be making a loss, he connected the dots and said, "Your Majesty, it's impossible for Zhang Xiaobao and Cuckoo to make a loss. Whether it's a person who sells goods for others or a merchant who is willing to pay a yearly fee, they all have to pay a yearly fee. Originally, people who wouldn't pay so much have already paid. So how can the two of them make a loss?" Lord Zhang is right. Not only that, there's another benefit. It allows us to quickly get back the money we spent on the bridge in advance. Then, we can use it to do other business. Otherwise, if we don't have the money to do business and borrow money from the bank, we'll have to pay interest. Zhang Xiaobao confirmed what Zhang Shua said and then mentioned another benefit. Wang Wan also said, "Actually, there's another method, but it's not good to use." What method? Li Longji was most willing to listen to Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan talk about this kind of thing. He felt that it could help him understand the political economy book. The method is to choose a place that requires many ships. Xiaobao, and I won't have to pay a single copper coin. We'll put up a notice saying that we want to build the bridge here. We'll use our Zhang family and Wang family's reputations as a guarantee. We can also sign a contract with the government. Then we'll tell the merchants coming and going, as well as the people who want to do business in the two markets, that as long as they're willing to take out the money first, then the yearly fee will be half of what it was for others. If it's not cheap, then we won't take advantage of them and will return their money to them. Wang Wan explained, "Why isn't that good?" Zhang Shua thought about it and felt that there was nothing wrong with it. It was very fair. Zhang Xiaobao curled his lips and said, "Of course it's not good. We're taking other people's money and not paying them back. Even if we return the money to them in the future, it's still a form of cheating them. Otherwise, if we don't have money, how much interest would we get if we borrow money?" Therefore, the imperial court added a law, and that is, this matter must be written in the contract. There can't be any loopholes. When the time comes, if the merchants who used other people's money don't meet the requirements, not only will they have to return the capital, they will also have to pay a very high interest. Otherwise, they will have to follow the contract. Zhang Shua, Li Longji, and the others were shocked. They didn't think that things could be done like this. It was really too magical. If Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan didn't say it personally, they really wouldn't have thought that there was such a method. Yu Wenrong's eyes lit up. He looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan as if he was looking at two treasures. Even if the two of them had just injured his people, he didn't care. Even if his people were dealt with by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan in Xinkai County, he couldn't resent them. Who asked Feng Changgong to clearly know about Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's reputation and still be unconvinced and want to go against them? How good could it be? Yu Wenrong looked at Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan and said to the emperor, "Your Majesty, Tang Dynasty has Registrar Zhang and County Deputy Wang. Perhaps the law can be improved a lot, especially when it comes to economics." "That's right. Xiaobao, Cuckoo, do you have any more tricks?" "Let me hear it again." Li Longji agreed with Yu Wenrong's words and asked Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Zhang Xiaobao glanced at Wang Wan, and Wang Wan returned a look that said, "Go ahead." Zhang Xiaobao said, "Of course, there are many tricks. There are all kinds of tricks, but they are always the same. For example, the one just now can't be considered a trick. After all, the people who were cheated didn't suffer many losses. Another method is the one that the Ning family secretly formed when Lu Zhou was still around. Using something that was impossible to earn money as an excuse to cheat the people of their money was a real scam. If it was changed, it would be the same as the previous one. It could be like this. They wanted to build a bridge in this place and then let the people invest in it. They said that they could give the people money every month. Then they used the money to invest. Part of the money earned is given to the people and the rest is kept. However, they are afraid that the investment will fail. If that happens, not only will they not be able to pay back the people's money, but the scammer might also run away. Anything else? It's not considered a scam, but it can really make money. Yu Wenrong was fascinated by the story and asked again. Also, when the bank is opened, there will be an approval process when lending money. For example, if someone wants to build a workshop but doesn't have the money, they can directly borrow from the bank. The bank won't lend money immediately because there's no collateral for the project. Even if they lend money, it will only be a small portion. Even if the person who wanted to borrow money invested some money first, the bank wouldn't give him too much money. However, if he used the money invested to buy a piece of land in a good location, and then used the land and the upcoming project as a loan, he would be able to borrow more money. Because of this, the bank wouldn't lose money. This can be considered as having two collateral. As long as the bank manages it well, it can be considered a win-win situation. There are loopholes in this area that can be exploited. Perhaps no one knows about it yet, but in the future, Cuckoo and I will need to regulate it. When the bank lends money, it won't give out all the money, but part by part. If the person who wants to borrow money is preparing to do something, then the bank can only give them the money after they use it. Otherwise, there will be trouble. This is a very common thing, so we will regulate it in the future. Zhang Xiaobao explained this matter to the people who were listening attentively. Then he talked about many loopholes in other areas. Hearing this, everyone was secretly satisfied and learned a lot. Of course, if they wanted to use it again, it was impossible because Zhang Xiaobao would keep an eye on it. When they were about to return to Beijing, several important places around Beijing had already opened banks. The procedures were approved very quickly, and to be precise, there were no restrictions. This made Li Longji very happy. He hoped that he could quickly occupy more territories through the economic war. However, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan weren't happy at all, because they discovered that there was one department missing, which was the CBRC. If they opened a bank here, other people could also learn to open a bank. Without supervision, there would be trouble. Therefore, after the two of them had dinner, they found Li Longji, who wanted to sleep with Wu Huifei. They also called the officials who followed them and told them about the supervision. A bank without supervision was a huge bomb, and a lot of things could happen, especially when it came to external lending. This must be regulated. Even if there were still loopholes, it would reduce a part of it. Li Longji was worried because if they wanted to establish a bank supervision committee, they needed people who were very proficient in this area. Otherwise, they wouldn't know what others were doing. The person who was proficient in this area was naturally Zhang Xiaobao, but Zhang Xiaobao also invested a part of his money in the bank. It was impossible for him to supervise himself, but if others were to supervise him, who could bypass Zhang Xiaobao? Without supervision, there was no guarantee that the bank would really act according to the interest rate, and there was no guarantee that the bank wouldn't use other methods to extort money from the depositors. Just like being an official, you can't let all the officials in a place be local. Of course, Sanshui County was an exception, and the place where Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were located was also an exception. Li Longji and the others were worried that other people would follow Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan's example and use the interest rate to compete. Then, they would use the money to do other things. They weren't afraid that they would make money, but they were afraid that they would lose money. Once something happened, the bank's credibility would be gone, and who would dare to deposit money in the bank in the future? Xiaobao, can't you keep the bank supervision and administration committee locked up while you're running the bank? Li Longji was still very confident in Zhang Xiaobao and felt that he wouldn't use his authority to gain benefits for himself. Zhang Xiaobao shook his head seriously and replied, "No, definitely not. This has nothing to do with my character, but it has to be done this way. If I don't do this, I won't be able to regulate it. No one can guarantee that they won't be tempted by so many opportunities. First, we have to eliminate this aspect from the root. For example, in my family, when it comes to taking and using money, there needs to be two people. One is responsible for managing the money, but can't use the money. The other is responsible for using the money, but can't manage the money. The two of them supervise each other, and if it's a large amount of money, it needs to be further approved by the higher-ups. Using this to prevent one person from managing the money and accounts is tempting others to make mistakes. Once a mistake is made, it will be my family's responsibility, not the person in charge of the money. Then what should we do? Who can supervise it? How should we regulate it? Lilongji was worried. I can help to train some people. Right now, Cuckoo and I are running the bank. For a certain period of time, we won't play any tricks. This is something that I can guarantee. We will be in charge of managing the bank for the time being, but we can't let other people open a bank right away. After I've trained them, I'll make sure that they can deal with loopholes and not make too big of a mistake. Then, I'll allow other people to open a bank. Those who open a bank privately will be banned. Chapter 762. When the Great Tang started its autumn harvest, Tubo was also having its autumn harvest. However, this year's harvest was too little. In the end, the locusts were finally exterminated. As for how many of them laid eggs in the soil, it was not clear. The domestic animals all ate well, but when the Tubo nobles saw the pitiful amount of barley and rice in the fields, they wanted to cry but had no tears. During the autumn harvest, the slaves were much more relaxed. A large amount of food was eaten by the locusts, so they did not have to work as hard as before. However, none of the slaves were happy about this. They knew that if there was not enough food, their masters would not starve to death. They could only work hard. The Tubo commoners were also not happy. After the harvest, they still carefully searched the fields to see if they had missed any food. Some even tried their best to find wild vegetables. Even if the wild vegetables were already old, they would still dig them out and save them for when there was no food to eat. The entire Tubo people were in a bleak state. The people who bought Han Xuanfeng's casino and lottery tickets were also miserable. There was no more food, so they did not dare to spend like before. They were all waiting to buy some food from the Great Tang. At Jinchuan, Sanri Nigan was also commanding people to harvest. When he came here, he had people replant many things. They were all wheat and barley that grew faster than rice. Although there was also a locust plague here, it was not serious. The few locusts that flew over were quickly wiped out. He also knew about the situation at Jinchuan and felt very fortunate. It was all thanks to Han Xuanfeng's words. Therefore, during this period of time, he ran over to Han Xuanfeng's place every day. Han Xianfeng only reported to Yingzhou for a while before returning to lead the slaves to carry out a large-scale construction here. At the same time, he was training the army at a place further away from Pengzhou. Out of the 7,000 slaves, he selected 2,000 strong men. Without weapons, they would first train in formation and then work. Working could also train their bodies. However, in the past, the slaves could not eat enough to keep up with the work. Now that they did not have to worry about food, all of them worked very hard. Naturally, their bodies were strong. Originally, there was no need to specifically wear sandbags while running. The soldiers here only needed to carry their weapons, leather armor, and food. They were already heavy enough. During military training, as long as they picked up their weapons, they would be carrying weights. The slaves didn't have many decent weapons, so Han Xianfeng could only ask someone to make sandbags for the slaves to wear. The 2,000 people had to run twice a day for 20 miles each time. Before dinner, Han Xianfeng led 2,000 people and started running. As they were running, Sanri Nigan came looking for them. He rode on his horse and followed Han Xianfeng at the same time as he said, "Brother Han Xianfeng, today someone from Tubo came to look for me, saying that they want to buy back the land I sold to them. I only need to pay 70% of the original price, but I need to pay with food. Do you think I still want the land over there?" Han Xianfeng waved his hand and continued to run. Songri Nigan didn't understand what Han Xianfeng meant. Did he not want to talk, or did he not want to talk anymore? So he asked, "They even said that as long as I go, they are willing to sell me slaves. I don't have many slaves here. If they are willing to sell, I think it's better to buy them. What do you think? Wait for me to finish running. There's no hurry." Han Xianfeng was also carrying sandbags. When he was about to run 20 miles, his body was clearly exhausted. Moreover, it was very strenuous for him to breathe. Songri Naigan stood beside him and told him to talk. After saying this, Han Xuanfeng's footsteps became disordered. Songri Naigan obediently shut his mouth. After finishing his run, he handed Han Xianfeng a bowl of water and waited for Han Xianfeng to catch his breath before continuing. After drinking a bowl of water, Han Xianfeng felt much better. He massaged his legs and said to Songri Naigan, "We can't ask for that land anymore. I reckon there will be a locust plague next year. Besides, if you go back, do you think they will let you go so easily? If they are willing to sell the slaves, we can buy them. As long as they are willing to sell, we can buy as many as they have. However, we can't give them too high a price. They are currently in need of food. 1 dan of food worth 1,000 can be sold as 2 dan or 5 dan. The little Gongzi has already made preparations and is gathering food for the entire Jiannan circuit. You must not act on your own accord. You can freely enter and leave Pengzhou. If you transport the food and sell it to the Tubo people, the little Gongzi will let you make up for the loss." The little Gongzi said that this year is very important. If we control it well, Tubo will not be able to recover from this setback. When we want to deal with them in the future, it will be easy. If we let them get through this easily, we will have to spend a lot of effort in the future. Songri Naigan really did want to buy food from the great Tang and sell it at a high price in Tubo. That way, he could make a lot of money. He didn't expect that this idea couldn't be realized. It seemed that the great Tang didn't just want to make money by dealing with Tubo. There should also be political benefits involved. After hearing Han Xuanfeng's words, Songri Naigan replied, "Then I will contact them to buy slaves. What's the price?" "According to the weight, if a slave weighs 100 jin, then give them 200 jin of food. No more, no less." This time, Han Xianfeng didn't listen to Zhang Xiaobao's instructions and said according to his own thoughts. Songri Naigan didn't understand. Why do we have to calculate by weight? This price is indeed enough to buy a slave, especially now that Tubo is lacking in food. I reckon that they will be willing to sell food that is slightly lighter than a slave. After all, slaves still need to eat food. That's because if the weight of food is not as heavy as a slave, they might as well kill the slave and let other slaves eat it. Furthermore, it's better than just eating food. That's why I told you to prepare double the amount of food. This way, they will feel that it's not worth it to kill slaves and let other slaves eat it. Naturally, they will be willing to trade. Han Xianfeng said something that made people feel helpless, but it really happened. Compared to hard work, perhaps animals were more valuable. When people were hungry, it wasn't impossible for people to eat people. When Han Xianfeng spoke, his voice wasn't soft. After the slave beside him heard it, he seemed to have thought of something and couldn't help but tremble a few times. Songri Naigan also nodded helplessly. "I knew it would be like this. Then we will use food to trade for slaves. If they are willing to sell horses, cows, and sheep, do we have to use 3 times the weight to trade? Maybe we can trade for cows and sheep, but if we trade for horses, once we trade for them, they will have to sell to us. Then we might as well trade for them ourselves. Why do we have to buy from you? I will write a letter to the young master and young lady and ask them. Now, you should prepare some food first. But we have to agree that 3/4 of the slaves you trade for must be sold to me. I can give you 10% more than what you trade for. I have a use for slaves." Han Xianfeng thought for a moment and agreed to the trade, but he had to have a choice. After Songri Naigan and Han Xianfeng finished their discussion, they went to meet the people sent by Tubo to discuss the slave trade. They were waiting for more people to arrive. In Lu Zhou's mansion, Zhang Pingwang was packing his luggage. He was going to leave soon, and he also brought the rental tax here with him. When he returned, he would be able to arrange another official position for him. The person who would replace him had already been decided and was on his way. It would probably take a few days for him to arrive. After looking at everything and having someone pack them up, Zhang Pingwang didn't want to stay in the house anymore. He led his little attendant out again and walked on the widest street in Lu Zhou's mansion. His eyes kept looking at the scenery around him as though he wanted to remember everything. Master, why do I suddenly not want to leave? It's better to stay here. The food is good, the clothes are good, and the accommodation is good. Moreover, we don't have to worry about the people causing trouble. The attendant had the same thoughts and said what was on his mind. Sigh. It's precisely because this place is good that there are more people who want to occupy this place. If we don't leave, how will others be willing? Moreover, we'll get a lot of money if we leave this place. When we return, we can buy more land. It's just troublesome to transport it. Zhang Pingwang sighed. When he looked at the scenery on both sides of the street again, he remembered more carefully. He didn't want to forget what this place was like. He didn't know when he would come back in the future. Unless he was no longer an official, he wouldn't be sent here even if he was sent away. The two of them talked as they walked. At the same time, they kept smiling at the people who saw them. They were about to leave. It was not easy to see such people in other places. Last month, they didn't think much of it, but now they were very reluctant to leave. While they were walking, they suddenly heard the sound of firecrackers in front of them. The crackling sound was not soft at all. From time to time, 2 firecrackers would fly up and explode in the sky. Let's go and take a look. Zhang Pingwang, who didn't know what was going on, called out to his attendant and sped up. It wasn't just the 2 of them. The people who didn't have anything to do also curiously ran over. This shouldn't be a wedding. If it was a wedding, it shouldn't be in the morning. It should be in the evening when it was almost dark. Could it be that a shop opened? But all the shops here were occupied. No one would casually sell. With all kinds of doubts, people gathered over there. When they reached the place, Zhang Pingwang looked at the plaque and muttered, "Great Tang Bank, what is this place for? Could it be a pawn shop?" The attendant shook his head, indicating that he didn't know. Soon, the sound of firecrackers faded away, and the manager of the Great Tang Bank walked out. He first bowed to the crowd and then began to talk. He talked about the use of the bank, and it was better to deposit money and lend money. He emphasized the matter of foreign currency exchange. After the manager of the bank finished speaking, the surrounding people finally understood. So this was what he was doing. This was of no use to ordinary people. It was better to have some money at home. There was no need to leave it in the bank and let others take away a portion of it. The eyes of the businessmen lit up. This was a good thing. In the future, as long as they went to the same bank, they could withdraw the money they had saved here. They didn't have to worry about wasting time. Even if the certificate was lost, they wouldn't be afraid. There was a special mark on the certificate and no one could take it out. This involved the cut corresponding to the number of the bill issued by the bank at the border. Unless he was stupid and told others about the cut, or someone in the bank leaked this information. It was probably impossible. After all, the people who checked the cut were sent by the Zhang family and the Wang family. As long as the corresponding code book was not lost, they didn't have to worry about it. Zhang Pingwang was also very happy. This was because the people in the bank had just mentioned that from now on, not only could they carry out foreign exchange for merchants, they could also deposit the tax they had to pay to the government and then take it out and hand it over when they went to the capital. Master, this will save a lot of trouble. After all, it's easy to make mistakes when escorting money. What if someone intercepts it? Now, we just need to put the tax we have to pay this year in the bank and put the money we get. We only need to escort a part of the food. Moreover, the food will not be sent all the way to the capital. When it reaches the east of Jiangnan, we will give it to them. They will send the food to the capital. Master, should we do this? Zhang Pingwang's attendant said happily. The last sentence was to ask if they should put their money in the bank. After all, they had to pay 2% of the annual fee. Of course, we have to put it in the bank. The Zhang family and the Wang family are really capable to make such a business. Oh, this is one of their rice shops. Zhang Pingwang didn't think much about it. 2% of the fee was really not much. Moreover, it was a year's fee. If they went back quickly, they could reach the destination in 3 months. It was a little more money, but it was better than bringing it with him. The merchants began to gather around and carefully asked the manager of the bank where there was a similar Tang bank so that they could prepare in advance. Some merchants from the east of Jiangnan also asked if there would be a Tang bank on Xinyuan Island in the future. At that time, they could directly put their gold in the bank and come back here to get it, saving the trouble of transporting it back and forth. Of course, copper coins were not allowed, unless they wanted to be punished, who would dare to make copper coins and deposit them there. At this time, Xinyuan Island, which was the focus of the merchants, was in the midst of a war. Those who had been to Xinyuan Island had seen how good the Tang Empire was. After returning, they began to spread the news in their own tribes. Not only did they tell others what they had seen and heard, they also distributed the gifts that the Tang Empire had given them. In this way, the people of this tribe yearned for the Tang Empire even more. When the Tang Empire sent troops and ships to support them at a place on the shore, they joined forces with several other tribes to deal with the people who wanted to drive the Tang Empire away. The war on the island had never stopped. This group of people who yearned for the Tang Empire not only received things provided by the Tang Empire, but also had better weapons than the other side, although these weapons had to be exchanged with local products. In the enemy camp, there was a person sitting there. His eyes were looking at the map drawn by the people on his side. His brows were slightly furrowed, as if he was thinking about something unhappy. Beside him, there were two beautiful women massaging his shoulders. The house he was in was the best. The other people's houses could only shelter them from the wind and rain. Just as he was looking at the map, a person suddenly came in and spoke to him very respectfully. Takeshita-kun, they are fighting again. This time, the arrows they used are more powerful than the last time. There is also that thing called fireworks, which blew up many of our people. Takeshita-kun, when will the reinforcements from your country arrive? If they don't come soon, we won't be able to hold on. The other tribes that have allied with us don't want to continue fighting like this. Even if the Tang Empire you mentioned is a small country, we can't beat them. We still want to continue exchanging with them. In fact, this person also didn't understand why Takeshita-kun said that the Tang Empire was a small country that existed by relying on Japan. In the end, the Tang Empire's ships circled the island outside, while Japan's ships couldn't come over. Takeshita Sanchi's eyes finally moved away from the map. He looked at the person who came in and said, "The Tang Empire is a small country that was originally a vassal of Japan. Not only did they send a ship to occupy this place, they also allied with another country, Silla. It is very easy for Japan to deal with a small country like the Tang Empire, but we have to be on guard against Silla. Do you understand? A small country like the Great Tang isn't trying to be nice to you. They're giving you the worst things that our Japan doesn't even want, but they're taking away your good things. As a country, we should help you so that you won't be bullied." The person who was listening to Sanshur Takeshita's words kept nodding. He thought to himself that there was actually a country called Silla. The Tang dynasty, this small country, must be on good terms with Silla while also submitting to Japan. Such a country was really too hateful. Although it was hateful, the matter here still had to be resolved. Hence, this person asked Takeshita Sanshur, "Takeshita-kun, then what should we do now?" "Yes, there are not only a few tribes on your side on the island. If you continue to head over there, there will be more tribes. Send someone to tell them that as long as they come over to help defeat this small country, the Great Tang, our Japan will be able to find a chance to restrain Shinlaw. I will send you our domestic exquisite porcelain, better than what you are using now. There is also beautiful silk, better than what the small country of the Tang Empire has exchanged with you." Takeshita Sanshur looked as if he had a card up his sleeve. The person who came in kept nodding. He agreed and went out to send people. Takeshita Sanshur heaved a sigh of relief. He looked at the messy map in front of him and thought to himself, if only Japan was really a country, I wouldn't have to lie here. I would have sent troops from my country to deal with the Tang Empire. Unfortunately, they lost again and again in the naval battle. They lost so much that they don't dare to fight the Tang Empire anymore. They can only submit to the Tang Empire. Takeshita Sanshur planned to find more helpers. Lu Zhou's people also thought the same. They brought people who could communicate with the other party and began to travel on the sea by boat. They stayed close to the sea and made contact with the tribes on the island. Every time they arrived at a tribe, they would send silk and local specialties that were not available here as a sign of friendship. Then, they raised the matter of future exchanges. The people of the tribes here were not all so fierce that they would kill without saying anything. Many of them were willing to exchange goods with the Tang Empire. Moreover, they had promised to send troops to help in the war. However, they wanted benefits. After helping, they had to give the benefits. Naturally, Lu Zhou's people would not refuse. They even gave a portion of the goods in advance. This made these local tribesmen very happy. The Tang Empire's fleet was slightly faster than Takeshita Sanshi's. Hence, they obtained a result. After Takeshita Sanshi's people went over to persuade the tribesmen who received the goods from the Tang Empire looked at the tribesmen sent by the tribesmen who asked them to help in the war and captured them as trophies. One side came on a big boat and gave the tribesmen something in advance. The other side did not even have a small boat. They came on land and did not take anything. There was no need to ask who was stronger and who was weaker. Moreover, the things in their hands were theirs. Under such circumstances, there was a reversal in the war. The tribesmen who had joined forces to drive the Tang Empire's army and merchants away were finally attacked from both sides. The more they fought, the more they were defeated. They could only hide in the mountains or the forest. After a few battles, Takeshita Sanshur was slightly injured. He also hid in the forest and swore to fight back. He said many encouraging words. However, apart from the tribesmen who listened to him in the beginning, the other tribesmen who joined forces became less and less convinced of his words. The great Tang did not have to spend too many resources to successfully occupy the area outside the forest. Then they organized people here and began to reclaim the land. They brought good tools from Great Tang and gathered the wood and herbs that were hundreds of years old here. Then they shipped them to Lu Zhou one ship after another. The cleared land was used for the local people to plant cotton. The coconut oil was also refined. The price they paid was less than 1/50th of the value of the goods they brought back. For example, a piece of silk that was very common in the Tang Empire and a ham made from pork that was not a wild boar. These things were not valuable in the Tang Empire, but the people on Luzon Island did not know that. As long as they felt that they did not have something, they would consider it a good thing, especially the various spices and ceramics that were still very rare. The merchants of the Jiangnan East Road were active again. Some of them traveled between the Tang Empire and Xinyuan Island, while others traveled along the shore and went farther away, hoping to find more useful resources. Time passed in a hurry. When the new year was approaching, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan received a large ingot of gold sent from Xinyuan Island. It was so big that it was almost the size of a vat of water. It was not obtained from an exchange. It was a tribute to Zhang Xiaobao from the locals. Although the natives of Xinyuan Island could still talk about the Tang Empire, they only knew about Lu Zhou's Chamber of Commerce, which was run by Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. To them, it was right to listen to the Chamber of Commerce. Therefore, when Lu Zhou's men mentioned when the new year would be here, how lively it would be here, and how they wanted to find good things on the island as gifts for the little young master and the little lady, the locals worked together to refine this large ingot of gold. This ingot of gold was set off early. It was not until the new year that it was sent to Bushin County. Little Bei and the others, who knew what gold was, opened their mouths in shock. Little Bei stroked the ingot of gold that was taller than her as she said honestly, "Wow, this is such a large ingot of gold. It's as big as a rock. If it's made into jewelry for me, I won't be able to wear it." Little Hai, who was standing at the side, looked at the ingot of gold and said, "They're so stupid. With such a large ingot of gold, I reckon the ship will leak. They don't even know how to break it down." This ingot of gold weighs at least 30 tons, right? I wonder where they got it from. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not weigh this ingot of gold, but it did not look small. Even if it was not pure, its density could reach 18 grams per cubic centimeter. Moreover, it was irregular. When the time came, they could only throw it into the pond and see how much the water level rose before they could judge. Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan felt that they had seen a lot of the world, but they had never seen such a large ingot of gold. Both of them touched it with their hands. This was not a problem of how much money it was, but this ingot of gold could scare people. It was just like how many people did not put their money in the bank, but put it under their bed. It was a lot, and it was very comfortable to look at. Xiao Bao, I reckon that those tribes took out all the gold and ores they had accumulated over the years and sent them to us. I think this is at least 1 cubic meter, which is close to 20 tons of pure gold and 18 to 19 tons of impure gold. Wang Wan felt the coolness of the ingot of gold and said to Zhang Xiaobao. Zhang Xiaobao nodded and said, I reckon it's not light. 1 cubic meter is just 1 meter in length, width, and height. This height is definitely more than 1 meter, and I reckon it's 3 meters tall. It's taller than Little Bay and the others, and its width is not narrow either. We must try it. When the time comes, it can be used as the treasure of the bank. If there is a sudden run on the bank one day, as long as we let them see this ingot of gold, they will believe in the strength of our bank. Yes, we must keep it for our own bank, not the Tang bank. While they were talking, Xiaoyuan had already opened his mouth and was looking for an angle to bite this ingot of gold to see if it was real. However, he could not find a place to bite, so he said to Zhang Xiaobao, Brother, can you ask someone to separate this ingot of gold? Then let me have a look. I have bitten gold and silver before, so I will know if it is real or not. When we go back, I will dig it out for you and let you have a taste. This year, we specially sent gold as a gift. It's not called gold, but called it a dish. It's called red prawns stewed on a golden plate. Let's see who can afford it. Zhang Xiaobao touched Xiaoyuan's head and also joked. When Xiaoyuan heard that they were going back, he was very happy. However, just when he was happy, he said, We have to change places again. We can't stay in any place for long. I don't know if the people in Buxin County will send us off like they did in Izhou and send us dozens of miles away. No, this time we have to leave secretly. County magistrate, he will be the last to leave. He will be in charge of the handover procedures. We will leave first. We can't disturb the people anymore. Zhang Xiaobao was also afraid. If they had to go to a place again, no one would be able to stand it. The main thing was public opinion. In case someone found trouble in this regard, they had to hide. Even if they knew that after they left, the people would send them a mass apology. Xiao Zhu looked at her brother and sister and suddenly asked, Where's the next place? Can't my parents come with us? Wang Wan nodded. We haven't decided on the next place. We originally planned to go to Zhou, but after thinking about it, it's better to go to the northeast. It's not very stable there. It's easy for something to happen there in the future. Besides, there's a lot of ginseng there that we need to use as medicine. Our family still has to stay in Luoyang for a year and wait for Zhangshua to continue. It's a mess. It's a complete mess. They're actually going to hold a pilgrimage at the beginning of spring next year. I believe Zhangshua will be there soon. You have to follow us. The northeast is very cold. The children nodded, indicating that they understood. They were already used to running around. After all, they had such a family. When they enjoyed benefits, they had to give something in return. The day of departure finally arrived. In order to prevent the people from noticing, Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan did not directly take the children's house. They even left behind the large piece of gold, waiting for the people behind them to transport it away. The group secretly left in batches under the cover of the night. Zhang Xiaobao's group left first, followed by the others. At daybreak, the people only knew that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan had left. All of them felt helpless and sad. Since they could not find Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, they found He Wei and questioned him. asking him why he did not warn them. What could He Wei say, since they did not allow him to warn them? How could he dare speak of it casually? He could only keep explaining that he did not know either. He had seen a letter left behind when he woke up in the morning, and it was too late to warn them. In fact, the people did not specially come to question He Wei. They were waiting for He Wei to become impressive so that they could send him off. After so many years, it was not easy to meet a good official. The people gathered to press their handprints. They unrolled a white silk cloth and found someone to write the words of the people. Then the people pressed their handprints on it. There were 3 copies. One was for He Wei, and the other 2 were for Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan. Although the 2 of them were together, they still needed 2 copies. He Wei looked at the white silk cloth as the people took turns to press their red handprints on it. He looked up and did not let his tears fall. He muttered, "My life was worth it." When Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan were returning to Luoyang, they received a letter from Tubo. It was written by Han Xianfeng. In the letter, he first said that he wished Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan, as well as Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan families, a happy new year. He then said that he would not be returning. Mi Fan and Wang Wan were the same. They were preparing to spend the new year there. He hoped that Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan could send some Tubo specialties back home to make his family happy. He then told Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan that Tubo did not have many livestock to exchange this year. However, there was a lot of saffron, and they had basically bought them all. There were also slaves. The slaves that were exchanged with food had already increased the number of slaves to 34,000. He said that there would be more next year, especially after it snowed. He asked Zhang Xiaobao and Wang Wan to think of a way to settle them down. They could not let so many people stay in Jinchuan County. It seems that Tubo will not have a good time this year. They probably won't send any more troops. Otherwise, they won't have enough food and morale. Once they come, they will be defeated. Our plan can continue. Zhang Xiaobao put away the letter and said to Wang Wan. Wang Wan let out a long breath and said, "It's good that there is no war. To be honest, I don't want to fight either. As long as there is a war, people will die. Although a general should be used to seeing life and death, I still don't feel good. Think of more ideas and try your best to use other methods to take Tubo into Tang Empire's territory. Back then, Tibet was conquered and the losses were huge. Yes, I will try my best to solve it through economic means. If it really doesn't work, we can buy land from them. Without land, they will gradually weaken. Once we have arranged for the slaves to be bought, we can make a move on their population." Zhang Xiaobao did not like people dying, especially people on his side. He decided not to use force to solve the problem. However, force could not be lacking. They must have a strong force as a deterrent to let other methods continue. "Xiaobao, do you think Li Longji can send us to the northeast? Isn't the northeast very chaotic now? The local people there are not easy to govern." Wang Wan asked about other things. Zhang Xiaobao thought for a while and said, "No problem, Li Longji will definitely agree. When the time comes, we just need to beat around the bush. Didn't we say that we were going to CI Zhou? This time we will let him think that we are using CI Zhou as a cover. As long as he is not sure, our plan can continue. It's best to go to Dalian in the northeast. There's a sea there. We won't go to Gourd Island or Jinzhou for now. Dalian is close to Shandong. Don't think that it will take a long time to get there by land. It's very convenient to go by sea. It's a straight line." Wang Wan nodded. "We need to discuss this properly when we get back. Li Longji has become smarter. It won't be easy to trick him anymore. He probably just wants to win this one time. Is there a place called Fushen in the northeast that has a lot of coal? It's said that there is the most amber there. Let's go there and take a look. Dalian should be a small fishing village right now. There are not many people in the northeast. So who would want to run to a fishing village? We can add one more person. If we continue north, Li Longji won't care about Fajing. Let's get the Russians here. What's their name again? When we get back, we can take over Fajing as well. It doesn't matter who takes over. Why care about political power? As long as the people can live a good life, the great Tang can do it as well. As Zhang Xiaobao spoke, he looked toward the northeast. There had once been an extremely powerful country there. There had been both friendship and enmity, but in the end, it was just a matter of interests. Wang Wan also looked over. Suddenly, she blinked and said to Zhang Xiaobao, "Xiaobao, do you know the shortest way to get to North America? We can go from there to the place we bought in America. That'll save us a lot of trouble. There's no need to take such a long and dangerous detour. What do you think?" Zhang Xiaobao froze for a moment before vigorously nodding. "I think so. That's right. There's a strait there. It's very convenient to get there. It's also very convenient to get to South America. Both sides are very close." If Zhang Xiaobao hadn't heard Wang Wan mention it, he wouldn't have thought of this matter. He was influenced by his habitual thinking that the appearance of the Age of Discovery was the discovery of America by the Europeans. Therefore, he had always planned to take the ship there and look for all kinds of seeds to grow back and make delicious food. But now he realized that Russia was close to America. It was much more comfortable and less dangerous than going to the sea. Ships had to be built. There would definitely be naval battles in the future. But getting potatoes, peppers, tomatoes, and corn seeds first did not conflict with building ships.